impudently encamped on one of the city. They surrounded the encampment and raked in the full gypsy men from 17 to 60 to 58. They had fulfilled the plan, just as the Intelligista had never been overlooked in previous waves. It just was not neglected in this one. A student's denunciation that a certain lecturer in a higher education was kept Lenin and Marx frequently, but Stalin not at all was all the important that was needed for the lecturer not to show up for the lectures anymore. And what if he cited no one? Arrest told through the streets and apartment houses like an epidemic, just as people transmit an epidemic infections from one to the other without knowing it by some such innocent means for a handshake, a breath, handing someone something, so too they pass on the infection of the inevitable arrest by a handshake, by a breath, by a chance, by a meeting on the front. For if you are destined to confess tomorrow that if you are organized, grouped to position, supply to today one, shake hands with what you on the street, that means I too, I am doomed. The reverse wave 1939 was unheard of an incident in the history of the organs, a blot on the record, but in fact, this was reverse wave, not the large. It included about 1 to 2% of those who had been arrested but not convicted, who had not yet been sent away too far off places that had not yet perished. It was not large, but it was put to effective use. It was like giving back 1 kopeck change from a ruble, but it was necessary in order to heap all the blame on the dirty Yeziba, strength, newcomer, barrier, and to cause the leader himself shine more brightly. With the Kopchak, skillfully the drove the ruble, slighting the ground. After all, they had sorted things out in the first, some people, and even it meant that the rest of us cases and persons who had been slandered, it meant that the rest of those arrested were indeed scoundrels. And to those who returned, kept silent, and those who had signed pledges not to speak out, they were mute with terror and secrecy of the archipelago. There were very few who knew even little the secrets of the archipelago, but for that matter, soon and took the Kopeck back during some years, and via those same sections of wives arrested for failure to renounce their husbands, who in Tambov remembers that during that last year of peace, they arrested an entire jazz orchestra playing at the Modern Cinema Theatre because they all turned out to be enemies of the people. And who noticed that 30,000 Czechs, who in 1939 fled from the occupied Czechoslovakia to the Slavic kinfolk in the USSR, it's impossible to guarantee that a single one of them was not a spy. They sent them all off northern camps. And was it not Ukrainians in the West, Belarusians in 1940, the Baltic states and Moldovians? It turned out that brothers badly needed the purge, and from them too flooded waves of social prophylaxis. They took those who were independent, too influential, along with the others who were too well-to-do, too intelligent, too noteworthy, particularly Poles from the Polish province, They arrested officers everywhere. Thus, the population was just the wisdom of the former ties, former friendships that were cut off. Finland ceded its isthmus to us to zero population. Nevertheless, it took place through Soviet Karelia and in Leningrad in the 1940s. We didn't notice that wave late, so we have no finished food. But in the Finnish War, we undertook our first experiment in convicts and war prisoners as the first experiment, motherland, first such experiment in human history. And would you believe it? We didn't notice. We just posted about the video if it's not still there. Yeah, and just say we'll just sacrifice my rest time. That was the last rehearsal. Just at that moment, the war burst open, and with its massive private public stopped doing stories abandoned to the enemy in the rush, entire military units, registrar, anti-aircraft, and artillery batteries. We were left behind. Contact in Lithuania from June 23rd on the Latvian and Estonian. They speeded up the arrest. But the ground was burying under them, and they were them like the one at the breast, but they did not forget to shoot down political prisoners in the cells of the courtyard of Lvov, Rovno, Tallinn, and many other Western prisons. In the Taft 2 prison, they shot 192 prisoners and threw their corpses down as well. How can one visualize it? You know nothing. The doors of your cells open and they shoot you, and you cry out in your death agony and there is no one to hear your cries or to tell of them except the prisoners of the stones. And they say, however, that there is someone who won't successfully finish off, and we were someday to read a book about that too. In 1941, the Germans went around tagging the nog, cutting it off so swiftly that the prisoners were left in the freight of wagons in the railway station, where they had been brought to be evacuated. What should one do with them? Certainly not set them free, nor leave them to the Germans or tank trucks. Were rushed to the station, and the wagons were drenched within and set on fire. All of the prisoners were burnt alive. In the rear, the first wartime wave was for those spreading out rumors and panic. That was the language of the special decree outside of the code, and there was a wave of those who failed to turn in radio receivers or radio parts. For once radio tube found as a result of denunciation, they were given 10 years. Then there was the wave of Germans living on the Volga, colonists and in the Ukraine and the North Caucasus, and all Germans in general who lived anywhere in the Soviet Union. These were the defenders of the native land, the warriors in the cities, Bokettes and bands a few months before, who had then sustained the heaviest tank assaults of the Germans and in the general chaos, through no fault of their own, had spent certain time and isolated units, not in the enemy's imprisonments, not at all, but in temporary encirclement, and later had broken out, and instead of being given a brotherly embrace on their return, such as every other army in the world, they would have given them, instead of being given a chance to rest up, to visit their families and screening centers where officers and disarmed, deprived them all to return to their units. They were held on to suspicion, disarmed, deprived, and
of all rights and taken away groups to identification points and screening centers where officers and the special branch supported interrogation, them disgusted not only their every word but their very identity. Then Moscow, outside Moscow, gave rise to a new wave guilty of Muscovites. Looking at the things after the events, it turned out that Muscovites had only not run away, that they had not only evacuated, but had fearlessly remained in the capital, which had been abandoned by the authorities, were by that very token the suspicion either of subverting government authority, 5810, or staying on to wake the Germans. From 1943, then the war turned in our favor. There began the multi-millionaire wave from the occupied territories and from Europe, which got larger every year up to 1946 and dismissed the thought of that honorable participation in around anti-German governments would surely protect one from being arrested in this wave. More than one case proved this. Those who were in Europe who got the stiffest punishment of all, even though they went there to conscripted German slaves, that was the case. They had seen something of European life and who could talk about it. That also was the reason why they sentenced the majority of new prisoners. It was not simply because they had allowed them to be captured, particularly those POWs who had seen a little more of their interned prisoners were sentenced as severely. POWs were examples. During the first days of the war, one of our destroyers went to Sweden. During all of the rest of the war, after the war, Sweden returned them to us, along with the destroyer. Their treason to the motherland was inaudible, but somehow the case didn't get them off guard. They let them go different ways and then pasted them with anti-Soviet agitation for their lovely stories in praise of freedom. After eating a capitalist Sweden, this was the Kadenka group. What happened to this group later makes an anecdote camp. They keep their mouths shut about Sweden, fearing they'd get a second term. But people in Sweden somehow found out about their fate and publicly slandered reports in the press. By that time, the boys were scattered far and near among various camps. Suddenly, on the Leningrad, they were fed for 2 months as though for slaughter and allowed to let their hair grow. Then they were dressed with modest elegance, rehearsal on what would to say and to whom, and to warn that any bastard who dared to squeak out of turn, foreign journalists, and some other who had known the entire crew to Sweden. I didn't use this time. The former internees bore themselves cheerfully, described where they were living, studying, reading, and working, expressed their indignation at the bourgeoisie slander that they had read about not long before in the Western press. After all, the Western papers are sold in Soviet Union at every corner around newsstand, and so they had written to one another and decided to gather in Leningrad. Their travel expenses didn't bother them in the least after their fresh, tiny appearance completely gave the lie to the newspaper canard. The discredited journalists went off to write off their apologies. It was a whole inconceivable to the Western imagination that there could be any other explanation, and that the men who had been the subject of the interview were taken off to a bath and had their hair cut off again, were dressed in former rags and sent back to because they had conducted themselves properly, given a second term. During the last years of war, the second course was a wave of German POW criminals who were selected from the POW camps and transferred by court to verdict to the jurisdiction of the Gulag to 1945. Even though the war with Japan lasts 3 weeks, we got great numbers of Japan were raked in for urgent construction projects in Siberia and Central Asia, and the same process of selecting war criminals for Gulag was carried out amongst them. At the end of 1944, when our army entered the Balkans, and especially in 1945 when it reached into Central Europe, a wave of Russian emigres flowed through the channel of the Gulag. Most were old men who had left at the time of the Russian Revolution, but then there were also young men, people who had also grown of the Russian. They also dragged off the menfolk and left the women and children and were there. It's true that they did not take everyone, but they took all who's in the course of 25 years who had expression, even the mildest political views of. They did not touch those who had lived purely vegetable existence. The main waves came from Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia. They were fewer from the Austrian, Germany, and other countries. Eastern Europe, there were hardly any Russians. As if in response to 1945, a wave of emigres poured from Manchuria too. Some of them were not arrested immediately. Entire families were encouraged to return to the homeland, free persons, but once back in Russia, they were separated and sent exile or to taken to prison. All during 1945 to 1946, a big wave of genuine, at long last, enemies of the Soviet Union flowed to the archipelago. These were the Vlasov men, the Krasnov Cossacks, and Muslims from the national units created under Hitler. Some of them had acted out of conviction. Others had been merely involuntary participation. Along with them were seized not less than 1 million fugitives along from the Soviet government, civilians, all ages and both sexes, who had been fortunate enough to find shelter, but in 1946 were prejudicially returned by Allied authorities. It is surprised that West, where political secrets cannot be kept long since, they inevitably come out in print or are disclosed. The secret of this particular act of betrayal has been very well and carefully kept by the British and American governments. This is truly the last secret, or one of the last of the Second World War. Having often encountered these people in camps, I was unable to believe for a whole quarter century that the public in the West knew nothing of the act of the Western government, the massive handing over of ordinary Russian people to retribution and death. Not until 1973, the Sunday Oklahoma, January 21, was an article by Julius Epstein. Ooh. And I am here going to be so bold as to express gratitude on behalf of the mass of the who perished and those who few left alive. One random little document was published from the many volumes of the hitherto in sealed case history of forced repatriation to the Soviet Union after having remained unmolested in British hands for 2 years, that they had allowed themselves to be lulled into a false sense of security. The English authorities gave them treatment over against there were 2 captors who, incidentally, were not expected to give them a free trial. They were all sent to destruction on the archipelago. The American authorities did the same in Bavaria, as well as on the US territory. They delivered tens of thousands of Soviet citizens to a cruel fate, turning them over to Soviets against their will. A certain number of Poles, members of the Homerave followers of Mikolajczyk, arrived in Gulag in 1945 via a prisons. There were a certain number of Romanians and Hungarians. At war's end, for many histories after there flowed uninterruptedly as abundant wave of Ukrainian nationalists, we have to remind our readers once again that the chapter does not attempt by any means to list all of the waves which fertilized Gulag, but only those which had political corroboration, and just as in a course in a physiological, after a detailed description of the circulation of blood, one can begin over again to describe in detail the lymphatic system. One could begin and again to describe the waves of non-political offenders. One habitual criminal, 1918 to 1953, and this description too would run long, would bring to light many famous decrees now in part forgotten, even though they have never been repealed, which supplied abundant human material for the insatiable archipelago. We're not going to go into the lengthy and lavish examinations of the waves of non-political offenders and common criminals, but having reached 1947, we cannot remain silent about one of the most grand joys of Stalin's decrees that we have already mentioned, the famous law of 78, 7/8, on the basis of which they arrested 7 people right and left for talking. A stalk of grain, a cucumber, 2 small potatoes, a chip of wood, a spool of thread, all of whom got 10 years. But the requirement of the times, as Stalin understood, had changed, and the tenor, which had seemed adequate on the eve of the terrible war, seemed now, in the wake of a worldwide historical victory, inadequate, and so began, in complete disregard for code and totally overlooking the fact that many different
articles and decrees on the subject of thefts and robberies already existed, and 4th of June 1947, decree was issued them all, and it was instantly christened 4-6 undismayed prisoner. In factories, the maximum sentence was raised to 25 years. This sentence, called the quarter, had we been introducing a few days earlier to replace the death penalty, we had been abolished into humane. And then at a long last, an ancient shortcoming of the law was corrected. Previously, the only failure to make any denunciation which qualified as a crime against the state had been in connection with political offences, but now simple failure to report the theft of state collective farm property earned 3 years of camp or 7 years of exile. Stalin's new line suggested that it was necessary in the wake of the victory over fascism to jail more people more energetically and for longer terms than ever before. Had immediate repercussions, of course, on political prisoners. In the year 1948 to 1945, notably throughout the Soviet public life, had intensified. The persecution and vigilance was marked by one of tragic comedy, hitherto unheard of even Stalinist anti-just, that the repeaters that is what in the language of Gulag they called those still undestroyed unfortunate of 1937 vintage, who had succeeded in surviving 10 impossible, unsurmountable years, and who in 1947 had timidly stepped forth into the land of freedom, worn out, broken in health, but hoping to live out in some sort of savage fantasy, or stubborn malice or unsated vengeance, pushed the victorious Generalissimo into issuing the order to arrest all those cripples over again without any new charges. It was even disadvantageous both economically and politically to clog the meat grinder with its own refuge. But Stalin issued the order anyway. Here was a case in which a historical personality simply behaved capriciously towards historical necessity. At this point, the autocrat decided it wasn't enough to just arrest those who had survived. What about children of his sworn children? So they too must be imprisoned. So they were growing up, and they might have notion of the vengeance by 1948. After the great European displacement, Stalin had succeeded once again in tightening, barricading himself, and pulling the ceilings down closer towards him in this reduced space. And he had recreated the tensions of 1937, 1948, 1949, and 1950. There flowed you, alleged spies. 10 years ago, there had been German and Japanese, and now there were Anglo-Saxons, believers. This was non-orthodox for the most part. These geneticists and plant alleged spies 10 years earlier then had been German and Japanese, now they were Anglo-American. Believers this way of non-orthodox for the most part, those geneticists and plant breeders disciplined of the late Vivek Valov and of Mandel, and who had not previously been arrested. Just plain ordinary people and students with particular severity that had not been sufficiently scared away from the West. It was fashionable to charge them that
praise of American technology, praise of American democracy, PZ toadyism. These waves were not unlike the 37, but the sentences were different. The standard sentences was no longer the patriarchal 10 ruble, but the Stalinist 25. But now the tenor was juvenile. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm on a break. By this time, resistance in Lithuania and Estonia had already come to an end, but in 1949, new waves of new social prophylaxis to assure collectivization kept coming. They took whole trainloads of the city dwellers and peasants from the three Baltic republics into Siberian exile. The historical rhythm was disrupted in these republics. They were forced to recapitulate in brief, limited histories and more extended experience of the rest of the countries. In 1948, one more nationalist wave went into exile, that of the Greeks who inhabited the areas around the Sea of Azov, the Cuban, the Sakumi. They had done nothing to offend the father during the war, but now he avenged himself on them for his failure in Greece or insanity during the last year of Stalin's life. A wave of Jews became noticeable from 1950 on. They were hailed and little by little as cosmopolites, and that was why the doctor's case was cooked up. It would appear that Stalin intended to arrange a great massacre of Jews, but this became the first plan of his life to fail. God told him, apparently with the help of human hands, to depart from his ribcage. The preceding exposition should have made it clear, one would think, that in the removal of millions and in the overpopulating of the Gulag, consistent cold-blood planning and never-weakening persistence were at work. That they were never did have any empty prisons, merely prisons which were full of prisons which were very, very overcrowded. And that while you occupied yourself to your heart's content, studying the safe secrets of the atomic nucleus, researching the content, studying the safe secrets of the atomic nucleus, researching the influence of Heidegger and Sartre, and collecting Picasso reproductions, while you rode off in your railroad sleeping compartment to vacation resorts, or finished building your country house. In Moscow, the Black Marias rolled incessantly through the streets, and the gay city, the state security men knocked at doors and rang doorbells, and I think this exposition proves that organs always earned their pay. Chapter 3, The Interrogation. If the intellectual in the plays of Chekhov, who spent all of their time guessing what would happen in 20, 30, or 40 years, had been told that in 40 years interrogation by torture would be practiced in Russia, and with that prisoners would have their skulls squeezed within iron rings, that human beings would be lowered into acid baths, that they ramrod heated over a Primus steel stove would be thrust up their anal canal, the secret brand, that a man's genitals would be slowly crushed beneath the toe of a jackboot, and that in the luckiest possible circumstance, there's prisoners who would be tortured by being kept from sleeping for a week by thirst and by being beaten to a bloody pulp, not one of Chekhov's, by thirst and by being beaten to a bloody pulp, not one of Chekhov's plays would have gotten to its end, because all of the heroes would have gone off 10 insane asylums. Yes, not only Chekhov heroes, but what normal Russian at the beginning of the century, including any member of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, could have believed, would have tolerated such a slander against the bright future, what had been acceptable under Tsar Alexei Mikhailov in the 17th century, what had already been registered as barbarianism under Peter the Great, what might have been used against 10 or 20 people in all during the time of Biron and in the mid-18th century, what had already become totally impossible under the Catherine the Great, was all being practiced during the flowering of the glorious 20th century in a society based on socialist principles, and at a time when aeroplanes were flying and the radio was talking, and that talking films, and had already appeared not by one scoundrel alone in one secret place, but by tens of thousands, especially trained human beasts standing over millions of defenseless victims. Was it only that explosion of activism, which is now evasively called the cult of personality, that was so horrible, or was it even more horrible that during those same years, in 1937, himself, we celebrated Pushkin's Centennial, and that we shamelessly continued to stage the self-shamed Chekhov plays, even though the answer to them had already come in. Is it not still more dreadful that we are now being told 30 years later, don't talk about it? If we start to recall the sufferings of millions, we are told it will distort the historical perspective. If we doggedly seek out the essence of morality, we are told it will darken our material progress. Let's think rather about the blast furnaces, the rolling mills that were built, the canals that were dug. No, better not talk about the canals, and maybe about the gold of the Kolyma. No, we ought not to talk about that either. Well, we can talk about anything as long as we do it adroitly, so long as we glorify it. It is really hard to see why we condemn the Inquisition. Wasn't it true? And besides the autos da fe magnificent services were offered the Almighty, it is hard to see why we are so drawn on the serfdom. After all, no one forbade the peasants to work every day, and they could sing carols at Christmas too, and for Trinity Day, the girls wore wreaths. In his dictionary of definitions, Dahl makes the following distinctions. An inquiry is distinguished from investigation by the fact that it is carried out to determine whether there is a basis for the proceedings to an investigation. On sacred simplicity, the organs have never heard of such a thing as an inquiry. List of names prepared up or above, or an initial suspicion, or a denunciation by an informer, or an anonymous denunciation, were all that was needed to bring about the arrest of the suspect, followed by the inevitable formal charge. The time allotted for the investigation was not used to unravel the crime, but in 95 cases out of 100, to exhaust, wear down, weaken, and render helpless the defendant so that he would want it to end at any cost. As long as 1999, the chief method used by the interrogator was a revolver on the desk, that was how they investigated not only political but also ordinary misdemeanors and violations. After the trial of the Main Fuels Committee, 1921, the accused, Makrovzikia, complained at her interrogation that she had been drugged with cocaine. The prosecutor replied, if she had declared that she had been treated rudely, that would have threatened to shoot her. This might just be barely believable, but frightening revolver lies there, and sometimes it is aimed at you, and the interrogator doesn't tire himself out thinking up what you are guilty of, but shouts, come on, talk! You know what you're talking about. This was what the interrogator Kokin demanded of Skripinova. That was what they demanded of Vitkiovsky in 1929, and 25 years later, nothing had changed. In 1952, Anna Skripinova, and undergoing her fifth imprisonment, Sikakov, chief of the investigative department of the Orchanodsky State Security Administration, said to her, the prison doctor reports you have a blood pressure of 240 to 120. That's too low, you bitch. We're going to drive it up to 340 so you'll kick the bucket, you viper. And with no black and blue marks, no beatings, no broken bones, we'll just not let you sleep. This was in her 50s at the time, and if the back in her cell, after a midnight spent in interrogation, she closed her eyes during the day, the jailer broke in and shouted, open your eyes, or I'll haul you off to that cot by the legs and tie you to the wall standing up. As early as 1922, 1921, interrogation usually took place at night. At the time, too, they shone automobile lights in the prisoner's face, and at the Lubyanka in 1926, they made use of the hot air heating system to fill the cell first with icy cold and then fill it with stinking hot air. And there was an airtight cork-lined cell in which there was no ventilation, and they cooked the prisoners. A participant in the Yaroslav uprising of 1918, Vasil Aleksandrovich Kasyanov described how the heat in such a cell was turned up until your blood began to ooze through your pores. When they saw this happening to the people, they would put the prisoner on a stretcher and take him off to sign his confession. The hot and salty methods of the gold period are well known, and in Georgia in 1926, they used lit cigarettes to burn the hands of prisoners under interrogation. In particular prison, they published prisoners in cesspool in the dark. There is a very simple connection here. Once it is established, the charges had to be brought at any cost, and despite everything, threats, violences, tortures became inevitable. And the more fantastic the charges were, the more ferocious the interrogations had to be in order to face the required confession, given the fact that cases were always fabricating violence, torture had to accompany them. They were always fabricated violence and torture had to accompany them. This was not peculiar in 1937 alone. It was chronic, real, more fantastic. The charges were more, and today reading the recollections of Tomaszek's that torture was permitted from the spring of 1938. There were never any spiritual, moral barriers which could have held the organs back from torture. In the post-war years, the Checker Weekly, the Red Sword, the Red Terror, at the admissibility of torture, when a Marxist point of view was openly debated, judging by the subsequent source of events. The answer deduce positive, though not universally so. It is more accurate to say so that it is before 1938, so some kind of formal documentation was required as a preliminary to torture as well. Specific permissions for each case under investigation, even though such permissions was easy to obtain even in those years, in view of the extraordinary situations prevailing. The specified millions of admissions to the archipelago had to be ground through the apparatus of individuals' interrogation in specified limited periods, something which had simply not happened in the massive waves of kulaks and nationalities. Interrogators were allowed to use violence and torture on the unlimited basis of their own discretion and in accordance with the demands of their work quotas and the amount of time they were given. The types of torture used were not regulated, and every kind of ingenuity was permitted, no matter what. In 1939, such indiscriminate authorization was withdrawn, and once again, written permission was required for torture. All may not have been so easily granted. Of course, simple threats, blackmail, description, exhaustion, to enforce sleeplessness, and then from end of the war and throughout the post-war years, certain categories of prisoners were established by degree for whom a broad range of torture was automatically permitted. Among these nationalists, particularly the Ukrainian and the Lithuanians, especially in those cases where an underground organization existed or was suspected that had to be involved in those already arrested. It would also be incorrect to ascribe to 1937 the discovery that the personal confession of an accused person was more important than any other kind of proof of facts. This concept had been formulated in the 20s, and in 1937 was just the year when the brilliant teaching of Vyshinsky came into its own. Incidentally, even at the time for teaching, it was transmitted only to interrogators and prosecutors for the time, the sake of the rest of us only learned about it 20 years later, when it had already come into disfavor. Although subordinate clauses and minor paragraphs, paper articles, which treated and subjected as it had long been widely known to all, it turns out that Jag in the terrible year Andrei Yanurovich, one long blurt out to Yanurovich, Vyshinsky availed himself of the most flexible dialects of sort nowadays not permitted either Soviet citizen or electronic calculator. Since then, yes is yes and no is no, pointed out in a report which became famous in certain circles that it is never a possibility for mortal men to become famous in certain circles that it is never possible for mortal man to establish absolute truth, but relative truth only. He then proceeded to further step which jurists of the last 2,000 years had not been willing to take, that the truth established that interrogation and trial could not be absolute, but, so to speak, relative. Midnight, then, when we sign a sentence ordering someone to be shot, we can never be absolutely certain, but only approximately in view of certain hypothesis, and in a certain sense that we are punishing a guilty person. Thence arose the most practical conclusion that it was useless to seek absolutely evidence, for evidence is always relative or unchallengeable. Witnesses, for they can say different things at different times, the proofs of guilt were relative, approximate, and the interrogator could find them even when there was no evidence and no witness, without leaving his office, basing his conclusions not only on his own intellect, but also on his party's sensitivity, his moral forces. If only one respect did Vyshinsky fail, to be consistent and retreat from dialect logic. For some reason, the executioner's bullet, which he allowed, was not relative, but absolute. Thus, it was the conclusion of advanced Soviet jurisprudence, proceeding in a spiral, returning to barbaric and medieval standards, like medieval tortures, how interrogators, prosecutors, and judges agreed to accept the confession of the accused as the chief proof of guilt. However, the simple-minded Middle Ages used dramatic, picturesque methods to squeeze out the desired confessions, the rack wheel, the bed of nails, impalement, hot coals, etc. in the 20th century, taking advantage of our more highly developed medical knowledge and extensive prison experience and developed medical knowledge and extensive prison experience, and someone seriously defended a doctoral dissertation on this theme. People came to realize that the accumulation of such impressive apparatus was superfluous, and that on a mass scale it was also cumbersome. And in addition, there was evidently one other circumstance. As always, Stalin did pronounce that the final word, and his subordinates had to guess what it was that he wanted. Thus, like a jackal, he left himself an escape hole so that he could, if he wanted, beat a retreat and write some dizziness from success. After all, for that first time in human history, the calculated torture of millions was being undertaken, and even with all his strength and power, Stalin could not be absolutely sure of success. In dealing with such enormous mass of material, the effective of the experiment might differ from those obtained. A smaller sample, an unforeseen explosion might take place, a slippage in a geological fault, or even a worldwide disclosure. In any case, Stalin had to remain innocent, his sacred vestments angelically pure, and we therefore forced to conclude that no list of torture or torment existed in printed form for the guidance of interrogations. Instead, all that was required was for every interrogation department to supply the internal tribunal with a specified period with a stipulated number of rabbits who had confessed everything. It was simply stated orally, but that any measure and means employed were good, since they were being used for lofty purposes, and that no interrogator would be made to answer for the death of an accused, and that the prison doctor should interfere as little as possible with the course of the investigation. In all probability, they exchanged experiences in readily fashion. They learned from the most successful workers. Then, too, material rewards were offered high pay for night work, bonus pay for fast work, and there were also definitive warnings that interrogators who could not cope with their tasks, even the chief of some provincial NKVD administration, if some sort of message developed, could show Stalin his hands were clean. He had issued no direct instructions to use torture, but at the same time he had ensured torture would be used. Let's try to list some of the simplest methods which break the will. All of the character of the prisoners without leaving the marks on the body. Let us begin with psychological methods. These methods have been enormous and even annihilating impact on rabbits who have never been prepared for prison suffering. And it isn't easy even for a person who has strong convictions. First of all, night. Why is it that all of the main work of breaking down human souls went on at night? Why, from the very earliest years, did the organ select the night? Because at night, the prisoner's torn from sleep, even though he has not been tortured by sleeplessness, lacks his normal daytime equanimity. The common scene is more vulnerable. Two, persuasion. In a sincere tone is the very simplest method. Why? Play at a cat and mouse, so to speak. After all, having spent time among other undergoing interrogations, the prisoner has come to see what the situation is. And so the interrogator says to him in a lazily friendly way, look, you're going to get a prison term whatever happens. But if you resist, you'll croak right here in prison. You'll lose your health. But if you go to camp, you'll have fresh air and sunlight. So why not sign right now? Very logical. And those who agree and sign are smart. If the matter concerns only themselves, but that's rarely so. A struggle is inevitable. Another variant of persuasion is particularly appropriate to the party member. If there are shortages of even famine in the country, then you, as a Bolshevik, have to make up your mind. Can you admit the whole party is to blame? Or the whole Soviet government? No, of course you can't. The director of the flax depot hastened to reply, then he be brave. And shouldn't blame yourself? And he did. Foul language. It is not a clever method, but it can have a powerful impact on people who are well brought up, refined, delicate. I know of 2 cases involving priests who capitulated to foul language alone. One of them, in the Butriki in 1944, he was being interrogated by a woman. At first, when he came back to our cell, he couldn't say often enough how polite she was, but once he came back, very despondent, and for a long time, he refused to tell us how, with her legs crossed high, she had begun to curse. I regret that I cannot cite one of her little phrases here. For psychological contrast was sometimes effective. Suddenly reversals of tone, for example, a whole part of the interrogation period. The interrogator would be extremely friendly, addressing the prisoner formally by first name and patronymic and promising everything. Suddenly, would brandish the paperweight, the shout, "Fuck you, rat. I'll put 9 grams of lead in your skull." And he would advance on the accused, clutching hands outstretched as if to grab him by the hair. Fingernails like needles. This worked every time with women prisoners. Or, as a variations on this, 2 interrogators would take turns. One would shout, bully. The other would be friendly and almost gentle. Each time the accused entered the office, he would tremble. Which would it be? He wanted to do everything to please the gentle one. Because of his different manner, even to the point of signing and confessing to things that had never happened. Preliminary humiliation was another approach in the famous calls of the Rostov-on-the-Don GPU, which were lit by lens-like inside of thick glasses in the sidewalk above the former storage basement. Prisoners awaited interrogation were made to lie face down for several hours in the main corridor and forbidden to raise their heads to make a sound. These laid awake like Muslims on a prayer until the guards touched the shoulder and took them off to interrogation. Another case at Lubyanka, Aleksandr Ovar refused to give the testimony demanded of her. She was transferred to Lefertovo. In this admitting office, a woman jailer ordered her to undress, allegedly for a medical examination, took her clothes and locked her in a box naked, and at that point the men jailer began to peer through the peephole and to appraise her female attributes. If one were systematically to question the former prisoners, many more such examples would soon emerge. They all had but one signal purpose: to dishearten and to humiliate. 6. Any method of inducing extreme confusion into the accused might be employed here. Here is how the FOB from Krasnodar province and interrogated from the reported during the interrogation, the interrogator woman undressed in front of him by stages, all the time continuing the interrogation, as if nothing was going on. She'd walk about the room and come close to him and try to get him to give in. Perhaps it's like satisfying some personal quirk in her, but it may also have been like a cold-blooded calculation, an attempt to get the accused so muddled that he would sign. And she was in no danger. She had a pistol and she had an alarm bell. Intimidation. was very widely used and was very varied. It often accompanied by enticement and by the promises, which were of course all false. If you didn't confess, you'd go to Solopsky Island. Anybody who confesses is turned loose. And if, in 1944, which camp you'll be sent to depends on us. Camps are different. We've got hard labor camps now. You've got confess, you go on easy camp. If you're stubborn, you get 25 years in handcuffs and a mines. Another form of intimidation was threatening a prisoner with a prisoner worse than the one he was in. If prison with a prison worse than the one he was in. If you keep on being stubborn, we'll send you to Lefortovo if you're already in Lubyanka, to Sakanovo if you're in Lefortovo. They'll find another way to talk you here. You have already gotten used to things where you are. The regiment seemed to be not so bad. To what kind of torments await you elsewhere? Yes, and you also have to be transported there should you give in. Intimidation worked beautifully on those who had not yet been arrested, but had simply received an official summon 10 on the Bolshoi Dom, the big house. He or she still had a lot to lose. He or she was frightened of everything, that they wouldn't let him out or her today, that they wouldn't confiscate his or her belongings or apartments. He would be ready to give all kinds of testimony and make all kinds of concessions in order to avoid these dangers. She, of course, would be ignorant of the criminal code, and at the very least, at the start of the questioning, they would put a sheet of paper in front of her with a fake city from this code. I have been warned, but they're giving false testimony, 5 years of imprisonment. In actual fact, under Article 2 years for refusal, 5 in actual. Here, then, is more of the interrogator's basic method has entered the picture, will continue to re-enter the lie. The lambs were forbidden to lie about the interrogator, could tell all the lies he wanted. Those articles, the law did not apply to him, and even lost the yardstick. Even with Gage, what is he getting? What does he get for lying? He could confront us with as many documents as he chose, bearing he forged signatures in our kinfolk and friends. It would be just a skillful interrogation technique. Intimidation through enticement and lies was their fundamental method of bringing pressure on the relatives and the arrested person when they were called to give testimony. If you don't tell us and such, whatever we're asking, it's going to be the worst for you. You'll be destroying him, completing, how are you, signing the paper, destroy him. Very well. Under the harsh news, the Tsarist Emperor, close relatives refused to testify, and even if they gave testimony at a preliminary investigation, they choose to repudiate it and refuse to permit it to court. Curiously enough, the kinship or acquaintance with the criminal and never in itself considered evidence. Playing on one's affection for those one loved was a game that works beautifully on the accused as well as on the most effective of all methods, intimidation. One could break even totally fearless. Person through his concern for those he had loved, oh how he foresighted was the saying, a man's family or his enemies remembered the Tatar, who bore his sufferings, his own and those of his wife, but could not endure his daughters in the 1930s. Rummels, a woman interrogator, used to threaten, will arrest your daughter and lock her in a cell with syphilis, and that was a woman. and they wouldn't threaten to arrest us. Everyone you loved. Sometimes this would be done. This with sound effects. Your wife has already been arrested in the next room. Just listen. And though all the war, you can actually hear a woman weeping and screaming. After all, they all sound alike. You're hearing it through the wall, and you're under terrific strain and not in a state to play. The expert on voice identification, sometimes they simply play a recording of the voice, typical wife, soprano, contralto, a labor-saving device suggested by some inventive genius, and then, without fakery, they'll actually show her to you through a glass door as she walks along in silence, head down in grief. Yes, your own wife. In the corridors of state security, you have destroyed her by your stubbornness. She has already been arrested. In actual fact, she has simply been summoned in the connection with some significant procedure. A question and sent to the coroner, and just at the right moment, after being told, don't raise your hand or you'll keep it there. Or after they give you a letter to read, and the handwriting is exactly hers. I renounce you. After the fill they have told me about you, I don't need you anymore. And since such wives do exist, in the contrary, and such letters as well, you are left to ponder in your heart, is that kind of your wife? Is that what she really is? Just as there is no classification in nature with rigid boundaries, it is impossible to rigidly separate psychological methods from physical ones. Where, for example, should we classify the following amusement? 10. Sound effects. The accused is made to stand for 20 to 25 feet away and is then forced to speak more and more loudly and to repeat everything. This is not easy for someone already weakened to the point of exhaustion. 2 megaphones are constructed of rolled up cardboard. Interrogators come closing, the prisoner bellow, and both ears confess you rat. The prisoner is deafened sometimes. He actually loses his sense of hearing, but this method is uneconomical. The fact is that the interrogators like some diversion in their monotonous work, and so they vie in thinking up new ideas. Tickling. This is also a diversion. This prisoner's arms and legs are bound to be held down, and then the inside of his nose tickled with a feather. Prisoner wrists. It feels as though someone's drilling into his brain. 12. Cigarette. Put out on the accused skin, already mentioned. 13. Light. Effects involve the use of an extreme bright electrical light. In the small white walled cell or box in which the accused is being held, a light which is never extinguished, the electricity saved by the economies of school children and housewives, your eyelids become inflamed, which is very painful. And then in the interrogation room, searchlights are again used directly into your eyes. Here's another imaginative trick. On Eve May 1st, 1933, in the Khabarovsk GPU, for 12 hours all night, Chebatyarov is not interrogated, no, but he's simply kept in a continual state of being led to interrogation. Hey, you, hands behind your back. They led him down to the cell, up to the stairs quickly, into the interrogator's office. Guard left, but the interrogator, without asking one single question, and sometimes without even allowing Chebatyarov to sit down, they just pick up the telephone, take away the prison from another guy, and so they come down, get him, took him back to his cell no sooner, and he just and he laying down on his board bunk and then looked rattled. To interrogation, hands behind your back. And when you got there, take away the prisoner. For that matter, the methods of bringing pressure to bear can begin a long time before you actually get to the interrogator's office. 15. Prison. Begins with the box. In other words, what amounts to a closet or packing case the human being has already been taken from freedom. It's still in a state of inner turmoil, ready to explain, to argue, to struggle, is when he first sets foot in a prison, clapped into a box, which sometimes has a lamp and a place where he can sit, but which sometimes is dark and constructed in such a way that he can only lay there for several hours or for half a day. During those hours, he knows absolutely nothing. Will he perhaps be confined there all his life? He has never even in his life encountered anything like this, and he cannot guess at the outcome. Those first hours are passing when everything inside him is still ablaze. From the uninstalled storm in his heart, some become despondent, and that's the time to subject them to their first interrogation. Others become angry. That too is also a good time, for they may insult the interrogator right up the start or make a slip, and it will just be easier for them to cook up the case. 16. When boxes were in short supply, they had to have another method. In the Novichok NKVD, Yelena Solzhenitsyn was forced to remain seated on a stool in the corridor for 6 days in such a way that she did not lean against anything, did not sleep, did not fall off, and did not get up from it. 6 days just trying to sit there, 6 hours. Then again, as a variation, the prisoner can be forced to sit on a tall chair of the kind used in laboratories so that his feet do not reach the ground. They become so numb in this position and they just leave him there for 10 hours. Or else during the interrogation itself, when the prisoner is out of plain view, and he can be forced to sit in this way as far forward as possible on the front edge, moves further forward of the chair, not allowed to stir. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Just try it yourself. Depending on your local 17. Depending on local conditions, a divisional pit can be substituted for the pits that was done in the Gorbachevsky army camps during World War II. The prisoner was put into a pit 10 feet, 6 feet and a half across, and then beneath the open sky ran hail or shine. The pit was just for several days, both him and his cell latrine, and 10.5 ounces of bread on a cord. Imagine yourself in this situation. So just after you've been arrested, when you're all in boil, these are identical orders to all special branches of the Red Army, or else the similarities of these situations in the field led to broad use of this method. Thus, in the 36th Motorized Infantry Division, a unit which took part in the Battle of Khalkhin and which was encamped in the Mongolian desert in 41, a newly arrested prisoner was, without explanation, given a spade by his chief of special branch, Samuelyev, in order to dig a pit, these exact dimensions of a grave. Here is a hybridization of physical and psychological methods. When the prisoner had dug deeper than his own weight, they ordered him to stop and get in. That kept his head was no longer visible. One guard was in over several such pits, and it was so he was no protection, empty space. They kept the accused in the desert, no protection from the Mongolian sun. Again, the cold of the night, but no torches. Why waste effort torches? The rations they gave us were 3.5 ounces bread per day and 1 glass per water Lieutenant Shulpanyov died. The boxer, 21, spent a month in prison this way. He was swimming with lice. After 15 days, he was summoned to his interrogation. 18. The accused could be compelled to stand on his knees, not in some figurative sense, but literally stand on his knees without sitting back on his heels, and to do that with his back upright. People would be compelled to kneel in the interrogator's office for 12 or 11 hours to 24 to 48 hours. The interrogator himself could even go home and sleep, mute himself in one way or another. This was an organized system, which was kept over the kneeling prisoner, and the guards worked in the shift. What kind of prisoners was almost vulnerable to such treatment? One was already broken. One was already inclined to surrender. It was also a very good method to use with women. Ivanov Razumov reports a variation. Having set young Lord Kipanidze on his knees, the interrogator urinated on his face, and then what happened? Unbroken by anything. Lord Kipanidze was broken by this, which shows this method also worked well on proud people. 19. Then there is the method of simply compelling a prisoner to stand there. This can be arranged so that the accused stands only while being interrogated, because that's to exhaust. And to break a prisoner down, it can't be set up in another way. So that's the prisoner sits down during interrogation, but is forced to stand up between interrogation, which is set all over him, and the guards see it too, that he doesn't lean against the wall. What is set over him, so the guards doesn't lean against the wall, and if he goes to sleep and falls over, he is given a kick and straighten up. Sometimes even one day of standing is enough to deprive a human being. One day standing up is enough to deprive a human being of all of his strength and to force him to testify to anything at all. 20. During all these torture, which involves standing for 3, 4, and 5 days, they ordinarily deprive men of water. The most natural thing of all is to combine the psychological and physical methods. It is also natural to combine all of the preceding methods together. 21. Sleepiness, which they quite failed to appreciate in medieval times. They did not understand how narrow or the limits within which a human being can preserve his personality intact. Sleeplessness. Yes, combined with standing there. Bright light, terror, and the unknown will of the human being ceases to be himself, to be his own I. As in Chekhov's I Want to Sleep, but it was much easier, for there a girl could lie down, slip into a lapse of consciousness, which even in just a minute would revive and refresh the mind. Of sleepbacks, half unconsciously or altogether unconscious, so that the testimony cannot be held against him. They used to say, "You were not truthful in your testimony, therefore you will not be allowed to sleep." Sometimes a refinement, instead of making the prisoner stand up, they made him sit down on a soft sofa, which made him want to sleep all the more. The jailer and the on duty sat next to him on the same sofa, and they kick him every time he fell asleep. Here is how one victim, who had just sat through out in a box infested with red bugs, describes his feelings after this torture. Chill was great, lots of blood. Irises of the eyes dried out as well. Irises of the eyes dried out, and if someone were holding a red hot iron in front of them, tongue was swollen, thirst and prickled as soon as the hedgehog at the slightest movement, throat racked by spasms and following. They didn't let you sleep. Well, after all, this is not supposed to be a vacation resort. Jesus. The security officials were awake too. They would catch up on the sleep during the day. One can say their sleeplessness became the universal method of the organs. From being one among torture, it became an integral part of the system of the state security. It was the cheapest possible method and did not require the posting of sentries. In all of the interrogation prisons, the prisoners were forbidden to sleep if 1 minute before reveille elapsed. In Canova and several other prisoners used to specifically for interrogate, the cot was folded in half during the day. In other, the prisoners were simply forbidden to lie down and even to close their eyes while seated. Since the major interrogations were all conducted at night, was automated, whoever was undergoing interrogation got no sleep for at least 5 days. Saturday and Sunday nights. The interrogators, they themselves, tried to get some rest. The above method was nothing further implemented by an assembly line of interrogators. Not only were you not allowed to keep sleep, but for 3 to 4 days, shifts of interrogators kept up a continuous interrogation. The bed bug infested box had already been mentioned. In the dark closet made by wooden planks, there were 100, maybe even thousands of bed bugs, which you'd be allowed to multiply. The guards would just remove the prisoner's jacket and just throw it, and immediately the hungry bed bugs assaulted him, crawled into him, and then from the walls, following him from the ceilings. At first, they waged war with them strenuously, crushing them and his body on the walls, suffocating by the stink. But after several hours, he weakened and he let them drink his blood. Ooh. 24 punishment cells. No matter how hard it was in the ordinary cell, always seemed like paradise in the punishment cell. Usually by cold. In Chukhanov's prison, there were also hot punishment cells. For example, Lefortovo punishment cells were entirely unheated. There were radiators in the corridor only, and in this heated corridor, the guards on duty walked in felt boots and padded jackets. The prisoners were forced to undress down to their underwear and sometimes to his undershorts. And he was forced to spend from there to 5 days in the punishment cell without moving, since it was so confining. He received hot gruel on the 3rd day only. For the first few minutes, you were convinced you'd not be able to last an hour, but by some miracle, a human being would indeed sit out 5 days, perhaps, acquiring in the course of it an illness that would last him a lifetime. There were various aspects to punishment cells, as for instance, dampness. In Chernovsky's prison, After the war, Masha G was kept barefooted for the first 2 hours and up to her ankles in icy waters before she confessed. She was 18 years old, and now she feared for her feet. She was going to have to live with them for a long time. 25. Should one consider a variation on the punishment cell? When a prisoner was locked in an alcove as long as 1933, this was one of the ways they tortured S.A. Zhebotirev and the Khabarovsk. They locked him naked in a concrete alcove in such a way that he could neither bend his knees nor straighten him up and change the position of the arms, nor turn his head. And that was not all. They began to drip cold water onto his head, and that was not all. A classic torture, which they ran down his body in rivulets. They did not inform him, of course, or this would go on for 24 hours. It was awful enough, at any rate, for him to lose consciousness. And he was discovered the next day. He was apparently dead. He came to on a hospital bed. They had brought him out of his faint with spirits of ammonia coffee and his body massage. At first, he had no recollection of where he had seen or what had happened. For a whole month, he was useless, even for interrogation. Starvation. Starvation has already been mentioned in a combination with other methods in this book. Nor was it an unusual method to starve the prisoner into confession. Actually, the starvation techniques, like interrogation at night, was an integral element in the actual entire system. Nor was it an unusual method to starve the prisoner into confession as coercion. The miserly prison bread ration accounted to 10 and a half ounces in peacetime, and year in the 1933 and 1945, Libyanka and permitting or prohibiting food parcels. This one family and access to commissary were universally applied to everyone, but there was also the technique of intensified burger. Tulipnev was kept for 1 month on 3.5 months of bread placed in front of him, half a loaf white of bread. Alright, come on. Alright guys, I got a 5-minute break. Thanks so much for being up this late, guys. I got this. This is casual in the bag. I'm not even bloody worried. Thanks, Chigi. Means a lot, mate. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Thanks so much for all the support, guys. You guys are on in so late. Even the Pineapple Express are bloody guys, I'm going to bang this in. There's no way I'm stopping now. There's no bloody road. We'll get it. Tomorrow's day 4. Thanks so much for all your support, hey? And we've raised, I think we've hit 11 grand, which is heaps. And I promised people I'd put the shirts in the background, but my partner, I think she got the wrong ideas. She took them down, but we'll put them back up, I reckon. But the problem is that I can't communicate. So even right now, I'm on my break for the next 30 seconds. But you'll see me stopping reading every 2 minutes or so. We're allowed 30 seconds to like have a water, but I don't know if you can communicate or not. But I've run with that I can't for the last 3 days, so I don't want to fucking do it now. But no, I really appreciate everybody sharing it and stuff. Goes a long way. All right, 5 seconds. Let's get it. Another 2 hours. But Chulpan even today will insist that it was really sliced very attractively. However, he was not given a thing to eat. How ancient it all is. How medieval, how primitive. The only thing new about it was that it was applied in a socialist society. Others too tell about such tricks. They were often tried, but we are going to cite another case involving Chebaturyev because it combined so many methods that put him in the interrogator's office for 72 hours, and the only thing he was allowed was to be taken to the toilet. For the rest, they allowed him neither food nor drink, even though there was water in carafe right next to him, nor was he permitted to sleep. Throughout, there were 3 interrogators in the office, working in shifts. One kept writing something silently without disturbing the prisoner. The second slept on the sofa, and the third walked around the room, and as soon as Chebaturyev fell asleep, got beaten instantly. Then he switched roles. Maybe they themselves were being punished for failure to deliver. And then, all of a sudden, they brought Chebaturyev a meal, fat Ukrainian borscht, chopped fried potatoes, and red wine in a crystal carafe. But because Chebaturyev had an aversion to alcohol all his life, he refused to drink the wine, and the interrogator couldn't go too far in forcing him to, because that would have spoiled the whole game. After he had eaten, they said to him, "Now here's what you have testified to in the presence of 2 witnesses. Sign here." In other words, he was to sign what had been silently composed by one interrogator in the presence of another who had been asleep and a third who had been actively working. On the first very page, Chebaturyev had learned he had been on intimate terms with all the leading Japanese generals, and that he had received espionage assignments from all of them. He began to cross out whole pages. They beat him and threw him out. Blagnin, another Chinese Western Railroad man, arrested him, was put through the same thing, but he drank the wine, and in a state of pleasant intoxication, signed the confession and was shot. Even one tiny glass can have an enormous effect on a famished man, and that was a whole carafe. 27. Beatings. Of a kind leaves no marks. They use rubber truncheons and use wooden mallets and small sandbags. It is very, very painful when they hit a bone, for example, an interrogator jackboot on the shin, where the bone lies just beneath the bone skin. They beat Brigade Commander Karpanik Raven for 21 days in a row. And today, he says, even after 30 years All my bones ache and my head too. In recollecting his own experience and the stories of others, he counts up to 52 methods of torture. Here is one. They grip the hand in a special vice so that the prisoner's palm lies flat on the desk, and then they hit the joints with the thin edge of a ruler, and one screams on the desk, and then they hit the joints with the thin edge of a ruler, and one screams. Should we single out particularly the technique by which teeth are knocked out? They knocked out 8 of Karpanuk's. As everyone knows, a blow of the fist in the solar plex catches the victim in the middle of a breath, leaves no marks whatsoever. The Lefortovo Colonel Sidorov in the post-war period used to take a penalty kick with his shoes at the dangling genitals of a male prisoners. Soccer players who at one time or another have been hit in the groin by a ball know what kind of blow this is like. There is no pain comparison to it, and ordinarily the recipient loses consciousness. 28. In the Novorossiysk NKVD, they invented a machine for squeezing fingernails. As a result, it could be observed later at transit prisons, and that many of them from Novorossiysk had lost their fingernails. And what about the straitjacket? 30. And breaking the prisoner's back, as in the same Kebabovsk GPU in 1933. Or bridling, also known as the swan dive. This was Sukhanovka method, also used in Archangel, where the interrogator Ikvov applied it in 1940. A long piece of rough toweling was inserted between the prisoner's jaws like a bridle. The ends were then pulled back over his shoulders and tied to his heels. Just try lying on your stomach like a wheel with your spine breaking and without water or food for 2 days. It is necessary to go on with the list. Is there much left to enumerate? What won't idle, well-fed, unfeeling people invent? Brother mine, do not condemn those finding themselves in such a situation, turned out to be weak and confessed to more than they should have. Do not be the first to cast a stone at them. All of a sudden, from the children who we are educated and trained for our professions, for our civil duties, the military service take care of our bodily needs, to behave well, even to appreciate beauty. Well, this is last, not really all that much, but neither our education nor our upbringing nor our experience prepares us in the slightest for the greatest trial of our lives, being arrested for nothing and interrogated about nothing. Novels, plays, films, their authors should play themselves, be forced to drink the cup of Gulag to the bottom, depict the types of one meets in the office of interrogators, of chivalrous gardens, of truth, or humanitarianism as our loving fathers. We are exposed to lectures on everything under the sun, and we're even heard in to listen to them. But no one is going to lecture us about the true extended significance of the criminal code, and the codes they themselves are not on open shelves in our libraries. nor sold at newsstands, nor do they fall into the hands of the heedless young. It seems a virtual fairy tale that somewhere at the end of the earth an accused person can avail himself of a lawyer's help. Means having beside you in the most difficult moment of your life a clear-minded ally who knows the law. The principle of our interrogation consists further in depriving the accused of even knowledge of the law. An indictment is presented here, incidentally, is how it is presented, sign it. It's not true, sign it, but I'm not guilty. It turns out that you are being indicted under the provisional of Article 5810, Part 2, 5811 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Republic. Sign. But what do these sections say? Let me read the code. I don't have sign it. Well, get it from your department head. He doesn't have it either. Sign it. But I want to see it. You're not supposed to see it. It is written here for you, but for us, you don't need it. I'll tell you what it says. These sections spell out exactly what you are guilty of. And anyway, at this point, your signature doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that you agree with the indictment, but you have read it. That's it's presented to you. All of a sudden, a new combination of letters, UPK, flashes by one of these pieces of paper. Sense of caution is aroused. What's the difference between the UPK and the UK Criminal Code? If you've been lucky enough to catch the interrogator when he's in a good mood, he will explain to you that the UPK is a code of criminal procedure. What? This means that you are two distinct codes, not just one, of whose contents are completely ignorant, even as you are being trampled under the provisions. Since that time, 10 years ago have passed, and 15, the grass grown thick over the grave of my youth. I served out my term and even external exile as well, and nowhere neither in the cultural education sections of the camps, nor in district libraries, nor even in medium-sized cities. Have I seen with my own eyes, held in my own hands, been able to buy, obtain, or even ask for the code of Soviet law? And of the hundreds of prisoners I knew who had gone through interrogation and trial, and more than once too, who had served sentences in camp and in exile, no one had ever seen the code or held it in their hand. It was only when both codes were 35 years old and on the point of being replaced by new ones that I saw them, two little paperback brothers, the UK and Criminal Code and the UPK Code of Criminal Procedure, on a newsstand in the Moscow subway. Because they were outdated, it had been decided to release them for general circulation. I read them today, touched with emotion. For example, the UPK, the Code of Criminal Procedure. The interrogator does not have the right to extract testimony or a confession from an accused by means of compulsion and threats. It was as if though they had foreseen it. Article 11. The interrogator is obliged to establish clearly all the relevant facts, both attending towards guilty acquittal and which might lessen the accused's measures of guilt. But it was I who helped establish Soviet power in October. It was I who shot Kolchak. I told part of the dispossession of the Kulaks. I wounded twice in the war. I have 3 orders and decorations. You're not being tried for that. History. The bared teeth of the interrogator. Whatever good you may have done has nothing to do with the case. Article 139. The accused has the right to set forth his testimony in his hand and to demand the right to make corrections in the deposition written in the interrogator. Oh, if we had only known that in time. But what I should say is, if that were only the way it really was. We were already vainly imploring the interrogators not to write my repulsive slanderous fabrications instead of my mistake statement, or not to write our underground weapons arsenal instead of my rusted Finnish knife. If only the defendants had been first taught some prison science, if only interrogations had been run through in rehearsal, and only afterwards for real. They didn't, after all, play the interrogation game with the second termers in 1948. It would have gotten them nowhere. But newcomers had no experience, no acknowledgement, and there was no one from whom to seek advice. The loneliness of the accused. That was one more factor in the success of this unjust interrogation. The entire apparatus, through its full success of unjust interrogation, wait on lonely and inhibited will from the moment of this arrest and throughout the entire shock period of the interrogation. The prisoner was ideally to be kept entirely alone in his cell, in the corridor, on the stairs, in the office. He was not supposed to encounter others like himself. In order to avoid the risk of his gleaning a bit of sympathy, advice, support from someone, smile or glance, the organs did everything to blot out for him his future and distort his present, to lead him to believe that his friends and family had all been arrested, and that material proof of his guilt had been found. It was their habit to exaggerate the power to destroy him and those he loved, as well as their authority to pardon, which the organs didn't even have. They pretended that they was some connected between the sincerity of a prisoner's repentance and a reduction in the sentence, or an easing off of a camp regimen. No such connection ever existed. While the prisoner was still in a state of shock and torment, totally, literally beside himself, they tried to get from him very quickly as many irreparably damaging items of evidence as possible, and to implicate with him as many totally innocent people as possible. Some defendants became so depressed in these circumstances that they even asked not to have the deposition read. They could not stand there hearing them. They asked merely to be allowed to sign them, just to sign it and get it over with. Only all this was over would be the prisoner be released from solitary into a large cell, where in belation, desperation, he would discover and continue and count over his mistakes one by one. How was it possible not to make mistakes in such a duel? Who could have failed to make a mistake? Who said that ideally he was to be kept alone? However, in the overcrowded prisons in 1937, and for that matter, 1945, as well, this ideal of solitary confinement for newly arrested defendants could not be attained. Almost from his first hours, the prisoner was in fact terribly overcrowded in a common cell. But there were virtues, and this arrangement too, which more than made up for its flaws. The overcrowding of the cells not only took the place of highly confined solitary box, but also assumed the character of first-class torture itself, one that was particularly useful because it continued for whole days and weeks, and with no effort on the part of the interrogators. The prisoners tortured the prisoners. The jailers pushed so many prisoners into the cell that not everyone had even a piece of floor. Some were sitting on others' feet, and people walked on people and couldn't even move about at all. Thus, in the Kishinev KPZ cells for preliminary detention in 1945, they pushed 18 prisoners into a cell designed for solitary confinement of one person. In Lugansk, 1937, it was 15. And in 1938, Ivanov Razuminik found 140 prisoners in a standard butyric cell intended for 25, with the toilet so overburdened that prisoners were taking to the toilet only once a day, sometimes at night, and the same thing was true of their outdoor walk as well. That same year in Butrick, those newly arrested who had already been processed through the bath and the boxes sat on the stairs for several days at a stretch, waiting for departing prisoners' transports to leave and release space in the cell. It had been imprisoned in the Butrick 7 years earlier, 1931, and says that it was overcrowded under the bunks and that prisoners lay in the asphalt. I myself was imprisoned 7 years later, in 1945, and it was just the same. But recently I received MKBCH valuable personal testimony about overcrowding in Birchuk, 1918. In October that year, during the second month of the Red Terror, it was so full that they even set up a cell for every 70 women in the laundry. When then was the Butrick not crowded? Fair. It was Ivanov Razuminik who, in the Lubyank reception kennel, calculated for weeks at a time that there were 3 persons for each square yard of floor space. Just as an experiment, tried to fit 3 people into that space. But this too is no miracle. In the Vladimir internal prison in 48, 30 people had to stand in a cell 10 feet in size. In this kennel, there was neither ventilation nor a window, and the prisoner's body heat and the breathing raised the temperature to 40 to 45 degrees centigrade, 104 to 113 degrees Fahrenheit, and everyone sat there in undershorts with their winter clothes piled beneath them. And their naked bodies were presented against each other, and they got eczema from one another's sweat. They sat like that for weeks at a time, and they were given neither fresh air nor water, except for gruel and tea in the morning. And if at the same time the latrine bucket replaced all the other types of toilet, or if on the other hand there was no latrine bucket for use. Between trips to an outside toilet, he was, as was the case in several Siberian prisons. And if 4 people ate from one bowl sitting on each other, knees, and if someone hauled up for interrogation and then someone else pushed in, beaten up, sleepless and broken, and if the appearance of such broken men was more persuasive than any threats on the part of the interrogators, and if by then death of any camp whatsoever seemed easier to a prisoner who had been left unsummoned for months than his tormented current situation, perhaps this really did replace the theoretically ideal isolation in solitary, and you could not always decide in such porridge of people of whom to be forthright. Perhaps this really did not replace solitary, and you could not always decide on the porridge of people who to be forthright, and you could not always find someone from whom to seek advice. And you could believe, and you would believe in the tortures and beatings, not when the interrogator threatened to you with them, but when you saw their results on other prisoners. You could learn from those who had suffered that they could give you a saltwater douche in the throat or then leave you in a box. for a tormented day by the thirst, Kaepernick, or that they might scrape the skin off a man's back with a greater till of blood and then oil on it with turpentine. Brigade Commander Rudolf Pinsov underwent both treatments. In addition, they pushed needles under his nails and poured water into him in bursting point, demanded that he confess to have wanted to turn his brigade of tanks against the government during the November parade. And for Aleksandrov, the former head of the arts section of the All-Union Society for Cultural Relations in Foreign Countries, who has a broken spinal column which tilts to one side and who cannot now control his tear ducts because he cannot stop crying. One can learn. Abakumov himself could beat in 1948. Yes, the Minister of State for Security, Abakumov himself, did not by any means spurn such menial labor. He was not averse to taking rubber truncheons to his hands every once in a while, and his deputy, Ryumin, was even more willing. He did this at Shukhanovka in the general's interrogation office. The office had imitation walnut paneling, and the walls silk portieres at the windows and doors, and great Persian carpets, and the floor. In order to spoil all this beauty, a dirty runner bespattered with blood was rolled out on top of the carpet. And when a prisoner was being beaten, when Ryumin was doing the beating, he was assisted not by some ordinary guard, but by a colonel, and so Ryumin, politely stroking his rubber truncheon, which was 4 centimeters an inch and a half thick. You have to have survived trial by sleeplessness with honor. Aleksandr Dolgin, who had cleverly managed to last month without sleep by sleeping while he was standing up. So now we will try the club. Prisoners can't take more than 2 or 3 sessions of this. Let down your trousers and lie down on the runner. The colonel sat down on the prisoner's back. Aleksandr Dolgin was going to count the blows. He didn't yet know it, but a blow from a rubber truncheon on his sciatic nerve, when the buttocks might have disappeared as a consequence of a prolonged starvation. The effect is not felt in the place where the blow is delivered. It explodes inside of your head. After the first blow, the victim was mad with pain and broke his nails on the carpet. Ryumin beat away, trying to hit accurately. The colonel pressed down on Aleksandr Dolgin's torso. This was just the right sort of work for 3 big-shouldered board stars, assisting the all-powerful Ryumin. After the beating, the prisoner could not walk and, of course, was not carried. They just dragged him along the floor. What was left of his buttocks was soon so swollen that he could not button his trousers, and yet there were practically no scars. He was hit by a violent case of diarrhea, and sitting there under latrine buckets in solitary, Aleksandr Dolgin guffawed. He went through a second and third session when his skin cracked, and Ryumin went wild and started to beat on him on the stomach, breaking through the intestinal wall and creating an enormous hernia, through which Aleksandr Dolgin's intestinal times protruded. This prisoner was taken off to the Butryk hospitals with a case of peritonitis, and for a time, being their attempts to compel him to commit a foul deed were suspended. That is how they can torture you too. After that, it could seem a simple fatherly caress when the Kishinov interrogated Danilov, beat Father Viktor Shapovalovnik across the back of the head with a poker and pulled him by his long hair. It is very convenient to drag a priest around in that fashion. Ordinary layman can be dragged on the beard from one corner to the office to the other. One Richard Owola, a Finnish Red Guard, and a participant in the capture of the British agent Sidney Riley, and commander of the company during the suppression of Kronstadt revolt, was lifted with pliers from day one and of his great moustache, and then by the other, and held for 10 minutes with his feet off the floor. But the most awful thing that they can do with you is this: undress you from the waist down, place you on your back and on the floor, and pull your legs apart. Sit assistance on them from the glorious corps of your sergeants, who also hold down your arms. And when you the interrogator and the woman interrogator have not shrunk from this, stand between your legs and with the toe of the boot or her boot, gradually or steadily, with ever greater pressure, crush against the floor those organs that which once made you a man. He looks in your eye and repeats his questions or the betrayal he is urging on you. If he does not press down too quickly or just shave too powerfully, you still have 15 seconds left to scream, or you will confess to every single thing that you are ready to see arrested all 20 of those people he's been demanding of you, or that you will slander the newspaper, everything that you hold holy, and may you be judged by God and not by people. There is no way out. You have to confess to everything. Whisper the stoolies, those who have been planted in the cell. It's a simple question. Hang on to your health, say people with common sense. You can't get new teeth, and those who have already lost them nod at you. They are going to convict you in any case, whether you confess or whether you don't. Conclude those who have got to the bottom of things. Those who don't sign get shot. Prophesy someone else in the corner out of vengeance, so as not to risk any leak about how they conduct their interrogations. And if you die in the interrogator's office, they'll tell your relatives you've been sentenced to a camp without the right to correspondence, and then you just let them look for you. If you were an Orthodox communist, and then another Orthodox communist will saddle you up, peering about with hostile suspicion, and he'll begin to whisper in your ear so that the uninitiated cannot even hear. It's our duty to support Soviet interrogation. It's a combat situation. We ourselves are to blame. We are too soft, and we now look at war going on, even though they are surrounded by enemies. Just listen to what they are saying. The party is not obliged to account for what it does to every single one of us. It explains the whys and the wherefores. If they ask us what means we should sign up, just another Orthodox communist sidles up. I signed denunciations against 35 people, against all of my acquaintances, and I advise you to drag along as many names as you can in the wake, as many as you can. That way it will become obvious that the whole thing is an absurdity, and they'll let you everyone out. But that's precisely what the organs need. The conscientiousness of the Orthodox communist and the purpose of the NKVD naturally coincide. The NKVD needs just that arch fan names, that fat multiplication. That is the mark of quality of their work. And these are also new patches of the woods in which to set out your snares. Your accomplices, others who share your views. That is what they keep pressing to shake out of everyone. They say that Arlov named Cardinal Rickolau as one of his accomplices, and that the Cardinal was in fact so listed in his depositions, and no one was astonished when by this until Relov was questioned about it in his rehabilitation court proceeding in 1956. I promise I was an orthodox communist. Stalin was necessary to purge that, yes, but party like that was necessary too. The majority of those in power, up to the very top moment of their own arrest, were pitiless, and in arresting others, obediently destroyed their peers, in accordance to the name, was instructed and handed over to retribution. Any friend and comrade in arms yesterday, and all the big Bolsheviks who now wore Mars halos managed to be the executioners of other Bolsheviks, not even taking into account how all of them in the first place had been the executioner of non-communists, perhaps in 1937, we needed in order to show how little or their whole ideology was worth, that ideology of which they boasted so enthusiastically, turning Russia upside down, destroying its foundations, trampling everything it held sacred underfoot, that Russia, where they themselves had never been threatened in such retribution, the victims, despicably as the leading Bolsheviks when the lightning struck them. If you study in detail the whole history and the arrests and the trials of 1936 to 1938, the principal revolution, the revulsion you feel is not against Stalin and his accomplishments, but against the humiliatingly repulsive defendants, nausea at their spiritual base, after their former and applicability. So what is the answer? How can you stand your ground when you are weak and sensitive to pain? When people you love are still alive, when you are unprepared? When you need to make you stronger than the interrogator mind for the whole trial? From the moment you go to prison, you must put your cozy past firmly behind you. The very first threshold you must say to yourself, my life is over. A little early to be sure, but there's nothing to be done about it. I shall never return to freedom. I am content to die. Now, little later, but later on in truth, it will be even harder, and so the sooner the better. I no longer have any property whatsoever. For me, those I love who have died, and for those them I have died. From today on, my body is useless and alien to me. Only my spirit and my consciousness remains precious and important to me. Confronted by such a prisoner, the interrogator will tremble. Only the man who has renounced everything can win that victory. But how can one man turn one's body into stone? Well, they managed to turn some individuals from the Bardiev circle into puppets for trial, but they didn't succeed. They wanted to drag him into an open trial. They arrested him twice. In 1922, he was subjected to a night's interrogation at Solzhenitsyn. At Kamenev, he was there too, which meant, but he too was too averse to using the checker in an ideological conflict. But Berdiev did not humiliate himself. He did not beg or plead. He set forth firmly those religious and moral principles which had led him to refuse to accept the political authority established in Russia. And not only did they come to the conclusion that he would be useless for trial, but they liberated him. A human being has a point of view. And Stoliakorova recalls an old woman who was her neighbor. On the Beatrix bunks in 1937, they kept on interrogating her every night. 2 years earlier, a former metropolitan of the Orthodox Church who had escaped but from exile had spent a night in the prison, had led him to refuse, liberated him on his way through Moscow, but it wasn't the former metropolitan who was the metropolitan truly. I was receiving him. All right, to whom did he go to when he left Moscow? I know, but I won't tell you. The Metropolitan had escaped in Finland via an underground railroad. After her believers, they shook her fist in the little old woman's face, and she replied, "There's nothing hot with me, even if you cut me into pieces. That's all they're afraid of your bosses, and you are afraid of each other, and you are even afraid of killing me." They would lose contact with the Underground Railroad. But I am not afraid of anything. I would be glad to be judged by God right now, this minute. There were such people in 1937 too, who did not return to their cell or bundle their belongings, who chose death, who signed nothing, denouncing anyone and anyone. One can't say that the history of Russian revolutionaries has given us any better example of steadfastness, but there is no comparison anyway, because revolutionaries never knew what a really good interrogation could be, with 52 different methods to choose from, just as ox-cart drivers of Gogol's time could not have imagined speed of a jet plane. Those who have never gone through the receiving line of the meat grind of Gulag cannot grasp the true possibilities of interrogation. We read in Izvestia for May 24, 1959, that Yulia Rumyanatsieva was confined in the international prison of Nazi camp. While they tried to find out from her whereabouts for her husband, who had escaped from the same camp, she knew, but she refused to tell. For a reader who is not in the know, this is a model of heroism. For a bit of Gulag past, it's a model of inefficient interrogation. Yulia did not die under torture. She was not driven insane. A month later, she was simply released, still very much alive and kicking. Chapter 4. The Blue Caps. Throughout the grinding of our soul and the gears of the great nighttime institution, when our souls are pulverized and our flesh hangs down and tatters like a beggar's rags, we suffer too much and are too immersed in our own pain to rivet penetrating and far-seeing gaze those pale night executioners who torture us. A surfeit of inner grief floods our eyes. Otherwise, what historians are of our torturers, we would be, for it is certain that will never describe themselves as they actually are. But alas, every former prisoner remembers his or her interrogation in detail, how they squeezed him and what foulness they squeezed out of him. But often he does not even remember their names, let alone think about them as human beings. So it is with me. I can recall much more than interesting about any of my cellmates than I can about Captain of State Security Yazyapov, with whom I spent no little time with face to face, but the two of us alone in an office. There's one thing, however, which remains with us all as an accurate, generalized recollection: foul rot, a space totally infected with putrefaction, and even when decades later we are long past fits, anger and outrage, in our quiet hearts we retain this firm impression of low, malicious, impious, and possibly muddled people. There is an interesting story about Alexander II and the Tsar, surrounded by revolutionaries who were to make several attempts on his life. He once visited the house of preliminary detention of Spalanyanya, the uncle of the big house, where he ordered them to lock him up in solitary confinement, cell number 227. He stayed in it for more than an hour, attempting thereby to sense the state of mind of those who had imprisoned there. One cannot but admit that for a monarch this was evidence of moral aspiration, but to feel the need and to make the effort to take a spiritual view of the matter But it is impossible to picture any of our interrogators right up to Upper Kamev and Beria, wanting to slip into a prisoner's skin for even an hour, or feeling compelled to sit and meditate in solitary confinement. Their branch of service does not require them to be educated. People of broad culture and broad views, and they are not. Their branch of service does not require them to think logically, and they do not. Their branch of service requires only that they carry out orders exactly and be impervious to suffering, and be that it is what they do and what they are. We who have passed through their hands feel suffocated when we think of that legion which is stripped bare of universal human ideals. Although others might not be aware of it, it was clear to the interrogators, at least, that the cases were fabricated, except at staff conferences where they could not seriously say to one another or to themselves that they were exposing criminals. Nonetheless, they kept right on producing depositions, page after page, to make sure that you were rotted. So the essence of it all turns out to be the credo of blank snow, the underworld of Russian thieves, you today, me tomorrow. They understand that the cases were fabricated, yet they kept on working year after year. How could they? Either they forced themselves not to think, and this in itself is a means of ruin for a human being, and simply accepted that this was the way it had to be, and that the person who gave them the orders was always right. Although others might not be aware of it, it was clear to the interrogators at least that the cases were fabricated, except at staff conferences. They could not seriously say to anyone, oh, they understood that the cases were fabricated, that they kept on working year after year. But didn't the Nazis too, it comes to mind, argue the same way? Or else in the matter of the progressive doctrine? Kolyma, in 1938, the penalty assignment was so touched when M. Who, former director of the Krivov industrial complex, readily agreed to sign an indictment which meant that the second camp term that used the time that they had thus saved to say, you think you get any satisfaction from using persuasion? You have to help do what the party demands. You are an old party member. Tell me, what would you do in my place? Apparently you nearly agreed with him, and it may have been the fact that had it already not been thinking in some such terms that led him to go sign so readily. It is after all a convincing argument, but most often than not, it was merely a matter of cynicism. The Blue Caps understood the workings of the meat grinder, and they loved it. In the understood the working in the Denisovich camps, 1944, interrogator Mironenko said to the condemned Babish with pride in his faultless logic, interrogation that trial are merely judicial collaboration. They cannot alter your fate, which was merely judicial corroboration. They cannot alter your fate, which was previously decided. If it is necessary to shoot you, then you will be shot. Even if you are altogether innocent, if it is necessary to acquit you, no matter how guilty you are, you'll be cleared and acquitted. Just give us a person and we'll create the case. That was what many of them said jokingly. and it wasn't their slogan. What we think a torture, they think of as good work. The wife of the interrogator, Nikolai Grabashenko, the Volga Canal project, said touchingly her neighbors, Kolya is a very good worker. One of them didn't confess for a long time, and then he gave them to Kolya, and Kolya took to him, and within one night he confessed. What prompted them all to slip into a harness and pursue so zealously not truth but totals of the process they condemned? Because I was most comfortable for them not to be different from others, and because these totals meant an easy life, supplementary pay, awards and decorations, promotion and rank, and the expansion of prosperity of Oregons. If they ran up high tools, they could loaf when they felt like it too. Or do you pour or go out and enjoy themselves? That's night, and that is just what they did. Low totals led to their being kicked out of loss of their feedback. For Stalin could never be convinced any district or city military unit might suddenly cease to have enemies. That was why they felt no mercy, but instead an explosion of resentment and rage towards those who maliciously stubborn prisoners who opposed being fitted with the totals, who would not be capitulated to sleep, menaced the interrogator's personal stand. It was as though they were justified. If it is to be war, then war it will be. We'll ram the tube down your throat. Swallow the salt water. Excluded by the nature of their work and by deliberately choice from the higher sphere of human existence. The servitors of the blue institutions lived in their lower sphere with all their greater intensity and avidity. Even there they were possessed and directed by the two strongest instincts in the lower sphere, other than their hunger and sex, greed for power, greed for gain, particularly for power. In recent decades, it has turned out to be more important than money. Power is a poison, well known for thousands of years. If only so one were ever to acquire material power over others, but to the human being who has faith in some force that holds dominion over all of us, and who is therefore conscious of his own limitations, power is not necessarily fatal. For those who, however, who are unaware of any higher sphere, it is a deadly poison. For them there is no antidote. Here, attraction is not the right word. It is intoxication. After all, it is intoxicating. You are still young, still, shall we say, parenthetically, a sniveling youth. Only a little while ago, your parents were deeply concerned about you, and you didn't know where you wanted to launch you into life. You were such a fool, you didn't even want to study, but you got to 3 years of school, that school, and then how you took off and flew, how your situation changed, how your gestures changed, your glance, the turn of your head. They learned counsel of the Scientific Institute's session. You entered there, everyone noticed you were trembles. You don't take the chairman's chair. Those headaches are for the reactor to take in. You sit off one side, but everyone understands that you are head man there. You are the special department, and you can sit there for just 5 minutes and then leave. You have that advantage over professors. You can be called away by more important business, but later on, when you're considering their decision, you will raise your eyebrows, or better still, purse your lips and say to the rector, you can't do that. There are special considerations involved. That's all, and it won't be done. Or else you are an Ossovist, a state security representative in the army, a smash man, a mere lieutenant, but the portly old colonel, the commander of the unit, stands up when you enter the room, tries to flatter you, to play up to you. He doesn't even have a drink with his chief of staff without inviting you to join them. You have a power over all these people in the military unit or factory, a district incomparably greater than that of the military commander, a factory director, secretary, or district communist party. These men control people's military and official duties, wages, reputations, but you can't control people's freedoms, and no one dares speak about you in a meeting, and no one will ever dare write about you in their newspaper. Not only something bad, but anything good. They don't dare your name like that. Jealousy guarded deity. No one cannot even be mentioned. You are there, everyone feels your presence, but it's as though you don't exist. From the moment you don't, they heavenly blue service cup, you stand higher than publicly acknowledged power. No one dares check up on what you do, but no one is exempt from your checking up on him. For of course you are the one and no one else who knows about the special considerations, and therefore you are always right. There is just one thing you must never forget. You too would have just been a poor block of wood if you had not had the luck to become one of the little links in organs, that flexible unitary organism inhabiting a nation as a tapeworm inhabits a human body. Everything is yours. Everything is for you. Just be true to the organs. They will always stand up for you. They will always help you. They will always help you swallow up anyone who bothers you. They will always help you move. Do everything they order you to. They will do the thinking for you in respect to your functions too. The duties of an interrogator require work, of course. You have to come in during the day and night, sit for hours, not split your skull over proof. Let the prisoner's head ache over that. And you don't have to worry about whether the prisoner is guilty or not, but simply do what organs require, and everything will be right. It will be as up to you to make it the interrogation period pass as pleasurable as possible and not to get overly fatigued. And it would be nice to get some good out of it, at least to amuse yourself. You have been sitting a long time, and all of a sudden, a new method of persuasion occurs to you. Eureka. So you call up your friends over the phone, and you go around to the other officers and tell them about it. What a laugh. Who shall we try to get it on, boys? It's really pretty monotonous to keep doing the same thing all the time with those trembling hands, those imploring glasses, that cowardly submissiveness. They are really bore. If you could just get one of them to resist. I love strong opponents. It's just so fun to break their backs. And if your opponent's so strong that he refuses to give in to all of your methods, failed, and you are in a rage, then don't control your fury. It's tremendously satisfying that outburst. Let your anger have it your way. Don't set any bounds. Don't do it. Don't hold yourself back. That is when interrogators spit in the mouth of the accused and shove his face into a full cuspidor. It's a state of mind in which they drag priests around by the hair or urinate in a kneeling prisoner's face. After such a storm of fury, if you feel yourself a real honest to God man, or else you're interrogating a foreigner's girlfriend, so you curse her out, and then you say, "Come on now, does an American have a special kind of, is that it? Weren't there enough Russian ones for you?" And all of a sudden, you get an idea. Maybe she's learned something from the foreigners. Here's a chance not to be missed, like an assignment abroad. And so why you begin to interrogate her energetically. How? More in detail. Every scrap of information. You can use this information yourself. You can tell the other boys. The girl is blushing and in tears. It doesn't have anything to do with the case, she protests. Yes, it does. Speak up. That's power for you. She gives full details. If you want, she'll draw a picture for you. If you want, she'll demonstrate with a body. No way out. In your hand, you hold the punishment cell, prison term. If you have asked for a stenographer to take down the questions and answer, they send one in right away. You can shove your paw down into her bosom, right in front of the boy being interrogated. He's not human being after all, and there is no reason to feel shy in its presence. In fact, there's no reason for you to feel shy with anyone. And if you like the broads, who doesn't? You'd be a fool not to make the most of your position. Some will be drawn to you because of your power. Others will give in out of fear. So you met a girl somewhere, and she's caught your eye. She'll belong to you. Never fear. She can't get away. Someone else's wife has caught your eye. Well, she'll be yours too. Because after all, it's no problem with removing the husband. No, indeed. To know what it means to be a blue cap, one had to experience it. Anything you saw was yours. Any apartment you looked at was yours. Any woman you wanted was yours. Any enemy you struck from your path. The earth benefited your feet was yours. The blue heaven you was yours. It was all, after all, like your cap, sky blue. The passion for gain was their universal passion, after all, in the absence of any checking up. Such power, inevitably used for personal enrichment, one would have had to be wholly to refrain. If we were able to discover the hidden motivation behind individual arrests, we would be astounded to find that, granted the rules governing arrests in general, 75% of the time, the particular choice of whom to arrest, the personal cast of the die, was determined by human greed, spite, and vengefulness. That 75% of the time, 50% of the time, the result was material self-interest on the part of the local NKVD and, of course, the prosecutor too. From this point, I do not distinguish between them. The motivations and actions of the Blue Caps are something too so petty that no one can only be astounded. Security officer Samchenko took a map and case to dispatch a case from an officer he'd arrested in Stafford to use them right in his presence, and by manipulating the documents, he took a pair of foreign gloves from another prisoner. When the armies were advancing, the Blue Caps were especially irritated because they got only second pick of the booty. The counterintelligence officers of the 49th Army, who was arrested me had a yen for my cigarette case, and it was in even a cigarette case, but a small German army box of a tempting scarlet. However, and because of that piece of shit, the list of belongings that were confiscated from me, you can keep it. He thereupon ordered me to be searched again. You can, knowing all that, and to prevent my protest, put him in the punishment cell. Put him in the punishment cell. What Saraskanda me would have dared behave that way towards a defender of the fatherland? Every interrogator was given an allowance, every certain number of cigarettes, so to encourage those willing to confess and to reward stool pigeons. Some of them kept all the cigarettes for themselves. Even in accounting for hours spent in interrogating, they need to cheat. They got hard pay for a night's work, and we used to note the way they wrote down more hours on the night interrogation than what they really spent. Interrogator Fyodorov, Rasheti Station, PO Box 235, stole a wristwatch while searching an apartment of the free person Solzhenitsyn. During the Leningrad blockade, interrogator Nikolai Fyodorovich Khrushchev told Elizaveta Viktorovna Strakovich, wife of the prisoner he was interrogating, K.I. Strakovich, "I want to quit. Bring it to me." When she replied, "All our warm things are in the room. They've sealed." He went to her apartment, and without breaking the state security seal on the lock, unscrewed the entire doorknob. "That's how the MGB works," he explained gaily, and he went in and began to collect the warm things, shoving some crystals in his pockets at the same time. She herself tried to get whatever she could out at the same room, but he stopped her. "That's enough for you," and she kept raking in the booty. There's no end to such cases. One could issue 1,000 white papers. And beginning in 1918, one would need only to question systemically former prisoners and their wives. Maybe there are and were blue caps who never stole anything or appropriated anything for themselves, but I find it impossible to imagine one. I simply do not restrain them if they are liked some particular thing. Way back at the beginning of the Red Youth Front, and were building the first 5-year plan, they were spending their savings, their evenings in saloons, like the one in the apartment of Concordia Iosa, behaving like members of the nobility of Westerners, and their lady friends were showing off their foreign clothes. Where were they getting those clothes? As the folk saying goes, if you speak for the wolf, speak against him as well. Where did the wolf tribe appear from among our people? Does it really stem from our own roots, our own blood? It is our fault. And just so we don't go around flaunting too proudly the white mantle of the just, let everyone ask himself, if my life had turned out differently, might I myself not become just such an executioner? It's a dreadful question if one really answered it honestly. I remember my 3rd year at university in the fall of 1938. We young men of the Commissol were summoned before the district committee not once but twice, scarcely bothering to ask consent, they showed an application form for us, at us. You've had enough physics and mathematics and chemistry. It's more important to your country. Put some official, another who speaks on behalf of you, your motherland, and who knows what she needs. 1 year before, the district committee had conducted a drive among us to recruit candidates for the Air Force School. We avoided getting involved that time because we didn't want to leave the university, but we didn't want to sidestep recruitment. Then, as we did this time, 25 years later, we could think, well, yes, we understood the sorts of arrests that they were being made at the time. This fact that they were torturing people in prisons, and the slime they were trying to drag us into. But it isn't true. After all that, Black Maria's though our streets at night, and we were the same young people who were parading with banners during the day. How could we know anything about those arrests, and why should we think about them? All provincial leaders had been removed, and as far as we were concerned, it didn't matter. 2 or 3 professors had been arrested, but after all, they hadn't been our dancing partners, and it mightn't even be easy to pass our exams now. 20-year-olds, we marched in the ranks. Those born the year of the revolution took place, and because we were the same age as the revolution, the brightest futures lay ahead. It would be hard to identify the exact source of that inner institution that founded on rational arguments which prompted our refusal to enter the NKVD schools. It certainly derived from lectures on historical materialism I listened to. It was clear from them that the struggle against the internal enemy was a crucial battlefront, and material interests at the time. The provincial university we attended should not be promised anything more than the chance to teach in a rural school in a remote area for miserly wages. The NKVD school dangled before us special rations, double or triple pay. Our feelings could not be put into words, and even if we had found the words, fear would have prevented us speaking them out loud to one another. It was not our minds that resisted, but something inside your breast. People can shout at you from all sides, "You must," and your own head can be saying, "You must," but inside your breast, there's a sense of revulsion, repudiation. I don't want to. It makes me feel sick. Do you want without me? I want no part of it. Still, some of us were recruited at the time. And I think that if they had really put the pressure on, they could have broken everybody's resistance. So I would like to imagine if, by the time war broke out, I had already been wearing an NKVD officer's insignia with blue tabs, what would I have become? What do shoulder boards get? What do shoulder boards do to a human being? And where have all the exhortations of grandmother standing before an icon gone? And where are the young pioneer daydreams, future, sacred equality? And the moment when my life was turned upside down, and the smirched officers at the brigade command point tore of my cursed shoulder boards and took my belt away, shoved me along to their automobile. I was pierced to the quick by a wiring howl, and my striped striped on sorry state, I was going to make a new way through the telephone operator, so that the reader who expects this book to be a political expose slam the cover shut right now. If only it were all so simple. If only there were evil people somewhere insidiously committing evil deeds, and it were necessarily only to separate them from the rest of us and destroy them. But the line separating good from evil cuts through the heart of every human being. And who is willing to destroy a piece of his own heart? During the life of any heart, this line keeps changing place, times. It is squeezed one way by exuberant evil, and sometimes it shifts to allow enough space for good to flourish. One and the same human to allow enough space. One and the same human being is at various ages, under various circumstances, a totally different human being. At times, he is close but to being the devil, at times the sainthood, but his name doesn't change, and to what name we ascribe the whole, good and evil. Socrates taught us, know thyself, confronted by the pit into which we are about to toss those who have done us harm. We halt stricken dumb. It is after all only because of the way things worked out that they are worthy executioners, and we weren't. From good to evil is one quiver, says the proverb, and correspondingly from evil to good. Whoever got in the stake either adjusted to the milito or else was thrown out, or eased out, or even fell across the rails himself. Still, were there no good people left? In Kishinev, a young lieutenant Davis went into Father Victor Shipovolnik's a full month before he was arrested. Get away from here. Go away. They plan to arrest you. Did he do this on his own? Or did his mother send him to do it? To warn the priest. After the arrest, the young man who was assigned Father Victor as an escort guard, and they agreed for him. Why didn't you go away? When the interrogator Goldman gave Vera Korenieva the 206 form and non-disclosure to sign, and she began to catch herself on her rights, and all 17 members of their religious group, Goldman raged. But he had to let her study the file in order to not be bored waiting for her. He led her to a large office where half a dozen employees were sitting, and left her there. At first, she read quietly, then a conversation began. Perhaps because the others were bored, and Vera launched aloud into a real religious sermon. One would have had to know her to appreciate this to the full. She was a luminous person with a lively mind and a gift of the eloquent. Even there in the freedom she had between no more than lathe operators to stable girl and a housewife, they listened to her impressively, now and then asking questions in order to clarify something or other. It was catching them from an unexpected side of things. People came in from other offices, and the room filled up. Even though there were only typists, stenographers, file clerks, and not interrogators, in 1946 this was still the Milo of organs. It is impossible to reconstruct her monologue. She managed to work in all sorts of things, including the question of trader and motherland. Why? Why was still certain? It would have been natural to have traders from then, but mostly she spoke about religious faith and religion faith believers. Formally, she declares unbridled passions were the basis for everything. Still, she declared unbridled passions for the basis of everything, stolen goods, and in that state of affairs, religious believers were naturally a hindrance to you. But now, when you went to build and prosper in this world, why do you persecute your best citizens? They represent your most precious material. After all, believers don't need to be watched. They do not steal, they do not shirk. Do you think you can build a just society on a foundation of self-serving and envious people? Everything in the country is falling apart. Why do you spit in the hearts of our best people? Separate church and state properly, and don't touch the church. You will not lose a thing thereby. Are you materialists? Is that the case? Put your faith in education. Is in that possibility that it will, as they say, disperse religion, faith, but why arrest people? At this point, Goldman came in, started to interrupt rudely, but everyone shouted at him, "Shut up, keep quiet, go ahead, woman." And how they should have addressed her, citizens, comrade. Those forms of address were forbidden, and those people were bound by the conventions of Soviet life. But woman, that was a Christ had spoken if you couldn't go wrong here. And Vera continued in the presence of her interrogator. So then, the MGB office. Those people listened to Korneova, and why did the words of an insignificant prisoner touch them so quickly? Why is it that for nearly 200 years, the security forces have hung out in the colors of the heavens? That was where they wore in Lomanov's lifetime. And your blue uniforms. They came blue service caps, blue shoulder boards, blue tabs, and then they ordered to make themselves less conspicuous. And then the blue brims that they were hidden from the gratitude of the people, and everything blue on our heads, shoulders and made narrower until it was just a piping and some marrow rims, still blue. Is this only a masquerade? Or is it that even blackness must every so often, however, partake to media? It would be beautiful to things to the heaven, an eyewitness from the group around Gorky, you who had close to Yagoda at the time, reports that a few of the bathhouses in Yagoda state before just to take a bath, just how we are to understand that as the act of evildoer. What sort of behavior is this? Do such people exist? That there aren't any way. It is permissible to portray evildoers in a story for children, so as to keep the picture simple. But when the great world literature of the past, Shakespeare, Shakespeare, Dickens, inflates and inflates ages of evildoers of the blackest shades, it does seem somewhat farcical and clumsy. They recognize themselves as evildoers, and they know their souls are black, and their reason, I can live unless I do evil, so I'll set my father against my brother. I'll drink the victim's sufferings until I'm drunk with them. Iago very precisely identifies his purposes and his motives as being black and born of hate. But no, that's not the way it is. To do evil, a human must be first of all believe that what he's doing is good. They stopped short at a dozen corpses. Ideology. That is what gives evil doing its long-sought justification. This is what social theory, which helps to make his act seems good instead of bad, in his own and in others' eyes, so that he won't hear reproaches and curses. He will hear, receive praise and honor. That was how the agents of the Inquisition fortified their wills by invoking Christianity. The conquerors of foreign lands by extolling the grandeur of their mothers, the land of the colonizers, by civilizations and the Nazis, by race and the Jacobians, by equality, brotherhood, and the happiness of future generations. Thanks to ideology, the 20th century was fated to experience evil doings on a scale calculated in the millions. This cannot be denied or passed over nor suppressed. Without evildoers, there would have been no archipelago. There was a rumor doing the rounds between 18 to 20. The Petrograd Cheka headed to Uritsky and Odessa Cheka headed by Diich. Do not shoot all those condemned to death, but feed some of them alive to the animals in the city zoos. I do not know whether this is a true calling or if there were any such cases, but I wouldn't set out to look for proof either. Following the practice of the blue caps, I would propose that they prove to us that this was impossible. How else could they get food for the zoos in the famine years? Take it away from the working class? Those enemies were going to die anyway. So why couldn't their death support the zoo economy? Of the Republican and thereby assistant our march into the future, wasn't it expedient? This is what the precise line of the Shakespearean evildoer could not cross. The evildoer with ideology does cross it, and his eyes remain dry and clear. Physics is aware of phenomena which occurs not only at threshold magnitude, which does not exist at all until a certain threshold encoded, but and no to nature. This has been crossed. No matter how intense a yellow light you shine a lithium sample, it will not emit electrons. But as soon as the weak bluish light begins to glow, it does not emit them. The threshold of the photoelectronic effect has been crossed. You can cool oxygen to 100 degrees below 0 centigrade and exert as much pressure as you want. It does not yield but remains a gas. How? As soon as a minus 183 degrees is reached, it liquefies. It begins to flow. Evidently, evil doing also has a threshold maximum. Yes, a human being hesitates and bobs back and forth between good and evil. All his being hesitates. He slips, falls back, clambers up, repents, things begin to darken. But just so long as the threshold of evil doing is not crossed, the possibility of returning remains. And he himself is still within reach out of hope, but when, through the density of evil actions, the result either of their extreme degree or of absoluteness of power, he suddenly crosses that threshold. He has left humanity behind, and without perhaps the possibility of return. From the most ancient times, justice has been a two-part concept: virtue triumphs, and vice is punished. We have been fortunate enough to live to a time when virtue, though it does not bring triumph, it nonetheless not always torments by attacked dogs, beaten down sickly. Virtue has now been allowed to enter its all tatters, and it sits in the corner as long as you don't raise its voice. However, no one dares say a word about vice. Yes, they did mock virtue, but there was no vice in that. Yes, so and so many millions get people mowed down, but no one has to blame for it. And if someone pipes up, what about these how? The answer comes from all sides. Reproachfully, amicably, what are you talking about, comrade? Why open up old wounds? when they go after you with an oven with a oaken club. Shut up. Haven't you had enough yet? You think you've been rehabilitated? In that same period in 1966, 86,000 Nazi criminals had been convicted in West Germany, and still we choke with anger here. We did not hesitate to devote to the subject page after newspapers page in an hour after hour in radio time. We even today stay after our work, attend protest meetings, and vote too few. I must go, I must go. And during the same period in our own country, according to reports from the military collegium of the Supreme Court, about 10 men have been convicted. What takes place beyond the order of the Rhine gets us all worked up. What goes on in the environs of Moscow and behind the green fences near Sochi, or the fact that the murderers of our husbands and fathers ride through our streets and we make way for them as they pass, doesn't get us worked up at all, doesn't touch us up, that would be digging up the past. Meanwhile, if we translate 86,000 West Germans into our terms of the basis of comparative population figures, it would become 250,000. But in quarter century, we have not tracked anyone down. We have not brought anyone to trial. It is their wounds we are afraid to reopen. And as a symbol of them all, the smug and stupid Molotov lies on at Granovsky number 3, a man who has learned nothing at all, even now, though he has saturated with our blood and nobly crossed the sidewalk to seat himself in his long, wide automobile. Here is a riddle not for us contemporaries to figure out. Why is Germany allowed to punish its evildoers and Russia is not? What kind of disastrous path lies ahead of us if we do not have any chance to purge ourselves of that putrefaction rotting inside of our body? What then can Russia teach the world? In the German trials, an astonishing phenomenon takes place from time to time. The defendant clasps his head in his hands, refuses to make any defense, and then, from then on, asked to make no concession from the court. He says that the presentation of his crimes revived, and once longer confronting him, he's filled with revulsion, and he no longer wants to live. That is the ultimate height a trial can attain, when evil is so utterly condemned that the criminal is revolted by it. A country which has condemned 86,000 times from the rostrum of a court and irrevocably condemned it in literature and among its young people year by year, step by step, is purged of it. What are we to do? Someday, our descendants will describe our several generations as generations of driveling do-nothings. First, we submissively allowed them to massacre us by the millions, and then we devoted concern we tended to their murderers in their prosperous old age. Who are we to do the great Russians' traditions of penitence is incomprehensible and absurd to them? What are we to do with the animal terror of hearing even 100th part of all that they subjected to others to outweigh in their hearts any inclination to justice, if they cling greedily to the harvest of benefits they have watered down with the blood of those who have perished? It is clear enough that those men who turn the handle of the meat grinder even as late as 1937 are no longer young. They are 50 to 80 years old. They have lived the best of their lives prosperously, well nourished and comfortable, so that it is too late for any kind of equal retribution. as far as I'm concerned. But let us be generous. We will not shoot them. We will not pour salt water into them, nor bury them in the bed bugs, nor bridle them into a swan dive, nor keep them sleepless, stand up for a week, nor kick them and jackboots, nor beat them with rubber truncheons. No, squeeze them, nor squeeze their skulls in iron rings, nor push them into a cell so that they lie atop on one another like pieces of baggage. We will not do any of the things they did, but for the sake of our country and our children, we have the duty to seek them all and bring them all to trial. Not to put them on trial so much for their crimes and to compel each one of them to announce aloud, "Yes, I was an executioner and a murderer." And if these words are spoken in our country only 250,000 times, it's just a proportion. If we're not to fall behind, would it perhaps be enough? It is unthinkable in the 20th century to fail to distinguish between what constitutes an abominable atrocity that must be prosecuted and what constitutes a past, which ought not to be stirred up. We have to condemn publicly the very idea that some people have the right to repress others in keeping silence about evil and in burying it so deep. And the burying it so deep will rise up 1,000-fold in the future when we neither punish nor reproach evildoers. We are not simply protecting the trivial, punish nor reproach evildoers. We are not simply protecting their trivial old age. We are thereby ripping the foundations of justice from beneath new generations. It is for this reason, not because of weakness of indoctrinational work, what they are growing up indifferent. Young people are acquiring the conviction that foul deeds are never punished on earth, that they always bring prosperity. It is going to be uncomfortable, horrible to live in such a country. Chapter 5, First Cell, First Love. How is one to take the title of this chapter, A Cell and Love in the Same Breath? Probably it has to do with Leningrad during the blockade. Are you able to be imprisoned in the big house? In that case, it would be very understandable. That's why you're still alive, because they shoved you in there. It was also the best place in Leningrad, not only for the interrogators, but even lived there and had offices in the cellars. In case of shelling, joking aside, in Leningrad, in those days no one washed. Everyone had face was covered in black crust. But in the big house, prisoners were given a hot shower once every 10th day. Well, it's true that only the coordinators were heated for the jailers. The cells were left unheated, but after all, there were water pipes in the cells that worked the toilet. And where else in Leningrad could you find that? And the bread rations was just like the ration outside, barely 4 horses a day, and then gruel once a day as well. It was a case of the cats being envious of the dog's life. It was a case of the cats being envious of the dog's life. You sit down with half-closed your eyes, and try to remember them, how many different cells you were imprisoned in during your time. It is difficult even to count them. And in each one of them, there were people. There might be 2 people, might be 150. You were imprisoned for 5 minutes. In one, and all summer long. In another, and a very special one, your first cells, you place where you first encountered others like yourself, doomed to the same fate. All of your life you will remember it with an emotion that others otherwise experience only in remembering your first love. You shared your floor with, air of that stone cubicle during those days when you rethought your entire life will from time to time be reconciled by you as members of your own family. Yes, in those days there were only your family. What you experienced in your first interrogation cells parallels nothing in your entire previous life. life of your whole subsequent life, no person have stood for thousands of years before you come along and pray to continue to stand after you two longer than one-on-one would like to think. But the first interrogation cell is a unique and inimitable maybe. It was a terrible place for a human being, a lice-laden bed-bug infested, knocked up, without windows, maybe without ventilation, without bunks, without a dirty floor, or maybe it was solidarity in the Archangel prison where the glass had been smashed over with lead, so that the only rays of God maintained light, which crept into you were crimson, and where 15-watt light bulb burned constantly in the ceiling, day and night, or solitary in the city of Chubasan, where for 6 months at a time 14 of you were crowded into 7 square yards of floor space in such a way that you could only shift your bent legs in unison. Or it was one of the Lefaroto psychological cells, like number 11, which was painted black and also had day and night 25-watt bulb, but was in the other respects like every other. The guards had access to it, and above all, that interminable, irritating Dynamics Institute of Rule. One could not believe so unintentional. A slip off the edge of the table would roar, which would make it unless to converse, and during which one could sing at the top of one's lungs and the jailer wouldn't even hear. And then, when the roar stopped, there would ensue a sense of relief and felicity superior to freedom itself. But it was a sense, not the dirty floor, nor the murky walls, nor the odor, or the latrine bucket that you loved, but those yellow fellow prisoners whom you about faced at command, and about that came up something which beat between your heart and theirs, and there something astonishing words, and then too the birth within you on that very spot of free floating thought you had so recently been unable to leap up or rise to. And how much did it cost you to last until the first cell? You had been kept in a pit, or in a box, or in a cell. No one had addressed a human word to you. No one had looked at you with a human gaze. All they did was to peek at your brain and heart with iron beaks. And when you cried out or groaned, they laughed. For a week or a month you had been an abandoned waif alone among enemies. You had already said goodbye to reason and to life, and you already tried to kill yourself by falling from the valve. Then all of a sudden you were alive again, and reason returned to you. And that's why your first cell is. You waited for that cell. You dreamed of it, and almost as eagerly as freedom. Meanwhile, they kept shoving you around between cracks in the wall, holes in the ground, their photo into some legend, diabolical Sukhanovka. Sukhanovka was the most terrible prison in the MDB had. Its name was used to intimidate prisoners. Interrogators would hiss threateningly, and you not to be able to question those who had been there, either where they were insane and talking only disconnected nonsense, or they were dead. Siskanova was a former monastery dating back to Catherine that Great. It consisted of 2 buildings that contained 68 monks, calls used to interrogations. The journey there in Black Maria was only a handful of people, and knew that the prison really was just a few miles from Lenin Gorky's estate, and the foreman The former estate, Zenati, the countries surrounding it was beautiful. They were stunned at the new arrival prisoners with a stand-up punishment cell again, so narrow that when he was no longer able to stand, he had to sag, supported his bent knees, propped against the wall. There was no alternative. They kept prisoners thus for more than a day to break their resistance, but they hate tender, tasty food. At Sukhanov, which was like nothing else in the MGB. They didn't maintain separate kitchens, a kitchen to prepare hog's wash. However, the amount one architect would eat included fried potatoes and meatballs was divided among 12. As a result, the prisoners were not only always hungry, but exceedingly irritable. The cells were all built for two, but prisoners under interrogation were usually kept in them singing. The dimensions were 5 and 6.5 feet. Sukhanakov could not break the measurements where the first work of Aleksandr Solzhenitsyn Dahl. But to be absolutely precise, there were 156 centimeters by 209 centimeters. How do we know? Through a triumph of engineering calculation and a strong heart. Sukhanov could not break. The measurements were the work of Aleksandr Dolgan, who would not allow them to drive him to madness or despair. He resisted by striving to use his hand to calculate distances. He counted steps, converted them into kilometers, remembered from a map how many kilometers it was from Moscow to the border, and then how many across all of Europe, how many across all the Atlantic. And he was sustained in this hope, returning to America in 1 year. In Leftorovo, solitary, he got to speak halfway across the Atlantic. Thereupon took him to Sakharovo. Here realized how few would survive to tell, and all our information about it comes from him. He invented a method of measuring the cell. The numbers 1022 were stamped on the bottom of his prison bowl, and he guessed that 10 was the diameter of the bowl, and 22 was the diameter of the outside edge. The diameter, then he pulled the thread from the towel, made for himself a tape measure, and then measured everything with it. Then he began to invent a way of sleeping standing up. Propping his knees against a small chair, he had deceived the guard into thinking his eyes were open. He succeeded in this deception, and that was how he managed not to go insane, when Ryamin kept him sleepless for months. 2 little round stools were welded to the stone floor like stumps. And at night, the guard unlocked the cylinder lock himself, shelf dropped from a wall into each stump and remained there for 7 hours. In other words, so dropped from the two wall in each stump and remained there for 7 hours. In other words, during the hours of interrogation, since there was no daytime interrogation that took above at all, and a little straw drawn mattress enough for a child also dropped down during the day. The stool was exposed and free, but one was forbidden to sit on. In addition, a table and window, a small hinged window pane, ventilation was always closed, except for 10 minutes of the morning when the guard cranked it open. The glass in the little window was reinforced. There was never any exercise periods out of doors. Prisoners were taken to the toilet at 6 a.m. when no one's stomach needed it. There was no toilet period in the evening. There were 2 guards for each block of 7 cells. So that was why the prisoners could be under almost certain constant inspection. Though the people, the interruption being that the time took, silence took enough to leave the prisoner not a single moment for sleep, not a single stolen moment for privacy. You were always being watched, and always in their power. But if you endured a whole duel with insanity
And what and but if you endured the whole duel with insanity and all the trials of loneliness and had stood firm, you deserved your first soul, and now, when you got into it, your soul would heal. If you had surrendered, if you had given up and betrayed everyone, you were also ready for your first soul. But it wouldn't have been better for you not to have lived until that happy moment and to have died. A victor in the cellar without having signed a single sheet of paper. Now for the first time. Now for the first time you're about to see some people you were not your enemies. No, we're alive. Who were traveling the road and whom you could call to join to yourself with the words joyous we. Yes, that word which we have to despise out in freedom when they used it as substitute for your own individuality. All of us, like man, or we are deeply angered, we demand, or swear, is now revealed to you as being something sweet. You are not alone in this world. Wise, spiritual beings, human beings still exist. I have been dueling for 4 days with the interrogator. When the jailer I have and waited until I lay down to sleep, not blindingly in my box, began to unlock my door. I heard him say, all right, but before we began, get up. In my head, the pillow had pretend was sleeping, but instead of the familiar command of the guard order, get up, pick up your bedding, uncomprehending and happy, because this was my worst previous time. I wound on my foot cloth, put on my boots, my overcoat, my winter cap, and clasped the government issue mattress in my arms. The guard was walked on tiptoe and kept signaling me and not to make a noise as he laid me down. Through the fourth floor of Lubyanka, past the desk of the section provided supervisor, past the shiny numbers of the cells and the olive-colored covers of the heap show holes and unlocked cell 67 into the what he wanted to be locked down behind immediately. Even though only a quarter of an hour I had passed since the signal to go to sleep, since the period allotted of the prisoners for sleep, I was so fragile and independable and brief that by the time I arrived for inhabitants at cell 6, we were already asleep and on their metal cots, with their hands and on top of their blankets. At the sound of the door opening, all three started to raise their heads. They too were waiting to learn which of them might be taken to interrogation. And those three lifted heads, those three unshaved, crumpled faces, seemed to me so human, so dear, that I stood hugging my mattress. I smiled with happiness, and they smiled. And those three lifted their heads. And after only 1 week, are you from freedom? They asked me. That was the question customarily put to a newcomer. No, I replied, and that was a newcomer usual first reply. And after 96 hours of interrogation, hardly considered that what I was freedom. Was I not already a veteran prisoner? Nonetheless, I was from freedom. The beardless old man with the black and very lively eyebrows. Was I not already? Nonetheless, the beardless old man with black and very lively eyebrows was already asking me for military and political news. Astonishing. Even though it was late February, they knew nothing about the Yalta Conference
and the encirclements of East Prussia, nor anything at all about our own attack Warsaw in mid-Jan, nor even about the woeful December retreat of the Allies. According to regulation, those under interrogation were not supposed to know anything about the outside world, and here indeed they didn't. I was prepared to spend half the night telling them all about it with pride, as though all the victories and advances were all the work of my own hands. But at this point, the duty jail brought in my cot. I had to set it up. Walking, making my noise, I was helped by a young fellow my own age, also a military man. His tunic and aviator cap hung on his cot. He had also asked me, even before the old man, not for news, for war, but for tobacco. But although I felt open-hearted toward my new friend, not many words I had been exchanged in the few minutes since, and I joined since something alien inside in this front-line soldier who was my contemplation. I sensed something. As far as he was concerned, I clammed up immediately and forever. I had not yet even heard the word Nasidic stool pigeon, nor learned that there was such thing, but a spiritual relay, sense of relay, it clicked inside me, and it had closed me off from me for good and all. I would not bother to recall this event if it had been the one and only of its kind, but soon with astonishment and alarm I became aware of the work of this internal sense of relay, a constant inborn trait. The years passed as I lay on the same bunks, marched on the same formation, and worked in the same work brigades with hundreds of them, and always that secret sense of relay for those creation I deserved not the least bit of credit, worked even before I remembered. It was even there working at the first sight of the human face and eyes and the first sound of a voice. So I opened my heart. The person either fully or just the width of a crack aroused something from him completely. This was consistently failing. That all the efforts of the state security officers to employ stool pigeons began to seem to me as insignificant as being pestered by gnats. After all, a person who was undertaken by a traitor always betrays the fact in the face, in the voice, and even though there was somewhere more the fact, skilled in pretense, there was always something fishy about them. Unskilled, I could from the very beginning of our acquaintances completely disclose my most precious depths, secrets for which heads roll. Thus, it was why I got through 8 years of imprisonment, 3 years of exile, and another 6 years of an underground authoritarianship. I recklessly revealed myself to dozens of people, and I didn't even take a misstep once. I've never read about this trait anywhere, and I mentioned it here for those interested in psychology. It seems to me that such a spiritual sense exists in many of us, but because we live in too technological and rational an age, we neglect this miracle and don't allow it to foster. We sat at the cot. I was then ready to talk about. I've never read about this trait. In a whisper of a punishment phone call, my cellmate and a middle-aged man who was a punishment cell, but our third cellmate, a middle-aged man who cocked head and already showed me the white bristles of imminent graze. He popped his head around and showed me the white bristles of imminent grain and appeared to me discontentedly. He said that his character, Northern, severity, tomorrow night for sleeping. That was the most intelligent thing to do at any minute. One of those could have been pulled out for interrogation and held until 6 a.m. when the interrogator could go home and still sleep, but we were forbidden to. One night, the undisturbed sleep was more important than all that fate on earth. One more thing held me back, which I didn't quite understand at the time. I could not catch this early day to find a name for it, as each of us had been arrested. Everything in our worlds had switched places 180 degrees. To my recount with such enthusiasm, I might not be good news for us at all. My cellmates turned on their side, covered their eyes with their handkerchiefs to keep out of the light from the 200-watt bulb, which wound towels around their upper arms, which were chilled from lying on top of the blankets, hid their lower arms furtively beneath them, and went to sleep. And I lay there, filled with the brim of the joy filled among them. 1 hour ago, I could not have counted on being with anyone. I could have come to my end with a bullet in the back of my head, which was what the interrogator kept promising me without having seen anything at all. Interrogation still hung over me, but how far it was treated. Tomorrow I would have to be telling them they're not talking about my case, and then they would have to be telling me their stories too. How interesting tomorrow would be one of the best days of my life. Thus, very early and very clearly, I had this consciousness that prison was not on the abyss for me, but that the most important turning point in my life. Cheers, guys. no reason to be bored with my companions in my cell. There were people to listen to and people with whom to compare notes. The old fellow with the lively eyebrows, and at 63, he in no way bore himself like an old man. With Antonio Ilyich Festenko, he was a big asset Joel Lubyanko could sell, both as a keeper of the old Russian prison traditions and as a living history of Russian revolutions. Thanks to all those he remembered, he somehow managed to put in perspective everything that had taken place in the past and everything that was taking place in the present. Such people are valuable not only in a cell. We badly need them in our society as a whole. Right there in our cell, we read Festenko's name in a book about the 1905 revolution. We had been Social Democrat for such a long time that in the end it seemed he had ceased to be one. He had been sentenced to his first prison term in 1904 while still a young man, but he had been freed outright under the manifesto proclaimed in October 17, 1905. There was much about Festenko he could not yet understand. His eyes, perhaps, the main thing about him. Yet the most surprising thing was recalling this. Yet he was quite cool recalling this. Such was my attitude at the time that when someone in the cell called Festenko by his patronymic name without using his given name, in other words, simply Ilyich, asking Ilyich, "Is it your turn to take out the latrine bucket?" I was utterly outraged, and it seemed sacrilege to me, not only to use Lenin patronymic in the same sentence as latrine bucket, but even to call anyone else Ilyich, except that one man Lenin. For this reason, no doubt, there was much that Festenko would have liked to explain to me that he still could not bring himself to. Nonetheless, he did say to me in the clearest Russian, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image." But I failed to understand him. Observation, my enthusiasm, is more than once has said to me, insisting. Observing my enthusiasm, he has more than once said to me, "You're a mathematician. It's a mistake for you to forget that maxim of Descartes. Question everything. What does this mean? Everything. Certainly not everything. I seemed to me that I had questioned enough certain things as it was, and that was enough for that." Well, he said, hardly any of the old hard labor political prisoners of Cyrus Sinus are left. I am one of the last. All of the hard labor politicals have been destroyed, and they were even dissolved from our society in the 30s. Why, I asked, so we would not get together and discuss things. And although these simple words, spoken in a calm tone, should have been shouted in the heavens, should have shouted window panes, I understood them, and only as indicating one of Morstahl's evil deeds. It was a troublesome act, but without root. One thing is absolutely definite: not everything enters our ears, penetrates our consciousness. Anything too far of tune with our altitude is lost in the clearly remember Festenko's many stories. I recall his opinions, but vaguely. He gave me the names of various books which he strongly advised me to read whenever I got back into freedom. In view his age and his health, he evidently did not count on getting out of prison alive, and he got some satisfaction from hoping that I would someday understand this. Festenko was the most cheerful person in the cell, even though his view of age, he was the only one who could not count on surviving and returning to freedom. Flinging an arm around my shoulders, he would say, "To stand up for truth is nothing. For truth, you have to sit in jail. Else, He would taught me to sing this song from Sarah's Hard Labour. And if we have to perish in mind and prison wet, our cause will never ever find renown in future generations yet. And I believe this. May these pages help faith come true. Same promises, everyone is happy, and tenfold to the prisoner or April sky. It doesn't matter that I was in prison, evidently they were not going to shoot me. And in the end, I became wiser here. I would come to understand that many things here, heaven, I would correct my mistakes yet. Oh, heaven, not for them, but for you. Heaven, I had to come to understand those mistakes here, and I would correct them. The walk in the fresh air lasted only 20 minutes, but how much there was about it to concern oneself with how much one had to accomplish while it lasted. During that outdoor walk, we concentrated on breathing as much as fresh air as possible. There too, alone beneath the bright heaven, you had to imagine your bright future, life sinless and without error. There too was the best place for all talk, error about the most dangerous of subjects. It didn't matter. That conversation during that walk was forbidden. One simple had to know, how could you manage it? The compensation was that in all likelihood you could not be overheard either by the stool or by a microphone. During that walk, I tried to get in a pair with Susie, once leading a lawyer in Estonia. We talked about together in the sun, but we liked to try together about the main things here. We hadn't come together quickly. It took some time, but he had already managed to tell me a great deal. I acquired a new capability from him to accept patiently plans and had it seemed no connection at all with the clearly outlined direction of my life. From childhood on, I had somehow known that my objective was the history of the Russian Revolution and that nothing else concerned me. To understand the revolution, I had to since require nothing but Marxism. I cut myself off from everything else, and that came up, turned my back on it. And now fate brought me together with Susie. He breathed a completely different sort of air, and he would tell me passionately about his own interests, and that these were Estonian and democracies. And although I had never expected to become interested in Estonia, much less bourgeoisie and democracy, I never kept listening to his loving life stories. 20 years in the model, work-loving small nation of big men whose were all slow set. I had listened to the principles of the Estonian constitution, which I had been borrowing. European experience had how the 101 House Parliament had worked, and though the why of it wasn't clear, I began to take it all and store it all away in my experience. I listened willingly to the fatal history, the tiny Estonian anvil. Anvil had from way willingly about the fatal history, the tiny Estonian anvil had, and way back caught between two hammers, the Teutons and the Slavs, Browns, Shadowers, and on its east and western turn, there was no Slavs, and there still isn't, and there was a well-known, totally unknown story of how Russians wanted to take them over in one fell swoop, and that they refused to yield, and now how, later on, Urenik spoke contemptuously about Finnish heritage, and we ourselves christened them White Guard bandits, then the Estonian gymnasiums, student enrolled in volunteers. We struck at Estonia again in 1940s and again in 1941 and again in 1944. Some of their sons were conscripted by the Russian army and the others by the German army. How they might break out of that iron ring, break away somehow, and live for themselves, and by themselves their premier might possibly have been Tiev and their Minister of Education, say Susie, but neither Churchill or Roosevelt cared about them in the least. Uncle Joe did, and during the very first nights of the first Soviet Union armies entered Tallinn, all of the dreamers were seized up in the Tallinn apartments. 15 of them were imprisoned in various cells. One was in Moscow, Lubyanka, one in each, and they were charged under the Article 58 to with the criminal desire for national self-determination. Each time we returned to the cell from our walk was like being arrested again. Even our being special cell and the air seemed stifled by the outdoors, even if it would have been good to not have a snack afterwards, too. But it was not the best to think about it, not good at all. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I often argued with Yuri, but Yuri spoke German fluently. In 1941, they dressed him up as a German POW officer, provided him with the necessary documents, and sent him on a reconnaissance mission. He fulfilled his mission on his way back, changed to the Soviet uniform, which he took off a dead officer. Then he was taken prisoner by Germans. They sent him to a concentration camp near Vilnius. In every life, there is one particular event that is decisive for the entire person. For his fate, his conviction, his passions, 2 years in the camp that shook Yuri. For all those who catch the words to circumvent and Solzhenitsyn was that was camp to die, and whoever did not die was compelled to 2023 certain stopped for the POW stood in line with their message from 6 a.m. while ordiners beat the sticks and could cook with the ladles and were not enough to sustain life. 8 evening. Yuri could see from the window, from the living room, the one and only picture from which his artistic talents had been given him, the evening mist hovering above a swampy meadow encircled by barbed wire, multitude of bonfires, and around the bonfires being who had been Russian officers, but who had now become beast-like, creatures who gnawed the bones of dead horses, who baked patties and patios right there, who smoked manure, and were all swarming with lice. Not at all those two-legged creatures that died, not at all those who had lost their capacity for intelligent speech. Not one could see in the crimson reflection of the bonfires how a belated understanding was dawning on each of these faces, which was the descending of the Neanderthal, wormwood on tongue, that life which Yuri had preserved, no longer precious to him for its own sake. He was not one of those who easily agreed. No, if he was going to survive, he was going to survive applied to draw at certain conditions. It was already clear to them that the Germans were not the heart of the matter, or at least the Germans alone, that among the powers of many nationalities, and only the Soviets lived like this and died like this. None were the worse. The Soviets, even the Poles, even the Yugoslavs, existed in far more tolerable conditions. And as for the English, as for the Norwegians, they were inundated by the International Red Cross with parcels on the way home. They didn't even bother to line up the Germans' rationed. Wherever they were, LAPOW's camps next door, their prisoners out of kindness to our men, handouts over the fence, and our prisoners jumped on these gifts like a pack of dogs. The Russians were carried the whole war on their shoulders, that this Russian lot, what is the right course of action? If our mothers had sold us on the gypsies, no, even worse, thrown us on the dogs. Does she really remain your mother? If a wife has become a whore, do we really still bound to her fidelity? A mother that betrays its soldiers, is that really motherland? When in the spring of 1943, recruiters from the first Belarusian legions put an appearance from some POWs, signed up with them to accept salvation. Yuri went with them out of conviction, without fear. Mind just where could one go to draw the line? Which step was the fatal one? Yuri became a lieutenant in the German army. In all, Yuri spent 3 weeks in our cell. I argued with him during all those weeks. I said the revolution was magnificent, and just that only 1929 distortion was terrible. He looked at me regretfully, compressing his nervous lip. Just before May, they took down the blackout shade in the window. The war was perceptibly coming to an end. That evening it was quieter than ever before in Lubyanka. It was, I remember, almost like the second day of Easter. May Day and Easter came one after the other. All of the interrogators were out in Moscow celebrating. No one was taken to interrogation into silence. We could hear someone across the corridor. They took him down from the cell into a box. By listening, we could detect the location of the doors. They left the doors in the box open, and they kept beating him a long time in the suspended silence of every blow. His soft and choking mouth could be heard clearly. On May 2nd, a 30-gun salute roared. That meant European capital and not have been captured. On the ninth day, May, they brought us our dinner, and at the same time of our lunch, which was done in the Lubyanka, only the 1st of May and 7th of November, and that is how we guessed that the war had ended. That evening they shot off another 30-gun salute. We then knew everything, that there was no more capitals to be captured, and later that same evening, one more salute roared, 40 guns, I seem to remember it, and I loved that. And that was the end of all the ends. Above the muzzle, all of our windows, and from all our other cells to Lubyanka, and from all the windows to Moscow prisons, to former prisoners of war. Former frontline soldiers watched as the Moscow heavens, patterns with fireworks and crisscrossed by the beams of searchlights. Boris Kamarov, a young 18 man already demobilized because of wounds, with an incurable wound in his lung, having been arrested as a group of students, was in prison that evening in an arrest of Butcher, where half the inmates were former POWs and frontline soldiers. He described the last salute of the war in a terse 8-stanza poem in the most ordinary language, that we all ready lying down on the board, bunks covered with their cover overcoats, and how they were awkward, awakened by the noise, how they would raise their head, squinted up at the muzzle. Oh, it's just a salute, and then lay down again, and once again covered themselves with their coats, with those same overcoats which had been in the clay of the trenches and the ashes of the bonfires, and been torn to tatters by German shell fragments. The victory was not for us, and that spring was not for us either. The spring. To the windows of the Bichki prison every morning, every evening in June 1985. We could bear the brassy notes of Vance not far away, coming from either Lesnaria Street, Novoloskia. They kept playing marches over and over. Behind the murky green muzzles of reinforced glass, we stood at the wide bay but impenetrable prisons, windows, and listened where the military units they were marching, or were their workers cheerfully devoting their free time to marching practice. We didn't know, but the rumor had already gotten through to us that preparations were underway for a big victory parade on Red Square on the 22nd of June. The foundation stones of great buildings that are signed to groan, be pressed upon. It is not for them, it is the crown of the edifice, but even the big honor of being part of the foundation was denied. For those who were doomed and were ready to be born, the first blows of this war and thwarted foreigners, they were already now abandoned for no good reason. Joyful sounds means naught to the traitor. That spring in 1945 was now prisoners, predominantly the prison of the Russians, prisoners of war. They passed through the prisons, the Soviet Union, and vast dense grey schools like Ocean Herring. The first trace of those schools I glimpsed was Yuri Yashkilov, but I soon entirely surrounded by the purposeful motion, which seemed to now its own fated design. Not only war prisoners passed their cells away who had spent any time was rolling to. From the Civil War, the Ostiowski workers recruited as laborers by the German man during World War II. Red Army officers had been too astute in their conclusion, so that Stalin feared there might be freedom back in the European crusade, December 120 years before. And yet it was the war prisoners who constituted the bulk of the wave, and the war prisoners of various ages. Most were my own age, and not precisely my own age, but twins of October, those born along the revolutionists who in 1937 had poured forth undismayed to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the revolution, who, age group at the beginning of the war, the Standard Army, which had been scattered in a matter of the weeks. The tedious prison spring had to the tune. Victorious marches became other reckoning of my whole generation. Over our comrades, a rallying cry had resounded. All power to the Soviets. It was me who had reached that our suntan child's chance to clutch the pioneer's bugle and to win the response to the pioneer challenge. Be prepared to salute and answer. We were always prepared. It was us who had smuggled our weapons into Buchenwald and joined the Communist Party. Elon was there, where we now disgraced, only because we had survived. Back when the Red Army had cut through the East Prussia, I had been downcast columns, returning war prisoners, the only people around who were grieving instead of celebrating. Even the gloom had me shocked. Though I didn't know it yet, grasped for the reason for it, I jumped down and went over to the voluntary formed up columns. We were there marching in columns. Why had they lined up themselves in ranks? After all, no one had compelled them to do, and the war prisoners of other nations went home as scattered individuals. But ours wanted to return as submissively as possible. I was wearing the captain's shoulder boards, and they were placed on the fact that I was moving forward, helped prevent my finding of our POWs. It was sad, but then fate turned to me and sent me in my wake of those prisoners along that same path that had taken. I had already marched with them from the Army counterintelligence headquarters to the headquarters at the front. When we got there, I had already heard the first stories, which I didn't yet understand. And then Yuri Yechikov told me the whole thing, and hers beneath the downs of the bricks in the red. I felt that the story was already $700 million Russian prisoners had got me in its grip once and for all, like a pin through a specimen beetle. My own story of landing in the prison seemed insignificant. I stopped regretting my torn off shoulder boards, and it was merely chance that I had to keep getting me remaining up exactly from where I was. These contemporaries of mine, I came to I came to understand that it was my duty to take upon my shoulders a share of the common burden and to hear it with the last man until it crushed. Sometimes it was a lie, but our tongue that will not allow us to. These people were labelled traitors, but a remarkable slip of the tongue had convinced me that the entire nation of the newspapers repeated and reinforced this mistake. Involuntary letting out of the truth out of the bag. They intended to declare traitors in the motherland, but they were universally referred to in the in-speech. Even the court documents, a traitor of the motherland, you say. They were not traitors to her, they were her traitors. This was not they, the unfortunates who had betrayed the motherland, but they were calculating who had betrayed them, not just out alive. The first time she betrayed them was on the original battlefield through ineptitude, and when the government so believed the motherland, so did everything. They could lose to the war, destroyed the lines of fortification, they set up the whole air force for annihilation, dismantled the tanks, artillery, removed the affected generals, and forbade the armies to resist. And the war prisoners were the men whose bodies took the blow, and the war prisoners were the men whose bodies took the blow, and stops were marked. The second time they were heartlessly betrayed of the motherland, and when she abandoned them to die in captivity, and the third time they were unscrupulously betrayed was when mother love they coaxed them to return home with such phrases as the motherland calls you, and snared them moments they reached the frontiers. I would appear that 1,100 years of Russian existence, it states there have been many fools, But among them there was so multi-million-dollar fools betrayed one of those soldiers to claim the trust act. How many wars Russians had been involved? It would have been better if I had been fewer, and there were many traitors in all of those wars. Had anyone observed the treason had become deeply rooted in the hearts of the Russian soldiers, then under there the most social system in the world came from the most war of all, and out of nowhere millions of traitors appeared from among the simplest of lowest commons of the denominators of the population. How is this understood as claimed? Capitalist England fought at our side against Hitler, Marx eloquently described as the poverty and the suffering of the working class, the same England. Why was it that this war only one traitor could be found among them, the businessman? Lord ho ho! But in the country, millions. It is frightening to open one's trap about this, but might the heart, for the fact of the matter is that nobody in the political system or the Western peoples behaved the same in our war. Parcel letters, kind of assistance flowed freely to the neutral countries. The Western POWs did not have to lower themselves to accept the ladlefuls of German super kettles. They took back. Western governments gave their captured soldiers their seniority rights, their regular promotions, even their pay. The only soldiers in the world who cannot surrender is the soldier of the world and one of the Red Army. That's what it says in our military statute. The Germans would shout at us from their trenches. I haven't been nicked. I haven't no prisoner. Who can picture all that means? This is war, this is death. But there is no surrender. What a discovery. What it means, go and die. We will go and live. If you lose your legs, yet manage to return from captivity and crutches, we will convict you. Our soldiers alone renounced their motherland and degraded it to nothing in the eyes of the enemy and allies, had to push their way to the sweltering dolls and backyards of the Third Reich. Our soldiers' home had their doors shut tight to keep them from returning to their homes. Although their young souls tried too hard not to belittle this, there was something called Article B-130 and 51B in the maritime video only for execution by shooting for not wanting to die from a German bullet. The prisoner had to die from a Soviet bullet. For having been a prisoner of war, some get theirs from the enemy, we get it from our own. Very few of the war prisoners returned across to the Soviet border as free men, and if one of them happened to get through to the accident because of the prevailing chaos, he was seized later on, even as late as 1947. Some were arrested at assembly points in Germany, others were arrested when they ran away, but we were transported to the border in freight cars and the convoys to one of the numerous identification screening camps scattered throughout the country. These camps differed in no way from the Commonwealth of the corrective labour camps, except for the prisoners who had not yet been sentenced, but would be sentenced later. All these PFLs were also attached to some kind of factory or mine or construction project, and that former POW looking out at the motherland newly restored them through the same barbed wire through which they had seen Germany from their first day on a 10-hour tour work day. Those under suspicion were questioned during their rest periods and in the evening and at night, and there were large numbers of security officers and internal negotiators at the PFLs for this purpose. As always, the interrogation, without coming outside the barbed wire, had to prove that you were not with your only available means to this end, and was relying on witnesses who you were exactly, and the same kind of POWs as you were. Obviously, they might not have turned up when you were in PFL. They might, in fact, be at the other end of the country. In that case, security officers of, say, Komarov would send off inquiries at the security officers at Musk, who would question the witnesses and send back to their answers along with some other case. True, it might take you a year or two before your flight was resolved, but after all, the motherland was losing nothing in the process. You were at a mining coal all day, and if one of your witnesses was alive, you only had yourself to blame. If you were sure to the interest of the documents of a trader on motherland, and the visiting military court would rubber stamp your tenor. and you were sure to enter the documents of trade of motherland, they'd rubber stamp your tenor, and if despite all of this, twisting things about, if it appeared that you really didn't note that the chance to see the Americans and English, then the security officers would decide the degree of isolation to which you were to be told. Oh, and I had only known. That was the refrain of the prison cells that spring. If I had known that this was how I would be greeted, deceived me so, that this would be how my life would be my fate, I would have really turned around on my motherland, not for anything. The only one who did not sigh, oh, if I had only known, because they knew very well what they were doing, and the only ones who didn't expect any mercy and didn't expect any amnesty were the Vlasov men. I had known about them and been perplexed about them long before the unexpected meeting of the board bunks of prison. First, there had been the leaflets reporting the creation of robbers, the Russian Liberation Army. Not only were they written in bad Russians, but they were already imbued with an alien spirit that was clearly German-aid. Moreover, seemed little concerned about the presumed subject. Besides, on the other hand, they continued crude boastings about the plentiful chow available in the cheery mood of the soldiers. Somehow one couldn't believe that in that army, and if it really did exist, what kind of cheery mood it could be in. Only German could lie like that. Actually, no. Russian Liberation Army existed until almost the very end, and that war, during all those years, several hundred thousand volunteers helped the Hilfswerk, were scattered throughout all sorts of German units as enlisted men and even more subordinate positions. In addition, there were few frontier anti-Soviet unions who made up former Soviet citizens, but the command of German officers, the Lithuanians, were the first to start supporting the Germans, and understandably so, we had really hurt them. And the Ukrainian formed a voluntary SS division, and the Estonians joined the SS. In the Belarusians, there was the People's Militia fighting against the Partisans, 100,000 men. Then there was Turkey Battalion and Crimea Tatar. All these was the harvest of what the Soviets had sowed, like the senseless prosecution of the Islam in Crimea, whose far-sighted conqueror of Catherine II had assigned state funds to build new mosques and large others. Hitler's military units occupying the area had also had enough of common sense to protect the mosques, and the Germans conquered our southern regions. Number of volunteer battalions increased. There was a Georgian one, an Armenian one, a battalion, a Northern Caucasus people, a 16 Kalmyk battalion, and then there was almost no Soviet partisans in the south. During the German retreat, the Don region, about 15,000 to fight in the Bryansk region, Lakut, in 1941. Before the arrival of the Germans, the local population dissolved the Caucasus and readied itself to fight the Soviet partisans. The autonomous region that had created remained in existence in 1943, headed by an engineer, Rokoboski. It had 20,000 army men whose flag bore the image of St. George. They called themselves the Russian National Liberation Army. In the fall of 1942, Vlasov allowed the use of his name in order to unite anti-Bolshevik units, and during that same fall, Hitler could have turned down a proposal from the middle-rank army officers, and Germany should renounce all plans and eastern colonization, substitute for them. Then the creation of Russian national military units. Vlasov had only made his fatal choice and taken the first step on this road when he became entirely useless except for propaganda purposes. The situation never changed until the very end. Wearing the homemade brown uniform, which did not belong to the army, with the red lapels of a general coat, but with any insignia of rank, Vlasov made his first trip to March 1943, and his second one in April. These trips caused much enthusiasm among the Russian population. They seemed to prove the Russian nationalist movement was being born and that an independent Russian could be resurrected. Vlasov public appearances in the theaters of Smolensk and Pskov both to capacity and spoke about the goals of the liberation movement, then proceeded to declare openly the National Socialism end for Russia, but that, on the other hand, it was impossible to throw Bolshevik without Germans just as openly. People talked about whatever German intended to turn Russia into a colony and the Russian people would into beasts of burden. They asked, why has nobody so far stated this clearly? What will be the Russian future? Why don't the Germans allow Russian self-government into the occupied Germany? Why must the anti-Latvians volunteer fight under the command of the German officers? Vlasov answered these questions with some embarrassing, displaying the optimism then could have truly felt at the time. The German general headquarters, with an order issued by Marshal Cattell in view of the competent and shameless declarations made by the prisoners of war, Russian General Vlasov during his first trip to Northern Archipelago, which was undertaken without the Führer's and my knowledge, he to be immediately transferred to a POW camp. The general's name could be used only for the propaganda purposes, and if there ever was to be a mega public statement again, he was to be turned over to the Gestapo and rendered harmless. This was the last months during which millions of Soviet people were still out of Stalin's reach, and he could fight against the Bolshevik slavery and organize their own independent existence. But the German leadership had no hesitation. On June 8, 1943, on the eve of Kursk-Volgov, Hitler confirmed that the Russian Independent Army would never be created and that the German needed Russians only as manpower. Hitler was unable to understand the historical fact that the opportunity to overthrow a communist regime can only come from a population movement, from an uprising, from a long-suffering population from inside. But Hitler was more afraid of such Russian and such victory than of defeat, even after Stalingrad, even after he lost the Caucasus. Hitler got anything new, while Stalin was assuming the role of the supreme leader over the nation, reintroducing the old Russian restoring of the Orthodox Church and dissolving the Comintern. Hitler was helping him as much as he could by ordering in September 1943 that all volunteers units be disarmed and assigned to a garden coal mine. Later, he changed his mind and transferred them to the Western Front to fight against the Allies. Such was fundamentally the end of the entire project of an independent Russian army. So what did Vlasov do? He did not quite know how bad things really were. He did not know that after his martyrdom journey, he would again consider prisoner of war and was in danger. He adopted the irreparable and fatal course of hoping so, to a certain extent, attempting to reach an agreement with the best, whereas in dealing with the apocalyptic beasts, there is the only one way safety. Unwavering firmness from the first minute to the last minute, but there one must ask whether such an avenue to safety ever existed for the liberation movement and the citizens of Russia. It was doomed right from the very start, and one more victim in the 1917 sacrificial altar, which had destroyed several million Soviet prisoners of war, extended the long chain made out of the victims' bones. The chain began in the summer when unarmed people, militia units had been sent from Bolshevism. Thus, the already fading significance of this bitter volunteer struggle was altogether lost. These people, sent as cannon fodder in the fight against the Allies and against the Russians in Germany, could have had a genuine feeling of solidarity. Having experienced both the cruelty and the self-satisfaction of the Germans, this was the end of the secret hope cherished by those Vlasov. If the British and the Americans support communism against Hitler, then if they simply must help a democratic non-communist Russia, then in the same struggle, if that's the downfall of the Third Reich, when it will become quite clear that the Soviet Union is increasing the pressure to extend its regime to all of Europe and to the whole of the world, how could the West continue to support the Bolshevik dictatorships? But there was a gap between the Russian and the Western sides, which exists to this day. The West was fighting only against Hitler, and for this purpose all means and all allies were good. The Soviets above all. Not only could the West not concede that the Soviets people might have their own purposes, which did not coincide with the goals of the communist government, it did not want to admit any such sort because it would have been embarrassing itself and difficult to live with. It's a tragicomic fact that in the leaflets which the Western Allies were distributing amongst the anti-Bolshevik volunteers battalions on the Western Front, they wrote, "We promise all defectors that they will be immediately sent back to the Soviet Union." We soon discovered that there were Russians fighting against us, and that they fought harder than any SS men. In July 1943, for example, near Roald, a platoon of Russians in German uniforms defended Biserki. They fought with desperation that might have been expected, that they had built and placed themselves there. One of them was driven into the root cellar. They had hand grenades in there, and he fell silent, but they had no more than stuck their heads in, and he let them have another volley from his automatic. Only the root cellar. He had another foxhole in which he had taken the community. Just try to imagine the degree of shock and hopelessness in which he had kept on fighting. In East Prussia, a trio of captured Forsyth men was being marched along the roadside, a few steps away from at the moment of T-34 thundering under the highway. Suddenly, the captors twisted around and dived underneath the tank. The tank veered, but at the edge of the track it crushed him nonetheless. The broken man lay breathing in a body, foam coming out of his mouth, and one could not understand him. He preferred a soldier's death, being hanged in a dungeon. They had no choice. There was no other way for them to fight. They had no choice to find out. They had no way to fight. They had no way out. If pure surrender was considered unforgivable treason in the motherland, then what about those who had taken up enemy arms? Our propaganda and its cruelty explained. Their conduct was one, treason. Was it biologically based, carried in the bloodstream? Two, cowardice, which it certainly was not. A coward tries to find a spot where things are easy, soft, and safe, and men could be introduced to enter the Wehrmacht Vlasov's detachments only in the last extremity, only at the last limit of exploitation, only out of inexhaustible hatred for the Soviet regime, only with total contempt for their own safety, for they knew they would never have the faintest glimpse of mercy. When we captured them, we shot them as soon as we saw them. Intelligible Russian words came out of their mouths. In Russian captivity, as in German captivity, the worst lot are always reserved for the Russians. In general, this war revealed to us that the worst thing in the world was to be a Russian. The Vlasov men had a presentation of all of this. They knew it ahead of time. Nevertheless, on the left sleeves of the German uniforms, they sewed their shield with the white, blue, red edging, the fields of St. Andrews, and the letter ROA. However, by February 1945, the 1st Division of the Russian Liberation Army had been formed, and the formation of the had begun. It was too late to even hypothesize that these divisions would ever fight together with the Germans. The old secret hope that the Vlasov leadership, that a conflict would arise between the Soviets and the Allies, and now getting strength, this hope was reflected in the German ministry propaganda in February. The Vlasov movement does not consider itself bound for life and for death in Germany. There are within it a strong pro-English and they're thinking about changing of course. It is not a national socialist justice movement, and they simply do not recognize the existence of the Jewish problem. The breakdown of Germany, which by the time was totally made it's possible, and the commander of the division, Brodnichenko, to take it out of the front line by his own admission, despite it being the opposition of German generals. And division started fighting its way into Czechoslovakia. The men had reached the outskirts of Prague, and in the middle of May, the Czechs had held an uprising, and in the capital May 5 and asked them to help. On May 6, Brodnichenko division entered into the Prague, and the violent movement on battle on May 7 saved both the uprising and the city. And if ironically, as if it was to confirm this far-sightedness and the most short-sighted Germans in the last independent action of the 1st Vlasov Division was the blow dealt to the Germans. It might have been a relief, and to all those Russians' hearts, which during the past, senseless and cruel, it had accumulated so much bitterness and anger against them. In those days, the Czech Russians had saved their official Soviet version of the Prague was liberated by the Soviet army. It is true that in accordance with Stalin's wishes, The Churchill was in no hurry in those days to arm the inhabitants of Prague, and so to the US Army to slow down its advance, and its order to do it. The Soviets to enter the city first. Joseph Smirkovsky, who at the time was a leading Czech communist, who did not foresee the distant future and insulted the traitor of the Vazov units. The only freedom which he had wanted had to come from the Soviets. Vazov consistently refused to escape alone. His plane was ready to go. To take him to Spain in what must have been a paralysis of will, he gave up and accepted in the end. During these last weeks of activity, what was limiting to dispatching secret delegations in an army to establish a contact with the British of the army, the only sense that Vlasovites could see in all the events, so as to just justify some of their long dangling in the German news, was getting a chance to be helpful and useful in the Allies now that everything was finished. The hope kept glimmering, getting rather burning high, that at this time, after the end of the World War, the powerful English and the Americans allies asked Stalin to change his course of domestic policy. This army, coming from the west and from Hitler east, would be getting closer and closer. This might well clash over Hitler's crushed enemy remains, and that would be the Bolshevik Russians. The West simply had to understand the Bolsheviks is an enemy for all mankind, but for the West, and not understand it all. The democratic West could not understand. What do you mean when you call yourselves a political opposition? An opposition exists inside your country. Why has it never gone publicly declared its existence? If you were dissatisfied with Stalin, go back home and in the first subsequent election do not re-elect him. That would be the honest cause. But why did you have to take up your arms and what worse, German arms? No, we have to extradite you. It would have to be a terribly bad idea for form and to act, otherwise might not spoil our relations with our gallant ally. In World War II, the West kept defending its own freedom, defending for itself. As for us in Eastern Europe, it buried us in even more absolutely and hopeless slavery. Vazov's the last effort, and his statement, the leadership of the ROA was ready to appear before the International Court, turn over the army to the Soviets for extermination, contributing to national law, since it would involve extradition of the opposition movement, but nobody heard that speaking. Most of them, American military commanders, were amazed to learn just about the existence of the Russians who were not Soviets. They thought that it was quite natural and hand them all over to the Soviet state. The ROA not only surrendered for the Americans, it implored them to accept capitulation and begged for one thing only, the promise that the Americans would not be extradited them to the Soviets. American officers who did not know anything about big politics sometimes naively gave such promises, but all of them were kidding. All of them were broken. The ROA soldiers were deceived. The 1st Division on May 11 found itself facing an unarmed wall of American military men. It was almost as if the same name of the 2nd Division, the Americans refused to consider them prisoners of war and refused to let them into their zone. The Ultra Churchill and Roosevelt had signed the agreement and repatriation of all Soviet citizens, and especially in the military, without specifically whether the repatriation was to be voluntary or not. How could any people from the West and on Earth be willing to return to their homes? The nearsightedness of the West was written at Yalta. At the same time, in May 1945, Great Britain also acted as a loyal ally of the Soviet Union's usually modest as the Soviet leadership prevented this action of being publicized. This English turned over to the Soviet Army Commander Cossack call to the 45,000, which had fought its way to Austria and Yugoslavia. The extradition was carried out with priority, which is a characteristic of British diplomatic traditions. The guest of Cossacks meant fight to death or emigrate overseas, maybe to Paraguay, maybe to Indochina, anywhere as long as they would not have to surrender the Soviets alive. The British, as long as they would not have to surrender the last time, dressed in a fine British uniform, promised them that they could serve in the Cossacks and not grow suspicions when they were asked to turn over their weapons on the ground, that this was necessary in order to standardize the equipment. On May 28, all officers from squadron commanders at Wood were summoned, expected from the soldiers to the town of Judenberg on the pretext that they would confer with the Field Marshal and Aleksandr about the future fate of the army en route. The officers were surreptitiously placed under a strong escort. The British beat them until the bed, and the whole motorcade was gradually surrounded in Soviet tanks. When they arrived in Johannesburg, police vans were waiting for the armed guards. Holding the Spain, they could not even shoot to starve themselves to death, since all their weapons had been taken off them. Some jumped off a viaduct into the river, and or onto stones. Among generals thus turned over the Soviets, the majority were emigres who had fought and as allies of the British during the World War I, during the Civil War. Fuck. Or the British had not had enough time to show their gratitude, repaying their debt. In the following days, the British extradited enlisted men treacherously in trains which were covered by wire. In the meantime, the Cossack transported had arrived from Italy, carrying 35,000 people. They stopped at the Drava Valley near the end. These were Cossack soldiers, among them, but also many old children and women. None of them wanted to go back to their beloved Cossack rivers. The heart of the British was not troubled, nor were their democratic minds. The British commanding officer, Major Denisovich, whose name will certainly survive now on the Russian military history list, could be exuberantly friendly or mercilessly announced on June. It would be a compulsory expedition. Thousands of voices. We will not go back. Black flags appeared over the Russian refugees camp. And their funeral services. While they were there, they were still alive. British tanks and soldiers arrived. The orders. The crowd was singing hymns that required the Creed service. The priests lifted their crosses high above their heads. The young people formed a chain around the old one. The women and the children, the British soldiers, started beating them with their rifle butts, clubs, and guns, grabbing them and throwing them onto the tracks, including the first platform, in which the platforms were staying broken down and their weight. Then a camp vent, the crowds rushed to the bridge over the top. Meanwhile, British units in the neighborhood pursued them. It's those days, just as treacherously and mercilessly British expedited. But even if that was the only way, during all the 1946 and 1947, the Western Allies, faithfully stolen, continued to turn over to him. As long as the West could get rid of this human concussion as quickly, people were extradited from Austria, Germans, Italy, France, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden from the American occupation and from this territory in the United States. I myself, under plus of fire a few days before my arrest, there were Russians in the East Prussian sack, in which we had surrounded, and one night in the end of January, the units tried to break through our position to the west without artillery preparation and silence. There was no firmly delineated front or in any case, and they were penetrated as in depth catching a sound like a heavy battery, which was out from the front, just barely managing to pull it back to the last remainder of the road. But then I back to the four-piece damage equipment, and full dawn, I watched as he suddenly rose from the snow where they dug in. Wearing their winter camouflage cloaks held themselves and with a cheer on the battery 152mm gun battalion Havoc twin and knocked out of a 12-hour heavy park with head grenades before they could fire a shot, pursued with tracer bullets, and at last the little group ran almost 2 miles in the fresh snow into the bridge, across the passageway, and then they were there, stopping. Soon afterwards, that I arrested, and now on the eve of the victory parade, there we all took the sitting together on the board bunks. I took puffs on metal cigarettes and then used them to carry on 6 buckets in the tin latrine. Now, a quarter of a century later, when most of the Vlasov men had perished in camps and those who had survived are living out there. This was a phenomenon totally unheard of, or in all worlds of the history. The several 100,000 young men at age 20 to 30 took up arms against the fatherland as allies of its almost evil, perhaps. And there is something to ponder here. Who was more to blame? Those youths in the great fatherland? One cannot explain the treason biology. It has have a social cause, because the whole proverb says well-fed horses don't rampage. Then pity yourself as the fields in which starved, neglected crows horses were rampaging back then. The same spring, many Russians emigrate were also in those cells. It was like a dream. The resurrection of the buried history, the weighty tombs of the Civil War had long since been completed. Their covers shut tight. I'm gonna fucking finish this. The causes for which people fought in it had been decided. The chronology of events had been set down in textbooks. The leaders of the white movement were appeared no longer our contemporaries on earth, but were mere ghosts in the past had melted. The Russian emigrants had been more cruelly dispersed than the tribes of Israel, and in the Soviet imagination, if they were still dragging out of their lives somewhere, it was a pianist in stinking little restaurants as lackeys, laundries, beggars, morphine and cocaine addicts. A virtual course was run up until 1941. When the war came, it would have been impossible to find out from any hints in our newspaper, our lofty literature, our criticism of the art, nor did our own well-fed masters and art literatures help that Russians lived in developing Russian philosophers and book love. And lost in the Russian art did enchanted the world. That Russian love were out there to profound studies. Dostoevsky were being undertaken at a time when he was anathema in Soviet Union. That's the incredible world in Novgorod, Syrian. Also existed out there Union himself, but he was still alive, and he had been running for all these 20 years. The journals of the arts were published, the theatrical works were being produced. The Russians from the same area, Russians came together in groups where their mother tongue could be heard, and then immigrant men had not given marrying immigrant women, who in turn presented them with children, which meant young people our age. The picture of immigration presented to our country was so falsified that one of the conducting mass surveys to ask which side of the Russian immigrant you were in the Spanish Civil War, or else perhaps what side they were on the Second World War, was one of the voice everyone had recommended for Franco for Hitler. Even when people in our country did not know that many white immigrants fought on the Republican side in Spain, they emigrated not to support Hitler. They ostracized most Austrian gypsies. He took Hitler's support, leaving them to alienated Elkin, wanted to fight with the Soviet Union against Hitler, and that one time Stalin planned to arrange his return to the motherland, not for military reasons obviously, but for the symbol national unity during the German occupation of France. A whole Russian emigre, young and old, joined the resistance, and after the liberation of Paris, they swarmed to the Soviet embassy to apply for the permission to fight for the motherland, no matter what kind of Russia it was. It was still Russia. This was the slogan, and that was it. And that's how they proved how they'd been lying previously about their love for her. In prison in 1945 and 1946, they were almost happy for these prison bars and these jailers for their own Russian. And they were observed with surprise, Soviet boys watching their heads scratching. Why the hell did he come back? Wasn't there room enough in Europe? But given the Stalinist logic, which said that in every Soviet person who had ever lived abroad had to be imprisoned in a camp, how could the immigrants possibly escape their same lot? In the Balkans, Central Europe happened. They were arrested as soon as the Soviet armies arrived. They were arrested in their apartments and on the street, just like a Soviet citizen. For a while, state security arrested only men and only for those had in one and another was revealed to political bias. Later on, the families were transported to exile in Russia. But some were left where they were in Bulgaria and Czechoslovakia. In France, they were welcomed in Soviet Union citizenship and honors, flowers, and sent back to the motherland in comfort. And only when they got to the USSR, where they backed in, things dragged out longer. They got to the Shanghai emigres in 1945, and the Russians didn't reach that far, but following a pedigree from the Soviet government, went to Shanghai and announced a decree for the Presidium of the Supreme Court. Soviet extended its forgiveness to all immigrants. Well, now, how could one refuse to believe that? The government certainly couldn't lie. Whether or not these actuals were only such a degree, it did not, in any case, tie the hands of the arrogants. The Shanghai Russians expressed their delight. They were told they could take anybody with them, as well as many possessions as they wanted and whatever they wanted. They went home with automobiles, and the country could put them to good use. They were told that they could settle wherever they wanted in the Soviet Union, and of course, work in any professional trade. They were transported to Shanghai steamships. The fate of those passengers would vary. On some of the ships, for some reason, there was going to get no food at all. They also suffered various fates after reaching the port of Nug, which was incidentally one of the main transit centers for the Gulag. Almost all of them were loaded into freight cars like prisoners, except for the ones that had yet no strict convoy orders, and yet there were no police dogs. Some of them were actually delivered to inhabited places, to cities, and allowed to live there for 2 or 3 years. Others were delivered in trainloads straight into their camps and were dumped out of high embankment into the forest beyond the Volga, together with their right pianos and Giangineries in 1948 to form the far eastern emigres who had, until they managed to stay out from the camps, were scraped up to the last man. In the engine room, there was a box at the so-called Berezovsky station, the famous Frisky box, where new arrivals were searched. It had space enough for 5 or 6 jailers to process up to 20 sacks in one batch. Now, however, it was empty, and the rough hewn search tables made nothing over them. Over at one side of the room, seated behind a small note, table beneath the small lamp, it was a neat black-eyed NKVD patient bathroom, and what was it? His face chiefly revealed the internationals, during which the Zex had brought in and led one of the wasted of time signatures could have been collected last month. Much faster, he indicated that I was to sit down on the stool opposite him on the other side of the table. He asked my name to the right and to the left. The ink lay 2 piles of white paper into the size of half sheet typewriter paper. All looked much the same in format. They were just like the fuel requisition of in apartment history management in warrant official institutions for purchase of official supplies, leading me to a pile on the right-hand side. The major found the major paddle. I understood I had been sentenced to 8 years. I immediately began to write a statement on the back of it, the fountain pen, to the effect that the text had been read to me on a particular day. My heart didn't give it an extra half a beat. It was also a really nice routine. Could this really be my sentence, the turning point of my life? I could have just liked to feel nervous, to experience this moment to the full, but just couldn't, until the major who had already pushed the sheet back over me and the blank flank side facing up, and the school college 7 Kopeck. The bad point in the had lent him an inkwell. Now I have to read it myself. Do you really think I would deceive you? The major objected lazily. Well, go ahead, read it. I'm willing to let the paper go out of my hand. I turned it over and began to look through it with deliberate slowness, not the word, but to be better. It had to be typed, but when I had in front of me, it was not the original, but a carbon. From a decree of the RSO of the NKVD to the USSR, all of which was underscored, dotted line, and the sheet was vertically divided with dots. Case heard accusation so and so. Just decreed to designate and so name for anti-Soviet propaganda and for an attempt to create an anti-Soviet organization. 8 years. Was I really just supposed to sign in silence? Some provided some clarification, though he had no such intention. He had already nodded to the jailer to the door next to prison to give him the moment at least a little importance. I asked him what tragic expression, but really, this is terrible. 8 years for what? And I couldn't even hear how false my one words were. Neither nor I detected anything terrible right there. The major showed me once again there to sign. I signed. I couldn't simply not think of anything else to do. In that case, I allowed myself to write the pirouette then and right then. After all, sentencing is unjust, as is provided. On the left hand, let's move along. I moved along. I had not really shown much initiative, Giorgio Tenio, who has to be after. Sure, I had been handed a paper worth 25 years and answered, after all, this is a life sentence. In older times, they used to beat me in drums and assemble a crowd when a person was going to give a life sentence. And here it was like, It just waiting for a line of soap. 25 years in a row long. Arnold Poe took the pen and wrote the back. I protest categorically in this terroristic illegal sentence and demand immediate release. This officer who had handed it to him waited patiently for him to read what Poe had said. He was enraged to draw up the paper with a note on it saying, "So what? Remaining in the force anyway." This was just a copy. Ferrari Cova was expecting 15 years, and she saw the light as a type on the official sheet. He read in the fire. She laughed, signed it, because they took it back. He also looked at her dubiously. "Do you really understand what I just read you?" "Yeah. 5 years, 10-year sentence." It was read to him in the corridor in the Russian without any translation. He signed it, not knowing what his sentence was. He waited a long time afterwards for his trial. Still later, when he was in camp, he recalled the incident for vaguely realizing what had happened. Also, has nowhere mentioned in the Constitution Code how it turned out to be the most conventional kind of hamburger machine, easy to operate, undermanning, and requiring no illegal lubrication. The code existed, and the OSO existed, and it just kept grinding without all the Code 205 articles, neither invoking them nor even mentioning them, and they used to just joke in the camp, "There's no call for nothing." The OSO, of course, the OSO itself is needed to conventional some kind of operational shorthand. But for purpose, it worked. Its own dozen-letter articles, which made operation made simpler. It wasn't necessarily when they were used to cudgel on the brains, trying to make things fit the formulation as a code. Then there were a few enough to be already remembered by a child, something that had happened. And then, finally, there was a very expensive category. Member of family of persons convicted under one of the foregoing letter categories. It has to be remembered that these categories were not applied uniformly and equally among different groups in different years, but as the article code of the sections of special degrees that broke out into 7 epidemics, there was one more qualification. The OSO did not claim to be handing down the sentence. It did not sentence a person, but instead and impose an administrative penalty, and that was the whole thing in a nutshell. Therefore, it wasn't, of course, natural to have a judicial independence, but even though they did not claim to be an administrative penalty, it was a court sentence. It could be up to 25 years, deprivation of titles, confiscation of all property, imprisonment, deprivation. And thus, a person could disappear off the face of the earth. The OSO, and even more reliably under the terms of the same primitive OSO conditions. They also enjoyed another primitive advantage, and that its penalty could not be appealed. There was no way to appeal it. There was no appeals jurisdiction available and no jurisdiction beneath it. He was not only subordinate, only to ministerial, intestinal, referred to Stalin and to Satan. Another big advantage of the OSO was the speed. The speed was limited only by the technology of the typewriting, and last but not least, and not only did the OSO have to confront the accused face to face, which lessened the burden of interpretation transport, it didn't even have to have his photograph. At a time when the prisons were so badly overcrowded, this was a great additional advantage, because the prisoner did not have to take up any space on the prison floor or eat free bed. Once his interrogation had been completed, he could be sent off to the camp immediately and put on his work. The copy of the sentence could be read to him or her much later. All the articles of the code had become encrusted with interpretation, directions, instructions, and even actions. If the accused are not covered by the code, we can still convict by analogy. What an opportunity, simply because of origins. For context with dangerous person, here's the code for you. Here are the dangerous. Lots of context consists of only who the judge can say. But one could show no complaining about the precise working of the published laws. On the 3rd of January 1950, a decree was issued which established capital punishment. One is bound, of course, to consider the capital punishment never did depart, bury, sellers on the degree stated, and what the death sentence could be imposed on subversive diversionists. What did that mean? It didn't say a lot. I loved it the way not of it. It didn't say anything. Did it refer only to someone who blew up the rails on TNT? It didn't say we only had long service come to know what a diversionist was, but something was produced, a poor quality diversionist. But what was a subversive? Was someone subverting the authority, the government, for example? a subversion on a streetcar, or if a girl married a firefighter or a foreigner, the subverting the majesty of the motherland. But it did not judge the judges. The judge only takes his pay. The year's executions, shootings, the director of 1943, 20 years of hard labour hanging, the director of 1945, and 10 years for everybody else, 5 years for disenfranchisement, manpower for those 3 to 5 year plans, the director from 1949, everyone gets 25. The machine stamped out the sentences. The prisoner had already deprived of all rights when they cut off his buttons and the threshold of old state security, and he couldn't avoid his stretch. The member of the legal professional was so used to this that they fell off their faces in 1958 and caused a big scandal. The text of the projected fundamental principle of criminal prosecutions was published in the newspaper, forgotten to include any reference to possible grounds for the acquittal. The government newspaper issued a mild rebuke. The impression might be created that our courts bring in convictions, but just to take the jurists aside for a moment, why in fact should a trial be supposed to have 2 possible outcomes when it general elections candidate, the basis of one candidate? An acquittal is in fact unthinkable, because the second economic point of view, it would mean that the informers of the security officers and the interrogators and the prosecutor's staff and the internal guard in the prison all had no work to go to. Here's one straightforward and typical case that was brought forward in the military tribunal in 1941. The security operations branch, now an active army station in Mongolia, was called on to show its activities vigilance. The military medical assistant Lebowski, who was jealous of Lieutenant Pavel's helping demands, because of some woman I realized he was addressed to a question of superiors. Why is your opinion retreating from the Germans? They have no more equipment. Lebowski asks him, no, it's a maneuver we're calling them. Do you believe in allies and help? I believe that will help some special measures. 3. Roald was sent to command the Northern. Lebowski received by the denunciation shall be in summoned before a political branch of the division and expelled and Kommissar through defeat his attitude and praise of German equipment, the political and the strategy of the High Command, and the loudest voice raised against him belonged to the Commissar, organizer Kaligan, who had behaved like a coward, the Battle of Kaligan. The Chopian was present and therefore panicking ready to get rid of his witness once and for all. Chopian also rest. He had in the confrontation with Lebowski, the previous conversation, he was not even brought up by the interrogator. One question was asked, do you know this man? Yes, witness, you may leave. The interrogator was afraid of charge. They might fall. Depressed by this month's incarceration, it was the sort of hole in the ground we have already described. Chopian appeared before a military tribunal and the 36th and Motorized Division. Present with Lebedev and Prant. The witness, Lebowski, was not summoned to testify. Political. What did he ask about? What were your answers? After all, many people who took like that. He innocently exclaimed. The tribunal was interesting. Who gives a shit about our names? But Chopian was not in their breed. He had the last word. I begged the court to give me an assignment that will mean my death, so as to assure once more of my patriotism, and like as a blooded warrior of me and the old person who slandered presidents together. I know our job is to kill off all of those chivalrous sentiment. People of Lebowski duty was to hand out the pills of surgeons. Duty and indoctrinate the soldiers. Whether or not you died wasn't important. What was important was that you were on guard. The law was a child. We forget everything, and what we remember is not what we actually happened. Not history, but merely the hackneyed dotted line. They have chosen to drive into our memories in incessant terror. I do not know whether it is a trait common of all mankind, but it is a certain trait of all of our people, and it is a vexing one it may have. It's also good in, but it's vexing nonetheless, and it makes it easy to pray for lies. Therefore, the demand that we forgot to read the public trials, we forget them the proceedings. We're open for the reported in our newspapers, but they didn't drill a hole in our family's brain to make us remember to say, and so they forgot them. Only the things that repeated on the radio after the day up in the thing opened, yet in the actual fact there began right, and the October rectangular quantities of them were taking their place in different tribunals. They were already at the same time. The war plays in the jail of Dahl legality, their detailed history will someday be written by someone who is not for us. It's to attempt to include in our present history. This chapter is concerned with the public trials conducted the first years following the success of the Bolshevik Revolution. It reviews 5 specific trials from 1918 to 21. One can already observe that the indiscrimination, the character of the accusation, and the collaboration of prosecution and defense attorneys cannot be accused. The law becomes man. This chapter describes the law while it's still in Boy Scout stage. In the early 1920s, 5 trials are traced in detail. Among them, in 1922, Moscow and Leningrad trials amongst them prominent church-led leaders leading to the execution of the defendants. The objectives of these trials is to speed up the representation and the looting of the church, and Lenin draws up the political section of the criminal code. Its scope is unlimited. Law matters. This chapter continues the same as the last 2 preceding chapters, with the special attention of the 3 trials in the late 1920s and late 1930s. At a stage, loyal engineers and even fellow communists come under attack, and may be compassionate reader now, have mercy upon me. Until now, my pen sped, and untrembled. My heart didn't skip a beat, and we skipped along unconcerned, because for these 15 years we have been firmly protected either by the legal revolutionary or else by revolutionary legality. But from now on, something will be painful, as readers will recollect that we've had explained in dozens of times the beginnings of the norms the legality began. And how do we enter this abyss of legality? How do we drag our way along into another bitter stretch of the road? However, these trials which followed were because of the fame of the defendants and the sick notions for the whole world. They did not escape the attention of the public. They were written about, they were interpreted, and they will be interpreted again and again. It was only for a merely touch point like on the riddle. That doesn't make one qualification though, not a big one. The published tenograph records did not coincide completely with what was said in the trial. One runner who received an entrance pass, they were given out, and only 2 selected individuals took running notes and subsequently discovered on the differences. All the correspondence and also noted the snag, Krasnetsky, which made a recess necessary in order to get him back on the track of his assigned testimony. Here's how I picture it before the trial. The chart was set up for emergencies. In his column, it was the name of the defendant. In the second column, second method to be used during the recess, he should be part from the next during open trial. In the third column, the name check is responsible as applying for indicated method. And so if Kransky is departed from his text, then who would arrange on the run, and what would the person be doing? But the inaccuracies of this stenograph record do not change the light in the picture. Dumbfounded the world. Watch 3 plays do wide range, ranging and expensive dramatic predictions in which the powerful leaders of the fearless community who had turned the entire world upside down and now marched forth like a dutiful, obedient goat and pleaded out everything, and they had everything. This was the unprecedented and remembered history. It was particularly astonishing in contrast with recent Leipzig and Dimitrov and answered Nazi judges like roaring a lion. Immediately afterwards, his comrades in Moscow remembered that unyielding cohort which had made the whole world tremble under the guess, and the graces of that had been 11 this guard came before the judge drenched in their own urine, and even though much appears to have been classified since then, particularly success of Arthur's Costello, the riddle continues to circulate as durable as ever. People have speculated about Tibetan potion that deprives a man of his will, and about the use of hypnosis. Such explanation may be no means be rejected, and KBPD possessed the methods clearly. There were no moral rules or prevents things to wind up weaken and muddle the gut, and to it's known that in the 20th some GPU, it was always reliably known that in the 30s the school for the hypnosis and assist in the NKPD. Kamenev's wife was allowed to visit her husband before his trial, finding out himself his reactions retarded. And she manages to communicate this to others before she herself is arrested. But why was there neither Polensky or Kreshnikov broken Tibetan or hypnosis? The fact that it is an explanation of a higher psychological plane. One misunderstanding is particular results from the image of these men as old as revolutionaries who had not been joined with Tsarist dungeons Season tried to do hard and mock fighters, and there was a plain and simple mistake here. These defenders were not the old revolutionary SR. These were and these others, the Bolshevik defendants and the treason trials, had never even known being sentenced to special dungeons and Sakhalin, any special hard labor, just a simple 10 ruble, like any ordinary collective farmer, and in their true crime, the tenor was 3 years in the hard labor central prison. That was nothing special. The party leader who were the defendants in the trial in 1936 and 38 in their revolutionary past had known short, easy imprisonment, short periods in exile, and who had never ever met these people before. Broken in many pretty arrests and his record put them out to nothing. Apparently he was never in prison anyway for a whole year at a time, and he had a whole just wee bit. Despite this long years propaganda work and trouble, read Russian, spent only 2 years in prison and get only half a year. In our time, even 16-year-olds got 5 or 5. So, he never received one. In comparison with the ordinary natives of the Archipelago, they were all killer. She went through the prisons very easily, and then they were either escaping from exile without any trouble or at all were releasing because of the amnesty until they were arrested and imprisoned. And the Bianca, they too hadn't released prison, so what do you do? Had fallen of these Jews, he would have been conducted himself with any less self-embarrassment, and that was the resistance to prove it. He too had known only easy imprisonment, no serious interrogation, and a mere 2 years of exile in Uskut. The terror Trotsky inspired the chairman was a revolutionary military council, was something he acquired cheaply, and does not at all demonstrate in truth strength of character of courage. Those who have condemned many others to be shot often wilt at the prospect of their own death. Two kinds of toughness are connected, and after all, our entire failure to understand derives from our belief in the unusual nature of these people. We do not, after all, where ordinary confessions and signed by ordinary citizens are concerned, find their reasons for denouncing themselves and others so forcibly we accept it as something we understand. A human being is weak. A human being is, but we consider Bergholm, Komnozov, Smirnov to be Superman to begin with, and in essence, a failure to understand this due to the fact alone. True, the directors of the Dragonic Productions seem to have had harder tasks in selecting performers than they had in their early trial of the engineers. But here the people of the troupe were small. Everyone knew that they were the chief performers. We wanted to see them in the roles, yet there was a choice. The most far-sighted and determined, those who were doomed, did not allow themselves to be arrested. They wanted to live, to allow other people outside of themselves to be arrested. And could certainly brave from the people who wanted to live, but among them, some behaved differently during the interrogation drill. They put it on the trial, the most compliant. The selection was made after all. The men who selected were drawn from the hat, but only up to the hat. A mustache producer knew each of them very like. He also knew what was on the tail here, we were weaklings, and he knew that we knew one by one the particular weakness of each thing. The only layer in the dark and special talent, his main psychological bent and his life's passion, weakness and the last plane of being, and the man who seems in the perspective of the time to have the embodiment of the highest of brightest intelligence and the disgraced executive leaders, into whom Arthur Koestler apparently dedicated his talented inquiry to was Hanno Birkenstyle and saw through him. Two of the lowest gentlemen in which the human being unites to the earth. Stalin held him at a long death grip, played with him a bit, but like he was a mouse, letting him go just a little bit and then catching him again. Bukarashkin wrote every last word in our entire existing other words. Constitution, which was so beautiful and so good to listen to, and he flew about up there just below the clouds and thought he had our Plakover. and then he had thrust a constitution on him that he wouldn't compel to relax himself from his dictatorship, and at that very time compelled himself to move towards the Jews. And they reminded an easy dialogue with the Vishniki along such lines. Is it true that every opposition to the party is a struggling opposition party? In general, it is factionally, but the struggle against the party in general, it is a factionally, it is, but a struggle against the party in general, it is factually based. But a struggle against the party cannot help you go into the war against the party. According to the logic of these things, yes, it must, and the means to the end. Given that the existence of the opportunistic believes any foul deeds might have perpetrated against the party, espionage, marital sellout, motherland. But wait a minute. But for us in the highest, it's always the highest. Yes, of course. So how do you see only a very fine distinction separates us? We are required to concentrate eventually. Opposition we are required to accept as having a certain place, only theoretically have taken place. After all, good enough. It could have, and so is necessarily to recognize as actual what was possible. That's all. It's only a small philosophical transition. Are we in agreement? Yes. And one more thing. Yes, it's not me doing that. Yes, it's one thing. But if you retreat and you want something different during your trial, you'll understand that it will be my thing. In case you forget about that yourself, you'll die in a fucking camp. And you can work in the economic social here, but in previous trials designed here, and you didn't shoot them all here, but in comparison is there between you and them. And then we all left between many of them I alive too. They were shot only in the newspapers. And so perhaps there isn't any insoluble riddle in those trials. Chapter 11. The supreme measure. Capital punishment has had its up and downs in Russia. You go to the Tsar, Aleksandr, Romanov, there were 50 crimes in which capital punishment could be imposed. By the time the military states in the pre-degrade had 200. Yet, while she did not repeal any of those laws authorized, never once resorted to it. They say that when the head of the for 20 years that she was in the to keep that she for 7 years. Yet she still went along with capitalist punishments. It was an astounding record in the mid-18th century. In guillotine, Jacobson, true, we have to put ourselves to ridicule of our past. We never acknowledge any of the good deed, good intention, our history, and good policy, and one can very easily find Black and Elizabeth's policy good too. But let us also say there's something on behalf of the Empress is that social concept where it is allowed, and perhaps the prisoner is condemned to death today, put a voluntary consent that would hold complex punishments. If only the sun would continue to rise. In today's terms, Elizabeth had universally human point of view, and there's well the Empress, Catherine and Red had good one. The class point of view, which was consequently more collective, not to execute anybody at all, seemed to be very her appealing and defensible, found capital punishment entirely appropriate to defend her throne and herself. In other words, in political cases such as those, where voters Moscow played mutiny in Pugachev, but for war criminals and non-political offenders, eligible to abolition of capital punishment was confirmed. Despite this, many wars during this, there were no military tribunals attached to the punishment and introduced only to the war crimes and took place. Right to the point, some people say, what about the deaths from running from the gauntlet? Yes, indeed, there were, of course, hidden deaths. You can literally drive a person over to death with a car. So you're right, I guess. The blood of the 5 Democrats that were there, the tape of our states from then on. The execution for the crimes of the state was no longer available or prohibited, nor was it forgotten right up until the February Revolution was confirmed by the states shoots of 1894, 1904. We have already in Chapter 8 cited the figure 4 letter sent to them, verified and taken up the expert of Russian criminal law. Up until 1905, the death penalty was an exceptional measure in Russia for a period of 30 years, 1876 to 1904. Proud Nodia revolutionary and the use of terrorism which did not consistently limitations remembered with the kitchen of command department. A period of mass strikes and peasant revolts, a period of parties and future revolution were created in groups. 486 people were executed. In other words, about 17 people per 100. During the years of First Revolution, its suppression, the numbers of execution rocketed upwards, and including Russian imaginations, calling forth my tears, Tolstoy, indignation, Korolenko, many, many more. During 1938, 2,200 were executed, 45 a month. When the provisional government came to power, it abolished capital punishment. However, it was reinstated through the active Gulag system and the active army and frontline services, military crimes. This was one of the biggest unpopular decisions that was ever implemented. The provisional government Bolsheviks could administratively punish you that would directly affect or solely the military things. Yeah, that's fucked. Ignoring the judge to the official documents, capital punishment was restored in all its forces in June 1918. No, it wasn't restored. Instead, that sees is not deliberately understanding the real figures, but completely lacks the completely same amount of judicial work Bolshevika performed in Russia. And 16 months later, June, more than 16 months after response was whatever, which is to say more than 100. However, which added to the thousands of comments inaugurated and stunned the Ferrari's Bush. Still more terrible was that the initially followed by both warning signs and later by the victor only of sinking barges loading in uncounted, unregistered, unidentified even by the Roald naval officers in the Gulf of Finland and Lake Baikal. This is the outside of the scope of the narrow history. Everything else originates as well. All of our centuries from Rurik on had there been something like this. Killing is during the post-October Civil War. At one time, 365 condemned prisoners were awaiting execution at once at Leningrad Petsky prison alone, and during the whole year it would certainly seem that more and more thousands of what Kresge alone were, and what kind of evildoers were condemning these men. Did so many plot the troublemakers against the government, or were they just from the other political parties? They were guilty of the following true crimes. After they had finished the move mowing collective farms with their own hands, they had gone back and mowed a second time along the hummocks to get a little hay out of their own cows. And at pardon all six, the All-Russian Central Executive Committee refused to pardon all six, and those peasants, and the sentence of execution were carried out. What cruel and evil such a scout, what utterly repulsive and infamous self-owner. So if I would have killed 6 peasants for their miserable earnings of clipping and hay. If one had directed to beat them with the birch watches, we would even know about it, and read about it, and in school and curse at, but now have the corpses into the body, into the water, and pretty soon the surface is all smooth again, and no one know the wiser, and no one cherisher. Hope that somebody documents will confirm and report on the witnesses who were still alive. Even if Stalin had killed 2 others, I believe he deserved to be drawn and quartered just for the lives of those 6. And yet they still dare shriek at us from the Peking and the Turkin and the Tbilisi, yet, and please big bellies, Moscow suburbs are doing it too. And how could you dare expose him? How could you dare disturb the shade? Stalin belongs in the world communist movement, but in my opinion, all he belongs to is a criminal code. The People of all the world remember him as some friend. He's not those on those backpacks he rode, whom he slashed his knockout. However, let us remember that being dispassionate and partial, of course, of all Russian generals, the executive committee certainly would have been completely abolished. The supreme measure as promised, but unfortunately, what happened in the 1936 when the father and teacher completely abolished the all-Russian Central Executive Committee and the Supreme Soviet and succeeded it as an 18th century ring. The supreme measure became a punishment once again and ceased to be some kind of incomprehensible social defense. As for the executions between 37 and 38, what legal experts, what criminal historians, will provide us with the verified statistics? What is the special archive? We might as well know that they never were keeping documents to penetrate in order to read the figures. There is none, and there will never be any. Therefore, we dare report on those figures mentioned in rumors that were quite fresh in 1939, when they were drifting around under a mile of butcherick archers, having emanated from the high and middle rank and the child men of the NKVD who had been arrested and passed through those calls and not during before. Yes, they really knew. Yep. The Yazahov men said that during those 2 years of 37-38, 500,000 political prisoners have been shot throughout the SU. Casualties and additional killing, according to the official testimony from Crossroad in the main building of the GPU, Proletariat Street, and they shot more than 200 people overnight. In May 1947, Iosifis Vissarionovich inspected his new tchotchke in the mirror, liked it, and dictated the Presidium Supreme Soviet decree of the abolition of the capital punishment. The Supreme Soviet decree in peacetime, replacing it with a new maximum of 25 years. It was a good pretext for introducing the so-called quarter. But our people, ungrateful, criminal, and incapable of perplexity generosity, therefore, after the rules had creaked out in 2.5 years. And then, without the death penalty, on January 12, 1950, the new decree was published that the Constitution and about face in view of petitions drawing in from the Ashton Republics of Ukraine, from the trade unions. Oh, that's right, the lovely trade unions. Sleepwalker, the gracious sovereign, had stomped to death all peasant organizations way back to the year of the Great Turning Point. And also from cultural leaders that now quite likely capital punishment was restored to the conglomeration and traitors of Mother Man's spies and diversions, and of course they forgot to repeal the quarter and the 25-year sentence which remained in place. And this return to our family, friends, and to our beheading had begun. Things went further with no effort at all in 1954, premeditated murder in 1961, for the theft of soda, poverty, counterfeiting, and terrorism in places in 19. This was related especially to the prisoners who killed informants and terrorized camp. Not you fucking do it. For violating the rules, government foreign currency transactions, for threatening the lives of checking free state police, communist vigilante, and for rape, but immediately thereafter bribery. But all this is simple temporary until completely abolished it. And that's how it's described today too. And so it turns out the Russian went into the longest of all without capital punishment in the design of Empress Elizabeth Petrova. Thus, many were shot, thousands at first, but then we divided, we multiplied, we sighed, we cursed, we still, and all that. These are just numbers. They overwhelm the mind, and then they're easily forgotten. And if somebody, the relative of those who had been shot, were to send one publisher, a photographer of their execution kin, and album of those photographers, and looking into the extinguished stars, which would learn much more, be valuable for the rest of our life. Such a reading, almost without words, would love and deep mark on our hearts for all eternity. In one household I am familiar with one where some form of acts the following ceremony took place on March 5th, on the day of the death of the head murderer. They spread out on the table all the photographs of the men that they were shot in camps, and that they had been able to collect several dozen of them, and throughout the day the solemnity reigns in the apartment, somewhat like that at church, somewhat like that in a museum. There are some normal music friends come to visit, and the photographs to keep silent, to stay silent, to talk softly together, and then that they have to leave without saying goodbye. And then that is how it is all to be everywhere. At least these deaths would have left a small scar on our heart, so that they should not have died in vain. And I too have two such chances. Photographers, look at these. Victor Petrovich Prokofsky, shot in Moscow, 1918. Aleksandr Stropping. They say that Kostina Rakovsky, the future marshal, was twice taken into the forest in the night, supposed execution. The firing squad leveled its rifle at him, and then they dropped him, and he was taken back to the prison. And then after that, he was also making use of the supreme measure in an interrogator's trick, but it was also right. Nothing happened, and he's still alive and healthy. Doesn't even cherish a grudge. And almost always a person obediently that allows himself to be killed. Why is it that the death penalty has such a hypnotic effect? And pardon recall, hardly anybody in the cell got one, offered any resistance. Dear Zach, Tio Emnio Zaclia Chinia, prison confinement. In December 1917, it had already become clear that it was altogether impossible to do without prisons, that some people simply couldn't be left without anywhere except behind bars, because there was no place for them to go in the new society. The attention was on the new prison authorities, was directed towards the combat readiness of the prison guards outside of the walls, and then the takeover of the stock of prisons inherited from the Tsar. Fortunately, it turned out that the Civil War had just resulted in destruction of all the principal central prisons of July. So we recall the Sigrotsky violence, nicknamed Solovsky, such a good place, cut off from communists, the outside world to have ear-tub. You could just be heard on there no matter what, how loud you shouted. No one could even burn you up for it. Anyone could. From our experience of the past, of our literature of the past, we derive a naive faith in the power of a hunger strike. The hunger strike is purely a moral weapon. It's presupposed that the jailer has not entirely lost his conscience, or that the jailer is afraid of public opinion. Only in such circumstances can it be effective. The Tsarist jailers were still inexperienced. They got nervous if one of their prisoners went on a hunger strike, and they exclaimed over it. Look after him, they put him in the hospital. There are many examples of this work, and it's not about them. It is humorous to note that it was enough for Valentino to go on a hunger strike for 12 days, and the result was that he was achieving some putting on weight, the regiment, but totally released from interrogation, whereupon he went to London and lost weight. Even in the old Central Hard Labour Box prison in the strike is always one. They got the regiment relaxed 1912 and further relaxing 1912 to the point of the general access and the outdoor walk for the political hard labour prisoners, who were obviously some rest unrestricted by their supervisors, that they managed them to compose and send out the freedom appeal to the Russian people. And this is from the hard labour prisoners of Central Prison. Furthermore, is published. One eye has popped out one's head. Someone has to have been crazy. In the revolution of 1905 and the years that following it, the the prisoners felt themselves to be masters of the prison to such an extent that they simply did not even want to leave. They simply destroyed, oh my god, or went so far as to declare a strike, although it might seem that prisoners want to have a strike. Here in the 20s, the lively pictures of the strike, a hunger strike, on coal. Still, it was possible in those years to achieve it with little impact. In the 30s on stage and thinking about hunger strikes, new term, what did the state want? And how to suppress the hunger strike wasn't the ideal picture of a prisoner. Probably no prisoner, or nor the capacity to make their own decisions. And of prison administration, what did their thinking look like for them? These are the questions that you will need to ask the prisoners. And so from beginning to the 30, I stopped accepting declarations of hunger strikes and media releases from prisoners because they just don't care. It's all behind closed doors. The hunger strike as a method of resistance no longer exists, they proclaimed Yekateri Olitskia in 1932. And they said the same thing about many other things. Fireworks, what about guns, rioting, protests? Well, it doesn't really. The government had abolished the hunger strikes, and that was that. But Olitskia refused to obey and began her fast. They took her to the hospital and put milk and dry cookies in her neck. Her victory then got her an extended stay in the hospital. However, it was an insignificant victory and paid $100 daily. Olitskia recalls such a foolish hunger strike on the part of her and 100 other people too. People starved Trunchbull days in order to get delivery of a parcel or change their companions for their walk. Patience, part administration. We've been enough to what? Description, deception. This too can be practiced thanks to triggering patience on the part of the administration. There have been enough of what is meant that from proceedings. When every step is ported by the country, why not? In 1933, President saying Gorbachev demanding that his family be reformed in his whereabouts after serving overseas. He'd come back and they were informed they were in a prison camp. Chinese Eastern Railroad, Manchuria, and then suddenly disappeared, and then he was worried about what his wife might be thinking and the kids. If you're not cool. 3. Forced artificial feeding. This method was adapted without question from experiences with wild animals, and it could give you your next dinner. 4. A new view of the hunger strike was the hunger strike, so it was continuation of the counter-revolutionary activity in prison, which approximately in the middle of 1937, a new directive from Tom, hunger strikes and the law, last vestige, Billy in the part, last vestige of personal support, Billy on the part of the jailers had disappeared. The prosecutor in the province would officially come in, disturbed if I was always nervous. Strike had not taken place, but the prisoner should be regarded as not having been in the prison at all. During prison, the period of strike, and thus interrogator should not be to blame. Let the only person rest of the hunger strike be the prisoner. Let the only person that only the perceptible result of the hunger strike be the prisoner exhausted, take his pass, and only time produces the hunger strike, that first and most natural weapon in the end. Camelleri and incomprehensible to the prisoners themselves. Fewer and fewer decided to undertake the role. No power. Even though the enormous archipelago was already spreading across the land and preparations for new people coming into the old jail system was scrapped. In whereby everything new and invaluable which the archipelago had a lot of assets. Deficiency was provided by the complementary experience in the TONs and the special operations. Prisons and prison warders were dispensable. Not everyone swelled up the great machine was allowed to sing with the native archipelago, well-known foreigners and individuals who self the deficiency of the provided complementary existence of the TON and the special purpose patrons, and advised they were going to review in view of the privileges and rights much later on for these departments. In the last 7 years of his life, disappointed in the readers of thieves shouldn't Stalin. Right, say for Jesus. Special person. We left also needed to isolate Campbell for the last 7 years of his life. Just pointed in the possibilities of reforming themselves. Stalin gave him orders that exonerated him and all the ringleaders. The inventory of all jailers inherited the Romanov dynasty was necessary, with like of its own, and affected him perfectly. He was so well sustainably appointed. Recently, I'm getting checked. That's the first thing that you do when you get there up to the date. And the courtyard where the prisoners walked in order during them to the size of the cell. Others like the ones who saw required new equipment, and the monastery arrangement had to be remodeled. But after all, self-incarceration of a body in monastery and its incarceration of a pistol by the state served physically similar purpose there, and all buildings who were also easily to target. Prison on terms. During the 20s, the prisoners' food was very decent. Isolated political and hunches always included something else. Both scary and dizzy, no rarity in the prisoners' politics. Those years, later on, food improved, but it was never the same as before. The lighting, the cells, was always rationing, so to speak. Both the parties in the 40s, causing depression. They often stretched netting above with their hands, ruining one's eye, and the bottom of time they made it for the lack of sleep. And in the dormitory of prison, there, light in the darkness, a kerosene lamp, and on a little leather shelf up near the ceiling, it burned away, smoked, and half transitioned to the hinged pane for ventilation, were kept locked and various hours in various positions. There was no such thing as Aleksandr, covered with the concrete and asphalt. They have been forbade lifting and running. Pieces. Relatives of Reading in 1937 and never renewed. Letters could never be sent. Close relatives for twice a month and could be received from then. In most years, for a cousin, they had to be returned to the administration the day after they had agreed access of the commissary to make purchases with the money sent to, specifically limited to, was usually permitted to Fang, who was no more been partly port of the prisoners' regiment at Mova, wrote eloquently of her happiness at finding a simple wood cot with a straw mattress and that folded and day wall and chairs anchored to the floor in the Vladimir Korinov experience. Two different prison regiments under one in 1947-1948. Personnel checks were not removed from the cell and could lie down locked through the peephole, but under the 1949 and 1953 the cell was locked with two locked. The responsibility of the turkey and dirty officer, respectively. One was forbidden to lie down, forbidden to talk in a normal voice in Kazan, only in a whisper. Personal articles were all taken away. The uniform of striped mattresses ticked was issued, announced without warning by the chief of the prison. Anyone who missed that day could write by the chief of the own sheet of paper half the size of a postal sheet could be used. Violent searches and unscheduled visits were frequented, requiring the complete turning of the one's warning of undressing down to one's skin. Communication between cells was probably to such an extent that the jailers went through to the toilet with a portable lantern after each toilet visited and searched in each hole. The entire cell would give punishments for graffiti and for the toilets. Punishment cell were scoured to the special purpose prisons and couldn't get into punishment cell for coughing. Cover your head and your nose in your blanket. Then you can get, or you can walk around the cell because it was considered to be rebellious for the noise made by one's shoes. In the Kazan prison, women's prison had been issued men's shoes, and they were much too large for women's feet. Incidentally, Ginsberg was correct in concluding that periods in the punishment cell were meted out not for any particular misdemeanor, but according to a schedule. Every prisoner was required to spend some time there in order to learn what it was like, and the rules included another generally applicant in the event of any display of unruliness in a punishment cell. The chief of the prison has the right to extend the term of incarceration there to 20 dogs just what was meant by unruly. Here, what's happened to Kozyev, the descriptions of the punishment cell and much else in the prison regiment tallied to such an extent that the stamp of a single system of administration rules can be detected. He was given another 5 days in the punishment cell for pacing back and forth in the autumn. The building containing the punishment cells was unheated and it was very cold. They took their shoes, the floor was bare, earth and dust, it might be wet dirt, and a stool in his In the autumn, the building containing the punishment cells was unheated and it was very cold. They forced the prisoners to undress down to their underwear and take off their shoes. The floor was bare earth and dust. It might be wet, and in the Kazan prison, it might even be covered with water. Kozyrev had a stool, Ginsburg had none in hers. He immediately concluded that he would perish, that he would freeze to death, but some kind of mysterious inner warmth gradually made itself felt, and it was his salvation. He learned to sleep sitting in the stool. They gave him a mug of hot water 3 times a day. It made him drunk. One of the duty officers, in violation of the rules, pressed a piece of sugar into his 10.5-ounce bread ration on the basis of the rations issued him, and by observing the light from some faraway tiny labyrinth window, Kozyrev kept count of the days. His 5 days had come to an end, but he had not been released. His sense of hearing had become extremely acute, and he heard whispers of the corridors having to do with either the 6 or the 6 days. This was a provocation. They were waiting for him to say that his 5 days were over and that it was time to let him out. That would have constituted unruliness for which his stay in the punishment cell would have been prolonged, but he sat silent and obedient for another day, and then they let him out, just as if everything had been the way that it was supposed to be, testing all the prisoners in turn for submissiveness, and then he could sentence all of those who weren't yet submissive enough to further terms in the punishment cell. After the punishment cell, the ordinary cell seemed like a palace. Kozyrev, become cellmate, went insane from frequent imprisonment in the punishment cell. Kozyrev was kept locked up with an insane man for more than a year, with just 2 of them there, and only here, right here, is where our chapter ought to have begun. It ought to have examined the glimmering light which in time the soul of the lonely prisoner begins to emit, like the halo of a saint torn from the hustle bustle of everyday life, and so absolute degree that even counting the passing minutes puts him intermittently in touch with the universe. The lonely prisoner has to have been purged of every poor imperfection, of everything that had stirred and troubled him in his former life, that had prevented his muddied waters from getting into a transparency. How grateful his fingers reached out to feel and crumble the lumps of earth in the vegetable garden. But alas, it is all asphalt. How as his head rises, is it of itself towards the eternal heavens? But alas, this is forbidden. And how much touching attention a little bird on the window still arouses him. But alas, there is a muzzle there, and he sitting as well, and the unhinged ventilation pane is locked, and what clear thoughts, what sometimes surprises conclusions he writes down on the paper issued to him, but alas, only if it buys him the commissionary, and only if you turn it to the prison office when you have used it up, our eternal safekeeping. But our peevish qualifications somehow interrupt our line of thought. The plane of the chapter creaks and cracks, and we no longer know the answer to the question: is the soul of a person in the type prison or special purpose prison purified or does it perish? If the person you see and everything you see every morning is the eye of your soulmate who has gone insane, how then shall you save yourself? Nikolai Aleksandrovich Kozyriev, whose brilliant career in astronomy was interrupted by his arrest, saved himself only one day of thinking about the eternal and the infinite, of the order of the universe, and of its supreme spirit, of the stars, of the internal state, and what time of the passing and time where they are. And in this way, he began to discover new fields of physics, and only in this way did he succeed in surviving the Denisovich prison. But his line of mental exploration was blocked by forgotten figures. He could not build any further. He had to have a lot of figures now. Where could he get them in his solitary confinement cell, with its overnight kerosene lamp, a cell which not even a little bird could enter, and the sign displayed, "Please help. I have done everything that I can. Please help. Please help. Please help me." At this time, he was entitled to receive one book every 10 days. By then, he was alone in the cell, in the meagre prison cell, where several different editions of Red Concert, which kept coming around each cell again and again. Half an hour passed after his prayer. They came to exchange a book, and as usual, without asking anything at all, they pushed a book at him, and he was called a course in astrophysics. Where had it come from? He simply could not imagine such a book as such a prison library. Aware of the brief duration of his coincidence, Kozyriev threw himself on it and began to memorize everything he needed immediately and everything he might need later. In all, just 2 days had passed, and he had 8 days left in which to keep his book, when there were unscheduled inspections by the chief of the prison. His eyes noticed immediately, "But you are an astronomer." "Yes." "Take this book away from him." "But it's mystical and in tune with his camp in Norsk." And so now we should begin the chapter on the conflict between the soul and the bars. But what is this? The jailer's keys rattling brazenly in the lock of the gloomy block. Superintendent is there with a long list, last name, first name, patronymic, date of birth, article of code, terms of code. Get your things together, be quick about it. Well, brothers, a prisoner's transport were off to somewhere. Good Lord, bless us all. Should we all have gathered up our homes? Well, here's what it would if we were still alive, and what will finish of the story another time in part 5, if we're still here. Scattered from the Berlin Strait almost to the Bosporus are there sands of islands in the spellbound archipelago. They are invisible, but they exist. And the invisible slaves of the archipelago, who have sense, weight, and volume, who have to be transported from the islands to island, just as invisible and uninterruptible. And by what means are they transportable? On what great ports exist for this purpose? Transit prisons. On what small ports can transit prisons? Sealed steel ship cars also exist. Railroads, especially christened sack cars, and at the anchor, they are met by similarly sealed, versatile locomotives rather than scheduled. And whenever necessary, whole caravan trains of red cattle cars are sent from port to port along the routes of the archipelago. All of this thoroughly developed system, it was created dozens of years ago, not hastily, well-fed, uniformed, and hurried, created it. The Kineshma convoy waited at the Moscow Northern Star at 700 hours on odd-numbered days to accept the Black Marius from the Vertigo Krasnaya, the Armenico convoy had to arrive at station 0600 and even numbered days to receive the hold and the custody transit prisoners of the rector. And where we go, all this is happening right now next to you. You can almost touch it, but it's invisible and you can't shut your eyes to it. It's at the big stations and the loading, unloading, and the dirty faces. It takes place far, far from the passengers' platform, and soon to be only the switchman and red inspectors. At smaller stations, the blind illuminated between two warehouses is preferred, and into which the black Marias can back so that their steps are flush with the steps of the Zach car. A convict doesn't train, he gets to look only at the steps, and at the lowest step, he wastes his high, and he hasn't the strength to climb up, and then convoy guards have blocked off the narrow crossing from the black barrier of the Zach car, growl and snarl, quick, come on, and maybe even brandish their bayonets. And you, hurrying along on the platform with your children, you're the suitcases, you're the string bags. Are you too busy to look closely? Why is that second baggage car hitched onto the train? There is no identification. I know it is no very much like a bucket car, and the gratings have diagonal season bars, and there is fucking darkness behind him. But why are your soldiers defending the fatherland, riding in it, and why, when the rain stops, the two of them march whistling along on either side? The train starts and 100 crowler prisoners' destinies, tormented hearts are born along some sneaky rails behind the same post, the same field post and haystacks. And as you know, and even a few seconds sooner, but outside your window, even less trace in the water and in the familiar life of the train, which is always exactly the same, with its split openable package bread linen and tea sandwich. Could you possibly grasp what a dark in space this is? You are dissatisfied because you will possibly believe. And will you possibly believe? And when you're reading these, you possibly believe. And you will possibly believe when you're reading lines that are in the same size compartment as yours, but up ahead in the Zach car. Probably this type of railroad car really was first used under the Stolypin. In other words, before 1911, and in the General Cadet Revolutionary embitterment and christened, it was with his name. However, it really became the favourite means of the prisoners' transport. Only in this 20s, it had become the universal and exclusive means from 1930, when everything in our life became uniform. Therefore, it would more correct to call it a Stalin car than a Stolypin car. But we aren't going to argue with the Russian language. The Stolypin car is an ordinary passenger car divided into compartments, except that 5 of the 9 compartments are allocated to the prisoners. Here is everything is in the Archipelago, half of everything. Separated from the auxiliary personnel, the guards and compartments are separated from the corridor, and not by a solid barrier, but by grating, which separates it from the corridor, leaves them open for inspection. This grating consists of intersecting heights of cars, and because they are not the usual baggage racks projecting from the components over the corridor, the windows on the gratings on the outside. There are no windows in the prisoners' compartments, only tiny barred blinds on the level of a second seating shelves. That's why the car has no exterior windows and looks like a baggage car. The doors into each compartment is a sliding door and iron for frame with bars. From the corridor beside all this is reminiscent of a menagerie, pitiful creatures resembling humans being huddled there in cages, out of pitiful begging for something to eat and drink, except that in menageries they never crowd the wild animal so slightly. According to the calculations of non-prisoner engineers, 6 people can sit on the bottom of bunks and a solar and compartment and another bunk, except for when 2 more can lie on the baggage shelves above. Now, in addition to these 11 more are pushed in to the compartment, and the last of whom is shoved out the door away by the jailer's boot as they shut it. Then this will constitute a normal, complete of Stolypin prisoners compartment, 2 bottle halves sitting on each of the upper baggage shelves. Another 5 lie the joined middle level, and they are the lucky ones. These places are won in battle, and if there are any prisoners present from the underworld companionship of thieves, the blatant, then it is they who are lying there. And this then leaves 13 down below. 5 sit on each of the bunks. 3 people are on the aisles between their legs. Somewhere mixed up, the people under the people are their belongings. And that is how they sit, their crossed legs wedged beneath them. Day after day. No, it isn't done, especially to torture people. A sentenced prisoner is a laboring soldier, socialism, so why should he be tortured? They need him for construction work, but after all, you will need, he is not off on a jaunt to visit the mother-in-law, and there is no reason in the world to treat him as well that the people out in the freedom would envy him, so you won't die on the way. Since the 80s, since the 50s, when term tables were actually straight and out, and prisoners haven't had trouble in this fashion for a very long time. Say a day and a half or 2 days during and after the war. Things were worse. From Petropavlovsk in Canada, Vance, Solzhenitsyn come 7 days en route with 25 people in a compartment. From Karagana to Sverdlovsk, it could be 8 days with up to 26 in a compartment. Even just going to Chelyabinsk in August 1945, Susie travelled in a Stolkin car for several days, and the compartment held 35 people lying on top of one another, floundering, fighting, and in the autumn, people on it for several days. The floor, then they started to die off, and the guards hauled the corpses, that the things became less crowded. The whole mobile trip must go continually in this fashion for 3 weeks. We 36, the upper limit, and the stole-pin compartment. I have no evidence available, and 37 all higher, and yet adhering to one and only scientific methods and remembering the necessity, struggling against the limitations, we are compelled to reply, no, not here, as long as we are there, centimeters, shelves, Even if between shoulders, legs, and heads, the compartment except the upper body limit the number of unremoved corpses which can be contained in the total volume of the compartment, given the possibility of packing them in at leisure. Back, Cornelia travels from Moscow in a compartment that held 30 women, most of them withered old women, exiled for their religious beliefs. On arrival, all these women, except two, were immediately put in hospital. Nobody died in the compartment because several of the prisoners were young, well-developed, good-looking girls, arrested for going out with foreigners. These girls took it upon themselves to shame the convoy. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Them like this way. These are your own mothers. It probably wasn't even much of their moral arguments as their attractiveness appearance, which produced a reaction in the convoy guards, and they did move several of the old women out to the punishment cell. But punishment cell in a Stolopin car is no punishment. It is a blessing. Of 5 prison compartments, 4 are used as general cells, and the 5th is set aside and divided into 2 halves. 2 narrow compartments with 1 lower and 1 upper berth. Like those who other conductors have, the punishment cells nerve to isolate prisoners. 3 or 4 travel in them at a time. And now this gives both comfort and space. No, it is not intentionally to torture them with the thirst that exhausted and overcrowded prisons. And fed not soup with salt herring or dry smoked Sicilian carp for the whole of the trip in the Stolopin. This was exactly how the years and 30 and 50 and Siberia and Ukraine, and it isn't even necessary to cite examples. It was not torture. It not torture. It isn't even necessary. It's not torture with them thirst, but you just tell what these ragamuffins were to be fed anyway. While being moved around, they were not supposed to get hot meals in prisoner transports, railroad cars. True, there was a kitchen in one of the Stolopin car components, but what that was only for the convoy. You couldn't just give the prisoners raw gifts, and you couldn't give them raw codfish either. Nor could you give them canned meat because they might stuff themselves up. Herring was just the thing with the piece of bread. And what else did they need? Go ahead, take up your herring while they're handing it out, and just be glad you got it. If you were smart, you were going to eat that herring. Just be patient. Please wait and hide it in your pocket, and you can eat it at night. Transit post where there is water to be had. It's worse. When they issue you wet sea of Azov anchovies, cover them with coarse salt. You can keep them in your pocket, so scoop them up in your flap of your pea jacket or in your handkerchief, in the palm of your hand, and eat them. They divide up these Azov anchovies and someone, whereas the convoy guards dump the dried carp right on the floor of the compartment, and it is divided upon and the benches of prisoners and knees. But once they've given you fish, once they're going to hold you back for the bread, and maybe they'll even throw in a bit of sugar. Things are much worse when the convoy games comes over and announces, "We aren't going to be feeding you today. Nothing was issued for you. Aren't going to be feeding you today. Then nothing was issued for you, and it could be very well that you're getting nothing." Was actually issued someone in another prison accounting office that made a mistake in that figure. It could also be that it was issued to you, but that the convoy was short on rations. After all, they aren't exactly overfed either, and so they decide to snag a bit of your bread for themselves, and in that case to hand over half a herring by itself seemed suspicious. And of course, it is not for the purpose of the intentional torturing the prisoner that after his herring he is given neither hot water, and he never gets that he in any case, nor even unboiled water. One has to understand the situation. The convoy staff is limited. Some of them have to be watching in the corridor. Some are on duty on the platform. At the stations, they clamber all over the car, under it, on top of it, make sure there aren't any holes in it. Others are kept busy of it. Make sure that there aren't any holes in it. Others are kept busy cleaning guns, and then of course there has to be time for political indoctrination and their catechism on articles of war. And the third shift is sleeping. They insist that their full 8 hours, for after all, war is over. And then to go carry water in pills, it has to be hauled a long way too. It's insulting. Why should a Soviet soldier have to carry water like a donkey for enemies of the people? And there are times when they spend half-hour a day hauling the stolen cars way out further away from prying eyes, and the result is that you can't get water even for your own Red Army mess. True, there's one way out. You can go up into some water from the locomotive tender. It's yellow, murky, with some lubricant grease mixed in with it, but the Zeks drink it willingly. It doesn't matter that much anyway, since it isn't as if they could see what they're doing and drinking in semi-darkness of their compartment. They don't have their own window, and there aren't any light bulbs there either. They don't have their own windows, and there isn't another thing to take a long time to dole out. The Zeks don't have their own mugs. Whoever did have one has had it taken away from them. So what it adds is up to, they have it be given to the government issue mugs to drink out of, and while they are drinking up, you have to keep standing there and standing and dipping it in and out, dipping it in and out some more and handing it to them. Yes, And then 2, the prisoners argue about whose drink it is first. They want the healthy prisoners to drink first, and just only then those with tuberculosis last, of all those with syphilis, just as if it wasn't going to begin all over again in the next cell. Just the healthy ones. But convoy could have borne with all of the water, doled it out, if only those pigs, after slurping up the water, didn't have to go to the toilet. So here's the way it all works out. If you don't give them water for a day, then they don't ask to go to the toilet. Give them water once, and they go to the toilet once. Take pity on them and give them water twice, they go to the toilet twice. So it's pure, simple, common sense. Just don't give them anything to drink. And it isn't that one is stingy about taking them to the toilet, because taking prisoners to the toilet is responsible. Even one might say a combat operation. It takes a long time for one private class and 2 privates to guard, have to be stationed, one next to the toilet door and the other in the corridor on the opposite side, so that no one tries to escape in that direction. While the private first class has the returning prisoner and then the time to allow the next one out, the statute permit letting out only one at a time so that they don't try to escape and so that they can't start a rebellion. Therefore, the way it works out is that the one prisoner who has been let out to go to the toilet is holding up 30 in his own compartment, 120 in the whole car, not to mention the convoy detail. And so the command responds, come on, get a move on. The private first class and the soldier keeps hurrying them all up, there and back, and he hurries up so fast that he stumbles, and it's in as though he thinks he's going to steal that shithole from the state. In 1949, traveling in stolen car between Moscow and Pugachev, that one-legged German Schultz, having understood the Russian hurry up by this time, jumped in the back of the toilet and back on his one leg while the convoy kept laughing, ordering him to hurry up. During one such trip, one of the convoy guards pushed him, and he reached the platform at the end of the corridor. Scutch fell down on the floor in front of the toilet. The convoy guard went into a rage and began to beat him, while Schultz couldn't get up because of the blows raining down next to him, crawled and crept into the dirty toilet. The rest of the convoy roared with laughter. So that prisoner shouldn't attempt to escape during the moment. He was in the toilet, and also for a faster turnaround, the doors to the toilet was not closed. And the convoy guard, watching the process of the platform, could encourage it. Come on, there's plenty. That's enough for you. Sometimes the order came before you'd even started. All right, number 1, only. And that meant that from the platform, they'd prevent you doing anything else. And then, of course, you couldn't wash your hands. There wasn't anything to do it with. The toilet was filthy. Quicker. And tracking back the liquid mess shoes, the prisoner would be shoved back into the compartment, where he would climb up over somebody's arms and into his shoulders. And then, from the top row, his dirty shoes would dangle to the middle row and drip. When women were taken to the toilet, the statutes of the convoy service and common sense as well required that the toilet door be kept open. But not everybody in the convoy insisted on this, and some allowed the door to be shut. Oh, all right, go ahead, shut it. Later on, one of the women was sent into the wash out of the toilet, and the guard again would stand right there beside her so that she didn't try to escape. And even at fast tempo, 120 people would take more than 2 hours, more than a quarter of the entire shift with 3 convoy guards. And in spirit you still couldn't make them happy. In spite of that, some of the old sandpipers or other would begin to cry half an hour later and ask to go to the toilet. And of course, he wouldn't be allowed to go. And then he would soil himself right there in the compartment. And once again, that meant trouble for the privates. First class. Prisoners had to be forced to pick it up with his hands, carried away. So that was all there was to it. Fewer trips to the toilet. And that meant less water. And that meant less food too. Because when they wouldn't complain, a loose bowels and stink up the air. After all, how bad could it be? A man couldn't even breathe. Less water, but they had to hand out the herring anyway, just as the regulations required. No water, that was a reasonable measure. No herring, that was a service crime. No one at all ever set out to torture us on purpose. The convoy's actions were quite reasonable, but, like the ancient Christians, we sat there in the cage while they were poured our salt and raw and bleeding tongues. Also, the prisoners' transport convoy did not deliberately, though sometimes they did, mix the thieves' blatari and non-political offenders with the Article 58 politics at the same compartment. But a particular situation existed where the great many prisoners and very few railroad car holders, the compartment at the time was always short. And so, when was there a time enough to sort them out? One of the 4 compartments kept the women and all the prisoners in the front in the other. They were to be sorted out on the basis. The most logical basis would be by destination, so that would be easier to unload them. After all, it was becoming Pontius Pilate wanted to humiliate them. That Christ was crucified being 2 thieves. It just happened to be crucifixion day, and there was the only Golgotha, and time was short, and so he was numbered with the transgressors. But it is better still to stop at top soon as possible, being a sucker that ridiculous greenhorn that preyed that victim. You will never return to your former world, and the sooner you get used to being without your near and dear ones, and the sooner you get used to being without you, the better it will be, and the easier. And keep as few things as possible so that you don't have to fear for them. Don't take a suitcase for the convoy guard will crash it at the front door of the car. When there are 25 people in a compartment, what else could he figure do? And don't wear new boots, don't wear new fashionable Oxfords, and don't wear woolen suits. They think they're going to be stolen, taken away, swept aside, or switched. Either in the Stolpen car, or in the Black Maria, or in the transit prison. Give them up without struggle, because otherwise the humiliation will poison your heart. They will take them away from you in a fight, and trying to hold onto your property will only leave you with a bloody mouth. All those brazen snouts, those jeering manners, very two-legged dregs are repulsive to you. But owning things and trembling about their fate, aren't you forfeiting the rare opportunity of observing and understanding? And do you think that the freebooters, the pirates, the great privateers, painting in such lively colours of Kipling and Gumilev were not simply these names, Valentine, these same thieves? That's just what they were, fascinating and romantic literary portraits. Why are they so repulsive to you here? Understand them too. To them, prison is their native home, no matter how fondly the government treats them, no matter how it softens their punishments, no matter how often it amnestias them. Their inner destiny brings them back again. Was not the first world in the legislation, Archipelago, it's the country, the right to own private property, and was one time just as effectively banished as out Own property, private property was at one time just as effectively banished out as in freedom too. And then those who had banished it began to enjoy possessing things. So why should it be tolerated in prison? You were too slow about it. You didn't eat up your fat bacon, and you didn't share your sugar and tobacco with your friends, and so now you, the thieves, empty your bindle in order to correct your moral error, having given you their pitiful, worn-out boots in exchange for your fashionable ones. Oof. Understand them too. So why should you be tolerated in prison? You were too slow about it. Fashionable ones. Their soiled coveralls in return for their sweater. They want to keep these things for your your boots, merely something to lose and win back 5 times at cards. And they'll hook your sweater too. The very next day for a little bit of vodka and a round of salami. They too will have nothing left on them. In one day's time, just like you, this is the principle of the second law of thermodynamics. All differences tend to level out, disappear. Own nothing, possess nothing. Buddha and Christ taught us this, and the Stoics and the Cynics. Greedy though we are, why can't we seem to grasp that simple teaching? Can't we understand that the property will destroy our soul? Own only what you can always carry with you. No languages, no countries, no people. Let your memories be your travel bag. Use your memory. Use your memory. It is the bitter seeds alone which might sprout and grow someday. Look around you. There are people around you. Maybe you will remember one of them all of your life. Later, eat your heart out because you didn't make use of the opportunity to ask him questions. And the less you talk, the more you'll hear. Thin strands of human lives stretch from an island in the archipelago. They intertwine, touch one another for one night only in just such a clickety-clackety half-dark car as this, and then, separate once and for all, put your ear to the quiet humming and the steady clickety-clackety beneath the car. After all, it is the spinning wheel of life that is clicking and clacking away there. Chapter 2. The Ports of the Archipelago. Spread out on a large table, the enormous map of our motherland indicates with fat black dots all the provincial capitals, all railroad junctions, and where the river spans and trails begin. What is this? Has the entire map been speckled with infectious flies? What is this fact? He is precisely the magic map and the ports of the archipelago. It is a rare Zek who is not known from 3 to 5 transit prisons and camps. Many remember a dozen or so, and the sons of the Gulag can count up to 50, so of them without the slightest difficulty. However, my memory that gets all mixed up together because they are so similar in literacy and in their convoys. It is the inept rolls, called based on the cage flies, the long waiting under the beating sun, or the drizzle, the sun with unsanitary clippers, the cold, slippery bars, there's foul-smelling toilets, they're damp, the mouldy corridors, the perpetual crowded toilets. They're damp and mouldy corridors, they're perpetually crowded toilets, nearly always dark, wet cells, the warmth of human flesh flanking you. On the floor, on the board bunks, the bumpy ridges, the bunk beds, knocked together from boards, the wet, almost liquid, the gruel crooked from what seems to be silge. And whoever has a good idea, sharp memory, can relocate precisely what distinguishes one from another, has no need to trouble about their country because he knows its geography full well on the basis of transit. Novorossiysk, I know it. I was there. Very strong barracks. They're made from the thick beams, or curtains. That was where the windows had been bricked over in several stages. You could see how there had been sourest times, and each course had been laid separately. Only small slits had been left between the Yologda. Yes, an ancient building with towers, with toilets right on top of one another. The wooden partitions rotten, and the ones above leaking down into the ones underneath. Bushmen, of course, and lice-ridden stinkhole of a jail, an ancient vaulted structure. And they used to pack it so full that whenever they took prisoners out for transport, you could imagine where they'd put them all in a line, strung out halfway through the city. You had better not tell the connoisseur that you know someone in the city without a transit prison. You will prove to you conclusively that there are no such cities, and he will be right. You must realize, sir, that every town has to have its own transit person. After all, courts operate by everywhere, and now prisons have to be delivered by camp. The transit prison at Kotlas was tenser and more above board than Tessa because it opened the way to the whole northeast. European, Russian, the more overboard because it was already deep in the archipelago and there was no need to pretend to anybody. It was simply a piece of land divided into a cage by fencing, and the cages were all kept locked. Although I had been thickly settled by peasants. Then, when they were exiled in 1930, one must realize that they had no roofs over their head, but nobody is left to tell about it. Even in 1938, there wasn't room for everyone in the frail one-story wooden barracks made of discarded end pieces and lumber and covered with tarpaulin. Under the wet autumn snow and in freezing temperatures, people simply lived there on the ground beneath the heavens. True, they weren't allowed to grow numb from an activity. They were being counted endlessly. They were being invigorated by checkups. 20,000 people were there at a time, all by sudden night searches, later on tents. Reached pitch in those cages and long houses, 2 stories high. We were built in some of them, but to reduce the construction costs sensibly, no floor was laid between the stories. 6-story bunks with set ladders where legs on the verge of dying had a chamber like sailors. In the winter in 1944 to 1945, when everyone had a roof over his head, there was room for only 7,500 prisoners, and 50 of them died every day. And the stretchers on which they were carried to the morgue were never idle. The Knyazin Pogos transit point, latitude 63 degrees, consisted of shacks built up on swampside. Their pole frames were covered with torn tarpaulin tenting that didn't quite reach the ground. The double bunks inside them were also made of the poles, from which, incidentally, the branches had been only partially removed, and the aisle was floored with poles. During the day, the wet mud squelched through the flooring, and at night it froze in various parts of the area. The walkway weakness had made clumsy fell into the water and ooze. In 1938, They fed the prisoners in Kianza Pogost. The same thing every day, a mash made of crushed grits and fish bones. At the transit prison, and the prison had none of their own either. They were helped to the boiler by the dozen, and the mash was labelled into their cups and flaps of their jackets. The imagination of riders is poverty-stricken in regards to the native life and customs of the archipelago. When they want to write about the most reprehensible and disgraceful aspect of prison, they always accuse the latrine bucket. The latrine bucket has become the symbol of prison, a symbol of humiliation, of stink. Oh, frivolous you can be. Now was the latrine bucket really an evil for the prisoner? On the contrary, it was the most merciful device of the prison administration. The actual horror began the moment there was no latrine bucket in the cell. In 1937, there were no latrine buckets in certain Siberian prisons, or there weren't enough. Not enough of them had been made ahead of time. Siberian industry hadn't caught up with the full scope of arrests. There were no latrine barrels in the warehouse because the newly created cells, there were old latrine buckets in the cells, but they were inadequate and small. And the only reasonable thing to do at that point was to remove them. And since they amounted to nothing at all, for the new ways to remove them, since they amounted to nothing at all for the new prisoners, so if long ago the Minishki prison had been built for 500 people, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin was never inside it. He moved about freely, and there were now 10,000 in it, and it meant that each latrine bucket ought to have become 20 times bigger. Not that bad. Our Russian pens write only in large letters. We have lived through so very much, and almost none of it has been described and called by its right name. But for Western authors, peering through the microscope at the living cells of everyday life, shaking a test tube in the beam of strong light, this is all a whole epic and another 10 volumes of remembrance of the things of the past. To describe the perturbation of the human soul placed in the cell, filled to 20 times its capacity, and with no latrine bucket, where prisoners are just taken out to the toilet only once a day. Of course, the texture of the life is bound to be quite unknown to Western writers. They wouldn't realize that in the situation one solution was to urinate in your canvas's hood, nor would they at all understand one prisoner's advice was to another to urinate in his boot, and understand to one prisoner and yet advice was a fruit of wisdom derived from past experience, and it didn't involve spoiling the boot, and it didn't reduce the boot's status to pale. It meant that the boot had to be taken off, turned upside down, and the boot tops turned inside out and up, and thus a cylindrical vessel was formed, and that constituted the much needed container, but at the same time, with what psychological twists and turns Western writers could enrich their literature without in the least risk banal repetition of the famous masters. If they only knew about the scheme of things, in that same Menenius prison, there was only one food bowl for every 4 prisoners, and 1 mug of drinking water per day was issued to each.
There were enough mugs to go around, and it could happen that one day the fool contrived to use the bowl allotted to him, 3 others to relieve his internal pressures, and then refused to hand over his daily water ration to wash it out before lunch. What a conflict. What a clash of four personalities. What nuances. And I am not joking. This is when the rock bottom of a human being is revealed. It is only that Russian pens are too busy to write about it. Their Russian eyes don't have time to read about it. And I'm not joking because only doctors can tell us how months in such a cell will ruin your body. It's health for the entire life, even if it wasn't a shot under Yezhov and was rehabilitated under Khrushchev. No one would have believed the story of Eric Arvid Anderson had it not been for his unsure lacks, a miracle unique in the Gulag, and that's foreign for and his affluent English and Swedish. According to him, he was the son of a rich Swede, not merely a millionaire, but a billionaire. On his mother's side, he was a nephew of the British General Robertson, who commanded the British zone in occupied Germany A. Swedish subject, he had served a volunteer in the British Army and had actually landed in Normandy. And after he had become a Swedish career officer, however, the investigation on social systems remained one of his principal interests. His serve for socialism was stronger than his attachment to his father's capital. He looked upon Soviet socialism with feelings of profound sympathy, and he had even had the chance to become convinced of its flourishing state with his own eyes when he had come to Moscow as a member of the Swedish military delegation. They had been given banquets and taken to country homes. There, they had encountered no obstacles at all to establishing with ordinary Soviet citizens with pretty actresses who were then even TRT, and thus convinced once and for all the triumph of our social system. Eric's return to the westward proved to be his undoing. In those every years, 1947 to 48, we were roping in from all sorts of nooks and crannies progressive young Westerns prepared to renounce the West publicly, and it appeared that if they could only have collected another dozen or so, the West strong shutter would have collapsed. Eric's newspaper article caused him to be regarded as suitable for this category. At the time, he was serving West Berlin, and he had left his wife in Sweden. At the time, I'd like to visit an unmarried German girl in East Berlin, and it was there that he got bound and gagged one night. And it not this being significance of the proverb which says he went to see his cousin and he ended up in prison. They took him into Moscow, where Gromyko, who had once dined with his father, home in Stockholm, and who knew the son, also not only returned to the hospitality, but proposed to the young man that he renounce publicly both capitalism and his father, and in return he was promised full and complete capitalist maintenance to the end of his days here in our country. Surprised, said Eric, would not have suffered much material loss. He became indignant and uttered some very insulting words. Since they didn't believe in his strength of mind, they locked him up in a dacha outside Moscow and fed him like a prince in a fairy tale. Sometimes they had awful methods of repression on him. They refused to accept his orders for the following days. Many when instead of the spring chicken he ordered, they simply brought him a steak, surrounded him with the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and waited a year for him to be re-educated. To their surprise, it didn't happen. At that point, they courted him with a former lieutenant general who had already served 2 years in Norsk. They probably calculated that by relating to the horrors of the camp to the lieutenant general
would persuade Eric to surrender, but either he carried out the assignment badly or else he didn't want to carry it out. After 10 months of their being imprisoned together, the only thing he had taught Eric was broken Russian. And he had bolstered Eric, growing repugnant for the Blue Caps. In the summer of 1950, they once more summoned Eric, and he had once more refused. In doing so, he made existence contingent and consciousness, thereby violating all the Marx and Leninist rules. And then Asimov himself read Eric the decree, 20 years in prison. For what? They themselves already regretted having gotten mixed up with the ignoramus, but at the same time, they couldn't release him and let him go back to the West. And so they transported him in the separate compartment, and it was there that he had heard the story of the Moscow girl through the partition and seen through the train window in the dawn light the rotting straw-thatched roofs of the age-old Russian Ryazan. Those 2 years had very strongly confirmed him in his loyalty to the West. He believed blindly in the West. He did not want to recognize its weakness. He considered Western armies unbeatable and the Western political leaders faultless. He refused to believe us when we told him that during the period of his imprisonment in Stalin had begun a blockade of Berlin and had gotten away with it perfectly. Well, Eric, milky neck and creamy cheeks, blushed with indignation whenever we realized Churchill and Roosevelt, and he was also certain that the West would not countenance his Eric's imprisonment. That on the basis of Western intelligence services would immediately learn that Eric had not drowned in the Spring River, but had been imprisoned in the Soviet Union, and either he would be ransomed or someone would be exchanged for him. That was his fate, and his individual importance of his own fate, among other things, was reminiscent of our own well-intentioned Orthodox Soviet communists. That helps. Notwithstanding our heated arguments, he invited my friends and me to Stockholm whenever we could come. Everyone knows us there, he said, with a tired smile. My father virtually maintains the Swedish king's whole court. For the time being, however, the son and the billionaire had nothing to dry himself with, and I presented him with an extra tattered towel as a gift, and soon they took him away on prisoner transport. Human nature, if it changes at all, changes not much faster than geological face of the earth, and the very same sensation of curiosity, relish, and sizing up, which slave traders felt at the slave girl market. 25 centuries ago, of course, possessed the Gulag bigwigs, the Usman prison in 1947, when the couple with a dozen men in MBD uniforms sat at several desks covered with the sheets. This was for self-importance, since it would have seemed awkward otherwise. All the women prisoners were made to undress in the box next door, to walk in front of them, barefooted, bare-skinned, turn around, stop and answer questions, drop your hands, they ordered, and who had adopted the defensive pose of classic sculpture. After all, these officers were very seriously selecting bedmates for themselves and their colleagues. And so it was that the new prisoner various manifestation foreshadowed the camp battle of the morrow and the cast that pall over the innocent spiritual joys of the transit prison. Chapter 3. The slave caravans. It was painful to travel in Stolpen, unbearable in Black Maria. In the transit prison would soon wear you down, and it might just be better to skip the whole lot and go straight to camp in the red cattle cars. As always, the interests of the state of the interests of the individual coincided here. It was always the state's advantage to dispatch sentenced prisoners straight to camps by direct routing, and thus avoided overloading in the city trunk. Railroads and automotive transport and transit camp personnel, they had long since grasped this fact in the Gulag, and it had been taken to the heart witness and the caravans of red cans, the caravans of barges, and where there were no rails and no water, the caravans on foot. After all, prisoners could not allowed to exploit the labor or the horses or the camels. The red train were always helped when the courts in some particular place were working swiftly on the transit facility were overcrowded. It was possible in this way to dispatch a large number of prisoners in one batch. That is how the millions of passengers were transported in 1929 to 1939. This is how they exiled Leningrad from Leningrad. That is how they populated Kolyma in the 30s. Every day, Moscow, the capital of our country, belched out one such train to Sovetskaya Gavan, to Varmano port, and each provincial capital they sent to the red train loads, but not on a daily schedule. And that is how they removed the Volga German Republic of Kazakhstan in 1941, and later all the rest of all the exiled nations were sent off in the same way. In 1945, Russia's prodigal son and daughters were sent to Germany. In Czechoslovakia, from Austria, and simply from Western border area, whoever had gotten there on his trains, and these in 1949 there collected the 58s in special camps. The Stolpins followed routine schedules, and red trains travel on imposing waybills signed by important Gulag generals. The Stolpins cannot go to any empty tile, to nowhere. Their destination must always be stationary, even if it's in some nasty little two-bit town with some preliminary detention centers in an attic. But the red trains can get into emptiness, and whenever one does, there immediately rises right next to it, out of the sea, out of the steppe, or the sea of the Talga, new island of the archipelago. Now every red cattle car is transport first. It has to be prepared, but not in the sense that readers might expect. That's the coal or the lime it carried before. It has assigned to carry people. It has to be swept out and the car cleaned. That isn't always done now in the sense of that it needs to be done, cooled, and have a stove inside. It is winter here. It was what was involved in preparing a red cattle car. For prisoners, the floors, walls, and ceilings had to be tested for the strength and checked for the holes, for the faults. The small windows had to be barred. A hole had to be cut in the floor to serve as a drain, and especially protected by the sheet iron firmly nailed down the necessary numbers, platforms, and which convoy guards would stand with me. China guns had to be evenly distributed through the train, and if they were too few or more had to be built, access to the roofs of the cars had to be provided. Sights and searchlights had to be selected and supped with uninterrupted electric power. Long history of wooden mullets, and procured a passenger for the staff. One of them insisted bidding freight cars had to prepare for the chief convoy. The security officer and the other kitchens had to be built for the convoy in the work for the prisoners, and only all of this had to be done right away to walk along the cattle cars and chalk on the sides special equipment or perishable goods. In her chapter, The Seventh Car, Yevgenia Ginsberg describes the transport of red cars very vividly. and her description largely obviates the necessity of presenting details here. The preparation of the train has been completely, and ahead lies a complicated combat operation of loading the prisoners into the cars. At this point, there are two important obligatory objects. 10. Conceal the loading from ordinary citizens. 10. Terrorize the prisoners. To conceal loading from local population was necessary because approximately 1,000 people were being loaded on the train simultaneously, at least 25 cars. And this wasn't your little group of stolpen that could be led right past the townspeople. Everyone knew, of course, that arrests were being made every day and every hour, but no one was to be horrified about it by the sight of the large numbers on them. On Oral 1938, you could barely hide the fact that there was no home in the city where there hadn't been arrests, and weeping women in their peasant carts blocking the square in front of the old prison, just in the circles painting the execution of the Stanley. Oh, who one day will paint this latter-day tragedy, but no one will. It's not fashionable at all. But you don't need to show our Soviet people an entire trainload of them collected in one day, and in Oral, they were there. And young people mustn't see it either, for young people are our future. Therefore, it was done only by night, and every night, to eat, and every night. And that was it went for 7 months. The black line of prisons to be transported was driven from the prison to the station on foot. Meanwhile, the Black Marias were busy making arrests. True, the women realized that women somehow found out, and at night they came to the station and all over the city and kept watch over the trains on the seating, they along the cars, trying to tripping over the tires and rails and shouting into every car, "Is so and so there? So and so there?" And then they ran off to the next one. The others ran up to this one. "Is so and so there?" And suddenly an answer would come from the car. "I'm in here," or else, "Keep looking for him. He's in another car." And women listened. "My wife is somewhere out there, and I need her to get to the station. Run." These scenes, unworthy of our contemporary world, testified to the then inept organizations of train embarkation. The mistakes were noted, and after a certain amount of nights, the trains were surrounded in depth cordons with snarling and barking dogs. However, the convoy had no use for the superfluous light of the sun or day. On the other hand, it made us of suns by night, trend of the necessary area where the prisoners were seated on the earth in a frightened pack, waiting on the command. Next unit of 5 stand up to the car on the run, only on the run, so as not to have look around to think things are over to the run, though chase while the dogs, afraid of nothing, so much falling down on that uneven path, up the loading ramp, scrambling, and clear hostile searchlight beams not only provided light, but were an important theatrical element in terrorizing the prisoners along the yells, threats, gun stock, blows on those who fell behind, and those orders sit down, and sometimes, as in the station square of that same Oral, down on your knees, and like some new breed of believers at prayer, the whole 1,000 would get down on their knees, along with that running to the car, unnecessary except for intimidation, for which was very important, along with enraged and barking of the dogs, along with a leveled gun, barrels, rifles, and automatic pistols, depending on the decade. And the main thing you had to undermine to crush the prisoner's willpower, so he wouldn't think of something to escape, was that for a long time he wouldn't notice a new advantage that he had exchanged a stone-cold prison for a railroad car with the blank walls. Oh, ah, oh, oh, oh my God. So I'm not allowed to talk to anybody directly in these 20-second breaks, but just from my tracking, I'm hallucinating pretty bad, and I'm hoping just as the sun comes up that'll bugger off. But in order to load 1,000 prisoners into railroad cars at night so precisely, the prison had to start jerking them out of their cells and processing them for transport. The morning before, the convoy had to spend the entire day on a long drawn out and strict procedure of checking them in while still in the procedure, and then holding those who'd been checked in for long hours, not of course in the cells by now, but in the courtyard and in the ground, so as not to mix them up with the prisoners still belonging in the prison. Thus, for the prisoner, and the loading at night was only a relief. But after a whole day of torment, besides the ordinary counts, verifications, hair clippings, clothing, roasting, and baths, the core of the preparation of the prisoner's transport was general frisking. This search was carried out by the prison, but by the convoy receiving the prisoners. The convoy was expected in accordance with the directives regarding the red transports and in accordance with their own operational requirements to carry out the search so that prisoners would not be left in any possession of anything that might help them to escape, to take away everything that could saw or cut, all powders, toothpaste, powder, sugar, salt, tobacco, tea, so they could not be used to blind the convoy. All string cord, twine, belt, and straps, because they could all be used in escaping, and that meant all kinds of straps. And so they cut off the straps, which helped the artificial limb of a one-legged man. And the cripple had to carry his artificial leg on his shoulder and hop with the help of those on either side of him. A search began. Kyobshev, summer 1949. Naked prisoners approached, carrying their possessions and their clothes. They've taken off a mass of armed soldiers surround them. It doesn't look as though they're going to be led to a prisoner transport, but as though they're going to be shot immediately or put to death in a chamber. In that mood, a human being ceased to concern himself with his possessions. The convoy does everything with international brusqueness, rudely, sharply, not speaking one word in an ordinary human voice. After all, the purpose is to terrify and dishearten. Suitcases are shaken apart, and things fall all over the floor, and then stacked up in separate piles. Cigarette cases, billfolds, and other pitiful valuables are all taken away, thrown without any identification marks into barrels. This is standing nearby, and for some reason, the fact that this particular receptacle isn't safe, or a trunk or a box, but a barrel, particularly depress the naked prisoner there, and it seems terribly futile to protest. The naked prisoner has all he can do simply to snatch up his well-searched rags from the floor and knot them together, or up in a blanket felt boot. You can check them out, throw them over, assign for them on the list. You aren't the one who gets the receipt, but you are the one who signs for having surrendered them, certifying you threw them into the pile. And when you at dusk, the last truck leaves the prison guard with the prisoners. They see the convoy guards rushing to grab the leather suitcase from the pile and select the best cigarettes from the barrel. And after them, the jailers scurry for their booty. To and last of all, and the transit person trustees. They don't heat the car. They don't protect the other prisoners from the thieves and don't give you enough to drink, and then they don't give you either. During the day, the convoy can see the whole train very clearly and the trucks behind them, and you can be sure that no one has jumped out the side or slipped down the rails, but at night, vigilance possesses them. With long-handled wooden mallets, the standard Gulag equipment, they knock resoundingly on everybody, on every board, on the car, at every stop. Maybe someone has sewed something through it, and at certain points stops the car, checks the door, thrown open, the lights and the lanterns are in your beam, on your searchlight, check up, and this means get on your feet, ready to go, wherever they tell you. Everyone run to the left, go to the right. Convoy guards jump inside with their mallets. Others have ranged themselves a semicircle outside the automatic pistols, and they point it to the left. That means you go to the left. And those on the right means you go over there on the right, jump like fleas, hopping over everybody and landing where they can. And whoever isn't nimble, whoever gets caught daydreaming, gets whacked in the ribs and back with a mallet and give him more energy. And by the time the convoy jackboots are being already trampled on your propels, pallets, and your lousy duds are being thrown in every direction. These are the lights and hammering. Have you soared through any place? Then the convoy guards stand in the middle of and begin to shift you from left to right, first, second, third. It would be quite enough to count simply with a wave of finger, but if that were done, it wouldn't be terrifying and more vivid, less subject to error, more energetic and faster to beat at the count with the same mallet on your ribs, heads, wherever, and it happens. They have counted up 40, so now they will go to their tossing, lighting up, and hammering the other ones and head to the car. The red train differs the other long distance trains in the house who have embarked on it do not know whether or not they will disembark. When they unload the trainload from the Leningrad prison in 1994 in Chongqing, the entire embankment was covered with corpses, and only a few got there alive. In the winters of 44 and 45, the village of Solzhenitsyn, as all in Mailrain Junction in the north, and the prisoners trained from liberated territories like Baltics, Poland, Germany, arrived with 1 or 2 carloads of corpses tucked in behind. That meant what en route had carefully taken the corpses out of the pan cars and contained the living passengers and put them in the dead cars. But not always. There were always many occasions when they found out who was still alive and who was dead only when they opened the car door. In the car, after arriving at the Sukhobaz Vodna station, those who didn't come out were dead. It was terrifying and deadly to travel this way in winter because the convoy, with all its bothersome about security, wasn't able to haul coal for 25 stoves, but it wasn't so cushy to travel this way in a hot weather car either. 2 of the 4 tiny windows were tightly sealed. The car roof would overheat, and the convoy wasn't about to worry about itself in hauling winter for thousands of prisoners. After all, they didn't even manage to get just 1 stall-clean car and enough to drink. The prisoners considered April and September the best months for transportation, but even the best season was too short on the train. It was en route for 3 months. Oh, no damn. That red cattle car train too, even though it did carry the prisoners straight to their location without changing. It's trained. Anyone who ever just got on there will never forget. Just as well get to camp sooner. Just as well arrive sooner. But it's not at all unusual for the red train to arrive nowhere and then end of the journey often marked the opening day of a new trip. They might simply stop somewhere, grab someone in the middle of the night, and then you'll be on the train for 3 months. Lights and mail for a free tree sign. But here I note that I am again beginning to repeat myself, and this will be boring to write and boring to read, but because the reader already knows everything, and that is going to happen ahead of time. Shut your eyes, reader. Do you hear the thundering of the wheels? Those are the stolping cars rolling on and on. Those are the red cows rolling. Every minute of every day, and every day of every year, and you can hear the water gurgling. Those are the prisoners. Bargain. Moving on and on, and the motors of the Black Mary's roar. They are arresting someone all the time, cramming him somewhere, moving him about. And what is that? That's overcrowded cells and the transit prison. And that cry, that's the complaints of those who have been blundered, raped, beaten to an inch of their lives. We have reviewed, considered all the methods of delivering prisoners, and we have found that they are all, well, worse. We have examined transit prisons, but we have not found any that were good, and even the last human hope that there is something better ahead. It will be better in camp is a false hope. In camp, it will be worse. From island to island. As the title suggests, this chapter charts the transportation of lone prisoners from one camp to another. It includes the following brief autobiographical vignette. While my co-defendant, and other of our age had been fighting for 4 years at the front, a whole new generation had grown up in the rear. And had it been very long since we ourselves had tramped the parked floors of the university corridors, considered ourselves the youngest and most intelligent in the whole country, and for that matter on earth. And then suddenly Powell used cross-tile floors in the prison cells and approached us haughtily, and we learned the astonishing truth that we were no longer the youngest and most intelligent, and that they were. But I didn't take offense to this. At that point, I was already happy to move over a bit and make room. I knew so well, so passionate for arguing with everyone, for finding out everything. I understood their pride in having chosen a worthy lot and in not regretting it. It gave me a good goose flesh to hear the rustle and the prison halos hovering over the self-enamored and intelligent little faces. 1 month earlier, in another Buttrick cell, a semi-hospital cell, I had just stepped into the aisle and had still not seen any for myself, when approaching in a way that hinted at a verbal dispute, even at an entreat to enter into one camel pale, yellowish youth with a Jewish tenderness of fact, right despite the summer in a thread, bare soldiers, overcoat, shot, full holes he had, chills, his name's Boris Komorov. He began to question me, this politician, rolled along on one hand, our biographies on the other hand, politics. I don't remember why, but I called one of the prayers late President Roosevelt, which had been published in our newspaper, and I expressed what seemed to me a self-evident evaluation of it. Well, that's hypocrisy, of course. And suddenly, the young man's yellowish brow trembled. His lips pursed. He seemed to have drool on himself. And he then asked why. Why do you not admit the possibility that a political leader might sincerely believe in God? And that is all that was said. But what a direction that attack had come from. To hear such words from someone born in 1923, I could have replied to him very, very firmly, but prison had already undermined my certainty. And the prison thing was that same kind of clean, pure feeling does live within us, existing apart from all the conversations. Right then it dawned upon me that I had not spoken out of conviction, because the idea had been implanted in me from outside, and because of this, I was unable to reply to him, and I merely asked him, "Do you believe in God?" Of course, he answered. Part 3. Jesus. Oh, fuck. Rosy-fingered Eos, so often mentioned in Homer and called Aurora by the Romans, Keras too with those fingers, the first early morning of the archipelago, when our compatriots heard via the BBC that M. Mahajov claimed to have discovered the concentration camps had existed in our country as far back as 1921. Many of us, and many in the West too, were astonished that early, really? Of course not. Mahajov was in error. In 1921, in fact, concentration camps were already in full power, already coming to an end. And how could it have been otherwise? Let us pause to ponder. Didn't Marx and Engels teach us that the old bourgeois machinery and compulsion had to be broken up and a new one created? In its place and included in the machinery of compulsion were the army, We were not surprised that the Red Army was created at the beginning of 1918. The police, the militia, and the inaugurated even sooner than the army, the courts from November 22nd, 1917, and the prison tower. In establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat could they delay. This is to say that it was altogether impermissible to delay the matter of the prisons. Whether old or new, in the first few months of the October Revolutionist, Lenin was already demanding the most decisive draconic measures to lighten up discipline, and draconic measures sure possible without prison. What could the proletariat state contribute here? Lenin, feeling out new paths, in December 1917, he suggested prison guards. And the following assortment of punishments: confiscated of all property, confinement in prison, dispatch to the front force, labour of all, dissipate existing law. Thus we can observe that the leading idea of the archipelago forced labour had been advanced in the first month of the October Revolution. And even while sitting peacefully among the fragrant hay of mowing Raslib and listening to my relatively bourgeois house, and Lenin could not help but ponder the future penal system, even though he had worked things out. Here, the procession of the minority exploitation, the majority of the hired slaves, and yesterday is a matter so comparatively easy, simple, and natural that it is going to cost much less in blood, let alone what it will be cheaper for humanity, than the proceeds suppression or the majority of the minority. According to the estimates, emigre professor statistics Karganov, the comparatively easy internal repression costed us from the beginning of October Revolution up to 1959, $66 million lives. We course cannot vouch for this number, and we have none other hats to go off. And just again, this is just a number. Specialists can make this necessarily comparisons. It is an interesting comparison, though. Other figures how large the total staff and the central apparatus of the terrifying Tsar's third departure, which runs like standard clockwork around all of Russia. At the time of its creation, it had 16 persons at the height of 45. A ridiculously small number of even the remotest Cheka provincial headquarters in the country. Or how many political prisoners did February Revolution find in the Tsarist prisons of the people? All of these figures do exist somewhere. In all possibility, there are more than likely hundreds of them. In all probability, there's more than likely hundreds of them. Such prisoners in the Kersey prison alone, and several hundred returned from Siberian exile and every hard labor, and how many more were laughing in the prison of provincial captain. But it is interesting to know exactly how many. Here is a figure of Tambov taken from the fiery local papers of the February Revolution, which reopened wide in the doors of the Tambov prison, found political in the number of 7 persons, and there were more than 40 provinces. It is superfluous to recall from Feb to July 17, there were no political arrests, and after July, the number of imprisonments could be counted on one's hands. Here was the first trouble-making sign, that the Stalin Revolution or Lenin Revolution was taking political prisoners, a coalition government, and a portion of the People's Commissionary to be allotted, like it or not. The left SR, including unhappily People Commissioner of Justice, which fell to them, guided by rotten petty bourgeois concepts and freedom of the People's Commission. Justice brought the penal system to the verge of masses the centers out to be light, and they made hardly any at all of the progressive principles forced labor. In February 19 of the Council of People's Commissioner, Comrade Lenin demanded that the number of places imprisonment to be increased, and that repression of criminal and individual, and in May already gone over the concrete guidance he gave, instructing that sentences for bribery must not be less than 10 years or of prison and 10 years of forced labor. Oh my goodness. In addition, total of 20 years. This scale might seem pessimistic. Would forced labor really still be necessary after 20 years? But we know that forced labor turned out to be very long-lived, mature, and that even after 50 years, it would still be extremely popular. The reader has already read the term of concentration camp Kontlager several times in the sentences of the tribunal and concluded perhaps that we were guilty of an error of making careless use of terminology. Subsequently developed know that it is not the case. In August 1918, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin wrote a telegram to Jürgen V. Bush and to Penza, provincial executioner commissioner, that we weren't unable to cope with the peasant revolt. Lock up all in doubt. Not guilty, mind you, doubtful. Yes, I am a political prisoner. Don't care. Cash out, merciless mass terror. Only on September 5, 10 days after this telegram, was the decree of the RS published, in addition to the instructions about their defense force, so that it's where their term concentration camp was discovered and immediately seized upon and confirmed, and then in principal terms of the 20th century, and to have a big international future. The word itself already had been used to relation to PWOs and undesirable foreigners, but in 1918 it was the first time applied to the citizens of one's own country. There is no one now to tell us about the most of the first concentration camps, and only from the last century, from the light, can we glean, preserve, and little lean. At that time, the authorities used to love to set up listening points, stings, UC meetings. Oh man, I need tissues and water. Had a good solid building, and they were empty. After all, monks are not human beings and could be tossed out at will. Here is how they fed them in a camp in 1921. Half a pound of bread plus another half a pound for those who fulfilled the room. Hot water, hot tea, and evening. And during the day, a ladle of gruel, several dozen grain, and some potatoes peeling. Camp life was embellished on the one hand by the denunciation of provocateurs and arrests on the basis of the denunciations, and in the other by dramatic and G Club. They gave concerts for people of Ryazan, and in the hall of the former noblemen's assembly and Tipravi's brass band, and played into the city park. The deprives got better and better acquainted when and more people were with the inhabitants, and this became intolerable, and at that point they began to send the so-called war prisoners to the northern special purpose camps, and the lesson and instability and laxity in these concentration camps lay in there being surrounded by civilian life. And that was why the special northern camps were required. Concentration camps were abolished in 1922. The whole dawn of the camps deserved to have its spectrum examined much more closely. And to him who can, one for one all, in my own hands is crumbs. At the end of the Civil War, the two labor armies created Trotsky had to be dissolved because of the grumblings of the soldier kept in them, and by this token, the role of camps and in the structure of the RSFSR not only did they diminish but intensified. By the end of 1920, there were 84 camps in 49 provinces. If one reserve of the official statistics, even though classified 25,336 persons and in addition 24,400 prisoners of the Civil War were held in them at the time, both figures, particularly the second, is to be understated. However, if one takes the consideration that by unloading persons and sinking barges and that other types of mass annihilations and figures had often begun with zero and being reduced to zero over and over and over, then perhaps these figures were more accurate. On the threshold of this reconstruction period, meaning from 1927, the role of camps was growing, and now just what was on to think now after all these victories against one of the most dangerous hostile elements. Records in the Kukas, counter-revolutionary propaganda, and so it was that the archipelago would not be about to disappear into the depths of the abyss. Gulag archipelago. Whew. The archipelago rises from the sea. On the white sea, where the nights are white for half a year at the Bisho, the island gives its white churches from the water within the ring of bouldering caramellated walls, rusty red from the lichens which have struck root there, and the grey fish, white solo rescued seagulls have continually over the Kremlin and screech in all the brightness. It is as if there were no sin present. It is as if the nature had not yet matured to the point of sin. Is how the writer Pushpin perceived the Slovotsky Islands. Without these isles rose of the sea, without these acquired a couple of hundred lakes repeat with fish, without our help they were saddled with capricals, hares and deers, white foxes, wolves and other beasts. The prey never ever appears. Then the glaciers came and went, and the granite boulders littered the shores of the lakes, and the lakes froze during the Solovsky winter nights, and the sea howled under the winds, and it was covered with an icy sludge, and in place froze, and in the northern lights blazed across half the sky, and it grew bright once again and warm once again, and then for trees grew and thickened, and the birds cackled and called, and the young deer trumpeted, and the planets circled, and through the world, history, and kingdoms fell and rose, and here there were still no beasts of prey and no human being. Sometimes the men of no regard landed that there, and they counted the islands to belonging to the Obanovsky Piatin Islands, lived there too. Half years after the Battle of Kulakovo Field, and half a thousand years before the GPU of the monks, the Savati Germans crossed Mother of Pearl Cross mother of pearl. Military thought it was impermissible for some sort of feckless monks to just live on an island. The island was on the borders of the great empire, and consequently it was required to fight with the Swedes and the Danes and the English, and consequently it was required to build a fortress with walls and 8 yards thick, and to rise up to 8 towers on the walls, and to make narrow embrasures in them, and to provide for a vigilant watch from the cathedral tower, bell tower. Prison thought how glorious, good stone wall standing on a separate island, which was a good place to confine important criminals, with someone already there to provide guard. We won't interfere. They're saving their souls. Just guard our prisoners. Hard Savati thought about that when he had landed on the Holy Land. They imprisoned the church heretics here and political heretics there. But when one passed into the hands of the workers, what was to be done? With these malevolent parasitical monks, they sent commissars, socially tried and true leaders, and then they proclaimed that the mastery of state farm and order, the monks that prayed less and to work harder for the benefit of the workers and the peasants. The monks worked, and the herring, which was astonishingly in its favor, with which it had been able to catch, of their special knowledge of where and when to cast nets, was shipped off to Moscow to be used for the Kremlin table. However, the abundance of valuables, concentration in the monastery, especially in the sacristically, troubled some of the leaders and overseers who had arrived there. Instead of passing into the workers' hands, these valuables lay there as dead religion burden, and at what point contradicting to a certain degree the criminal code, but corresponding in very genuine way with the general spirit of the exproportionate and the properties of networkers and monastery, was set on fire on May 25, 1923, and the buildings were damaged, and many valuables disappeared from the sacristy, and the principal and thing, all the inventory records burned up, and it was quite impossible to determine how much was actually what had disappeared. But without even conducting an investigation, what is our revolutionary sense of justice, sense of smell going to give us? The black gang of monks themselves, who could have been to blame for the arson of the monastery wealth, so throw them out into the mainland and concentrate all the northern special purpose camps on the Solovetsky Islands. The 30-year-old and even 100-year-old monks begged on their knees to be allowed to die on the holy soil, but they were all thrown out with proletarian ruthlessness, except for the cattle specialists on the Muksalma, Father Methodius, the cabbage salter, Father Samson, the foundry specialist, and yes, the other such useful fathers as well. They were allotted a corner of the Kremlin, separate from the camp, with their own exit, the herring gates. There were and this is how one of the favorite sayings constantly repeated by the prisoners came true. A holy place is never empty. The chimes of bells fell silent. The icon lamps and the candlestands fell dark. The liturgies and the vespers resounded no longer. Psalms were no longer chanted around the clock. The iconoclasts were wrecked, though they left the one in the Cathedral of Transfiguration, but on the other hand, courageous checklists in overcoat with super long flaps, which reached all the way down to the heels, and particularly distinctive back Slavotsky cuffs and lapels and black edges, service caps without stars, arrived there in June 1923 to set up the model of severity, the pride of the workers and peasant Republic. The magazine, The Slovetsky Islands, declared it was a dream of many prisoners to receive standard national clothing. Only the children's colony was completely dressed, and the women, for example, were given neither underwear nor stockings nor even handkerchiefs to cover their heads. They had to grab the old biddy in a summer dress because she just had to go on wearing it the whole Arctic winter. Because of this, many prisoners remained in their company quarters in nothing but their underwear, and no one chased them to go to work. Government issued clothing was so precious that no one on Slovetsky found the following scene either astonishing or weird in the Kremlin. Then, carefully handed in his uniform and run naked for 200 yards to another group of people where he was given clothes to put on. That meant that he was being transferred from the Kremlin administration to the administration of the Filimonovo Branch Railroad. But if he had been transferred wearing clothes, those taking him over might not have returned the clothes or have cheated him. Government issued clothing was so precious that no one in Slovetsky found the following scene either astonishing or weird. And here is another winter scene. The same customers, so the reason is different. The medical section of the infirmary is found to be infectious and order your issues to scald it down and wash it out with boiling water. But where are the sick prisoners and put in for the meantime? All the Kremlin accommodations are overcrowded, and the density of the population of the Solovsky Archipelago is greater than that of the Belgian. So what must it be like in the Slovetsky Kremlin? And therefore, all the sick prisoners are carried out on blankets and laid out in the snow for 3 hours. When they have washed out their infirmary, they haul the patients out again, or haul them in again. Our newcomer knows that nothing in the Second World War of Buchenwald, what he sees is this: the squad leaders drive workers with long clubs with staves. He sees that sledges and carts are drawn not by horses but by men, several harnessed into one rig, and there is also another word, Rudlo, an acronym meaning temporary replacement for a horse. And then from another Slovatsky inhabitant, he learns things more awful than his eyes perceive. People pronounce the fatal word Sekirka to him. This means Serkernia Hill punishment cells were set up in the 2-story cathedral here. And here is how he kept the prisoners in the punishment cells: poles, the thickness of an arm, was set from a wall to a wall, and prisoners were ordered to sit on these poles all day. At night, they lay on the poles, on one on top of each other, and because it was overcrowded, at the height of the poles was set so that one's feet could not reach the pole, and it was not so easy trying to maintain. If he fell, the jailers jumped in and beat him, or else they took him outside to a flight of stairs. Just as the monks had built it, they had tied person lengthwise to a balan, a beam for the added weight, and rolled him down, and there wasn't even one landing, and the steps were so steep so that the log with the human being on it would go all the way down without stopping. Well, after all For Poles, you didn't have to go to Kirka. They were right there in the Kremlin punishment block, which was always overcrowded, or they might put the prisoners on a sharp-edged boulder on which one could not stay longer, or in summer on the stump, which meant naked among the mosquitoes. But in that event, one had to keep an eye on the culprit, whereas if he was bound naked to a tree, the mosquitoes would look after things themselves, and then they could put whole companies out in the snow for disobedience. Or they might drive a person into the marsh, muck up to his neck, and keep him there. And then there was another way, to hitch up a horse in the empty shaft and fasten the culprit's legs to the shaft. Then the guard mounted the horse and kept on driving the horse, though a forest cut until the groans and the cries came to an end. So all the scares were just a joke, but a shout comes in a broad daylight in the Kremlin, where prisoners are crowded as thick as on Nevsky, Popsky, no way, and three fucking young men with the face of junkies, the lead men, drove back a crowd of prisoners, not with a club, but with a riding crop, drag along swift by the shoulders, and prisoners with their limp arms, legs dressed, little door, shoot him in the back of the head, steep stairs, led down inside, he stumbles down them, and they can pile up as many as 7 or 8 men down there, and then send men to drag out the corpses and detail mothers and wives of men who have emigrated to Constantinople, and religion believers who refuse to recant the faith and to follow the children to be warned to wash it down the stairs. But why like this? Couldn't they have done it at night quietly? But why do it quietly? In that case, the bullet would just be wasted. In the daytime, a crowd, the bullet had an educational function. It is, so to speak, struck down 10 with one shot. The shot then, in a different way too, right at the Onofuriev cemetery behind a women's barracks and the former guest house for women pilgrims. That in fact, the road past the women's barracks was a Christian's execution road. In winter, one could see a man being led barefoot along it in only his underwear. Through the snow. No, it was not for torture. It was just so his footgear and his clothes should not go to waste. His hands bound behind his back with wire, and the condemned man would bear himself proudly and erectly, and with his lips alone, without the help of his hands, smoke the last cigarette of his life. In the 30s of a new camp era began when Solovsky even ceased to be Solovsky and become a mere run-of-the-mill corrective labor camp, and the black star of the ideologist. We have to squeeze everything out of the prisoner in the first 3 months. After that, we don't need him anymore. The Gulag Crucifixion Monastery at Anzar was a penalty work site where they cured patients by murdering them. There in Golgotha Church, prisoners lay dying from lack of food, from cruelty, enfeebled priests, and aged invalids next to young thieves at the request of the dying, into order and ease. And in the winter, The bearded cop's corpse, Jesus, in their underwear, were kept in their church for a long time. Then they were put in the vegetables stacks, standing up, since that way they took up less space, and when carried them out, they gave them a shove and let them roll on down to Golgotha Hill. They say that in December, the prisoners were left to spend the night in the woods as punishment for failure to fulfill the assigned normal work duties. Okay, guys, that's 6 hours or 8 hours of the Gulag Archipelago. I've got a mate coming around today, so I won't be alone again tonight. And yeah, Russian literature. So we're going to be reading Roald Dahl when I get back, and I just need to get some water, and hopefully I can wake up, and hopefully the sun comes up. But I'm definitely not falling asleep in the daytime. let's go. Matilda by Roald Dahl. Chapter 1, The Reader of Books. It's a funny thing about parents, even when their own child is the most disgusting little blister you could ever imagine, they still think they are so wonderful. Some parents go further. They become blinded by adoration. They manage to convince themselves that their child has qualities of a genius. Well, there is nothing wrong with all of this. It's the way of the world. It's only when the parents begin telling us about the brilliance of their own revolting offspring that we start shouting back. Bring us Bassin, we're going to be sick. School teachers suffer a good deal from having to listen to this sort of twaddle from proud parents, but they usually get their own back when the time comes to write the end of term report. If I were a teacher, I would cook up some real scorchers for the children of dotting parents. Your son Maximilian, I would write, is a total washout. I have a family business you can push him into when he leaves school because he sure as heck won't be getting a job anywhere else. Or, if I was feeling lyrical that day, I might write, it is a curious truth that grasshoppers have their hearing organs in the side of their abdomens. Judging by what your daughter Vanessa has learnt this term, this fact alone is more interesting than anything I have ever taught in the classroom. I might even delve deeper into the natural history and say the periodical cicada spends 6 years a grub underground and no more than 6 days as a free creature of sunlight and air. Your son Wilfred has spent 6 years as a grub in this school, and we are still waiting for him to emerge as a chrysalis. A particularly poisonous little girl might sting me into saying, Fiona has the same glacial beauty as an iceberg, but unlike the iceberg, she has absolutely nothing below the surface. Jesus. I think I might enjoy writing end of term reports for the stinkers in my class, but enough of that, we have to go on. Occasionally, one comes across parents who takes the opposite line, who shows no interest at all in their children, and these, of course, are far worse than the dotting ones. Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood were two such parents. They had a son called Michael and a daughter called Matilda. And the parents looking upon Matilda in particular as nothing more than a scab. A scab is something you have to put up with until the time comes when you can pick it off and flick it away. Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood looked forward enormously to the time when they could pick their little daughter off and flick it away, preferably in the next country or even further than that. It is bad enough when a parents treat ordinary children as though they were scabs and bunions, but it becomes somehow a lot worse when the child in question is extraordinary, and by that I mean sensitive and brilliant. Matilda was both of these things, but above all else, she was brilliant. Her mind was nimble, and she was so quick to learn that her ability should have been obvious, even to the most half-witted of parents. But Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood were both the germless, and so they wrapped up in their own silly little lives that they failed to notice anything unusual about their daughter. To tell the truth, I doubt that they would have noticed had she crawled into a house with a broken leg. Matilda's brother Michael was a perfectly average boy, but the sister, as I said, was something to make your eyes pop. By the age of 1.5, her speech was perfect, and she knew as many words as most grown-ups. The parents, instead of applauding her, called her a nosy chatterbox, and told her Sharply, the small girls should be seen and not heard. By the time she was 3, Matilda had taught herself how to read by studying newspapers and magazines that lay around the house. At the age of 4, she could read fast and well, and she naturally began hankering after the books. The only book in the whole of this enlightened household was something called Easy Cooking, belonging to her mother, and when she had read this from cover to cover and had learnt all the recipes off by heart, she decided she wanted something more interesting. Daddy, she said, do you think you could buy me a book? A book, he said. What do you want a flaming book for? To read, Dad. What's wrong with the telly, for heaven's sake? Haven't you got a... We've got a lovely telly with the 12-inch screen, and now you come asking me for a book? You're getting spoiled, my girl. Nearly every weekday afternoon, Matilda was left alone in the house. Her brother, 5 years older than her, went to school. Her father went to work, and her mother went out to play bingo in a town 8 miles away. Mrs. Wormwood was hooked on bingo and played it at 5 afternoons a week. On the afternoon of the day when her father had refused to buy her a book, Matilda set out all by herself to walk to the public library in the village. When she arrived, she introduced herself to the librarian, Mrs. Phelps. She asked if she might sit a while and read a book. Mrs. Phelps, slightly taken aback by the arrival of such a tiny girl unaccompanied by an adult, nevertheless told her she was very welcome. Where are the children's books, please? Matilda asked. They are over there on those lower shelves, Mrs. Phelps told her. Would you like me to help you find a nice one with lots of pictures in it? No, thank you, Matilda. I'm sure I can manage. From then on, every afternoon, as soon as her mother had left to bingo, Matilda would toddle down to the library. The walk took only 10 minutes, and this allowed her to 2 glorious hours sitting quietly by herself in a cozy corner, devouring one book after another. When she had read every single children's book in the place, she started wandering around in search for something else. Mrs. Phelps, who had been watching her with fascination for the past few weeks, now got up from her desk and went over to her. Can I help you, Matilda? She asked. I'm wondering what to read next, Matilda. I finished all your children's books. You mean you've looked at the pictures? Yes, but I've read all the books as well. Mrs. Phelps looked down at Matilda from a great height, and Matilda looked right back up at her. I thought some were very poor, Matilda said, but others were lovely. I liked The Secret Garden most of all. It was full of mystery. The mystery of the room behind the closed door, and the mystery of the garden behind the big wall. Mrs. Phelps was stunned. Exactly how old are you, Matilda? She asked. I'm 4 years and 3 months, Matilda. Mrs. Phelps was more stunned than ever, but she had a sense not to show it. What sort of books would you like to read next? She said. Matilda said, I would really like to read good ones that grown-ups read. A famous one. I don't know any grown-up names. Mrs. Phelps looked along the shelves, taking her time. She didn't know what to bring out. How she asked herself, does one choose a famous grown-up book for a 4-year-old girl? Her first thought was to pick a young teenage romance of the kind that is written for 15-year-olds, but for some reason she found herself instinctively walking past that particular shelf. Try this, she said, at last. It's very famous and very good. If it's too long for you, just let me know, and I'll find something shorter and easier. Great Expectations, Matilda read, by Charles Dickens. I'd love to try it. What am I thinking? Mrs. Phelps asked herself. But to Matilda, she said, of course you may try it. Over the next few afternoons, Mrs. Phelps could hardly take her eyes from the small girl sitting on the hour after hour in the big armchair at the far end of the school and with the book on her lap. It was necessary to rest it on the lap because it was too heavy for her to hold up, which meant she had to sit leaning forward in order to read. And a strange sight it was. This tiny dark-haired person sitting there with her feet nowhere near touching the floor, totally absorbed in a wonderful adventure of Pip and old Miss Havisham and her cobwebbed house by the spell of the magic that Dickens, the great storyteller, had woven with his words. The only movement from the reader was the lifting of the hand every now and then to turn over a page, and Mrs. Phelps always felt sad every time she came in for her to cross the floor and say, "Send a 5, Matilda." During the first week of Matilda's visits, Mrs. Phelps had said to her, "Does your mother walk you down here every day and then take you home?" "My mother goes to Aylesbury every afternoon to play bingo," Matilda had said. "She doesn't know I come here." "Then that's surely not right," Mrs. Phelps said. "I think you better ask her." "I'd rather not," Matilda said. "She doesn't encourage reading books, nor does my father." "But what do they expect you to do every day? Just sit in an empty house?" "Oh, just mooch around and watch the telly." "I see. She doesn't really care what I do," Matilda said, a little sadly. Mrs. Phelps was concerned about the child's safety on the walks through the fairly busy village, High Street and the crossing of the road, but she decided not to interfere. Within a week, Matilda had finished Great Expectations, which in that edition contained 411 pages. "I loved it," she said to Mrs. Phelps. "Has Mrs. Dickens written any others?" "Mr. Dickens? A great number," said the astounded Mrs. Phelps. "Shall I choose you another?" Over the next 6 months, under Mrs. Phelps's watchful eye and compassionate eye for Matilda read the following books: Nicholas Nickleby, Oliver Twist, Jane Eyre, Pride and Prejudice, Tess of the D'Urbervilles, Gone to the Earth, Kim, The Invisible Man, The Old Man and the Sea, The Sound and the Fury, The Grapes of Wrath, Good Companion, Brighton Rock, and Animal Farm. It was a formidable list, and by now Mrs. Phelps was filled with wonder and excitement. But it was probably a good thing that she did not allow herself to get completely carried away by it all. Almost anyone else witnessing this achievement by such a small child would have been tempted to make a great big fuss and shout the news all over the village and beyond. But not so Mrs. Phelps. She was someone who minded her own business and had long since discovered it was seldom worthwhile to interfere with other people's children. "Mr. Hemingway says a lot of things I don't understand," Matilda said to her, "especially about men and women. But I loved it all the same. The way he tells it, I feel like I'm right there on the spot, watching it all happen. A fine writer will always make you feel that, Mrs. Phelps. And don't worry about the bits you can't understand. Sit back and allow the words to wash around you like music. I will." "Did you know," Mrs. Phelps said, "that public libraries like this allow you to borrow books and take them home?" "I didn't know that," Matilda said. Could I do it?" "Of course," Mrs. Phelps said. "When you've chosen the book you want, bring it to me so I can make a note of it, and it's yours for 2 weeks. And you can take it more than once you can take more than one if you like." From then on, Matilda would visit the library only once a week, in order to take out new books and return the old ones. Her own small bedroom now became her reading room, and there she would sit and read most afternoons, often with a mug and a hot chocolate beside her. She was not quite tall enough to reach things around the house and the kitchen, but she kept a small box in the outhouse, which she brought in and stood on in order to get to whatever she wanted. Mostly it was hot chocolate on the stove before mixing it. Occasionally she made the Bovril and Ovaltine. It was pleasant, and to take a hot drink up to her room, have it beside her, as she sat in her silent room, reading in the empty house. In the afternoon, the book's transparency onto new worlds and introduced her to amazing people who lived exciting lives. She went into 19th century estates with Jane Austen. She went to Africa with Ernest Hemingway, and to California, John Steinbeck. She traveled all over the world, all while sitting in a little room. Chapter 2. Matilda's parents owned quite a nice house with 3 bedrooms upstairs, while on the ground floor there was a dining room and a living room and a kitchen. Her father was a dealer in second-hand cars, and it had seemed he did pretty well at it. "Sawdust," he would say proudly, "is one of the greatest secrets of my success, and it costs me nothing, and I get it all free from the sawmill." "What do you use it for?" Matilda asked him. "Ha," the father said. "Wouldn't you like to know?" "I don't see how sawdust can help you sell a car, Dad." That's because you're an ignorant little twat. the father said. His speech was never very delicate, but Matilda was used to it. She also knew that he liked to boast, and she would egg him on shamelessly. You must be very clever to find a use for something that costs nothing, she said. I wish I could do it. You couldn't, the father said. You're too stupid. But I don't mind telling young Mike here about it, seeing as he'll be joining me in their business one day. Ignoring Matilda, he turned to his son. I'm always glad to buy a car when some fool has been crushing the gears so badly they're always worn out and rattle like mad. I get it cheap, and then all I do is put a little mix of sawdust with the oil in the gearbox, and it runs sweet as a nut. How long will it run like that for before it starts to rattling again? Long enough for the buyer to get a good distance away from the father said, grinning. 100 miles. But that's dishonest, Daddy, Matilda said. That's cheating. No one ever got rich being honest, the father said. It's fair. Customers are there to be diddled. Mr. Wormwood was a small, ruddy-looking man whose front teeth stuck out underneath a thin, ruddy mustache. He looked like he liked to wear jackets with large, brighter colours, and he sported ties that were usually yellow or pale. Now take mileage, for instance, he went on. Anyone who's buying a second car, the first thing he wants to know is how many miles it's done, right? So I buy an old dump that's got about 150,000 miles on the clock. I get it cheap, but no one's going to buy it with mileage like that, are they? And so these days, you can't just take the speedometer and fiddle the numbers back like you used to be able to do 10 years ago. They fixed that, so it's impossible to tamper with it unless you're a ruddy watchmaker or something. So what I do is I use my brain, bloody. That's what I do. How? Young Michael asked, fascinated. He seemed to have inherited his father's love for crookery. I sit down and I say to myself, how can I convert mileage reading of 150,000 into only 10,000? And I take the speedometer to pieces. Well, if I were to run that car backwards for long enough, it obviously would do it. The numbers would click backwards, wouldn't they? But who's going to drive a flaming car in reverse for thousands and thousands of miles? You couldn't do it. Of course you couldn't, young Michael said. So I scratched my head, the father said. I use my brains. When you've been given a fine brain like I have, you've got to use it. And all of a sudden, the answer hit me. I tell you, I felt like that other brilliant fellow who must have had that discovered penicillin. Eureka! I cried. I've got it. What do you do, Dad? The son asked. The speedometer, Mr. Wormwood said. It's run off a cable that is coupled up to one of the front wheels. So I disconnected the cable where it joins the front wheel. Next, I put it on a high-speed electric drill, and I coupled that up to the end of the cable, and in such a way that when the drill turns, it turns the cable back. And you got me so far? You follow me? Yes, Daddy, said Michael. These drills run at a tremendous speed, the father said. So when I switched on the drill, the mileage numbers went back on the speedo and spin backwards at a fantastic rate. I can knock 50,000 miles off the clock in a few minutes with my high-speed electric drill. And by the time I finished, the car's only done 10,000 and it's ready for sale. She's almost new, I say to the customer. She's hardly done 10,000, belonging to an old lady who can only use it once a week to go shopping. Can you really turn the mileage back with an electric drill? Young Michael asked. I'm telling you the trade secrets, his father said. So don't you go telling anybody else. You don't want me to get put in jail, do you? No, I won't tell a soul, Dad, the boy said. Do you do this to many cars, Dad? Every single one of them that comes and gets my treatment, the father said. They all have their mileage cut down to under $10,000 before they're offered for a sale, and to think I invented that all by myself, he added proudly. It's made me a mint. Matilda, who had been listening closely, said, but Daddy, that's even more dishonest than the sawdust. You're cheating people who trust you. If you don't like it then, don't eat the food in the house, the father said. It's bought with the profits. It's dirty money, Matilda said. I hate it. 2 red spots appeared on the father's cheeks. Who the heck do you think you are? He shouted. The Archbishop of Canterbury or something? Preaching to me about honesty? You're just an ignorant little squirt. Who's going to have the foggiest idea about what you were talking about? Quite right, Harry, the mother said, and to Matilda, if you've got a nerve to talking about your father like that, Now keep your nasty mouth shut so we can all watch this program in peace. They were in the living room, eating their suppers on their knees in front of the telly. The TV dinners were floppy aluminium containers with separate compartments for the stewed meat, the boiled potatoes, and the peas. Mr. Wormwood sat munching her meal with her eyes glued to the American soap opera on the screen. She was a large woman and wore heavy makeup, and whose hair was dyed platinum, blonde except where you could see the mousy brown bits growing out from the root. Mummy, Matilda said, would you mind if I ate my supper in the dinner room, if I could read my book? The father glanced up sharply. I would mind, he snapped. Supper is a family gathering, and no one leaves the table till it's over. But we're not at the table, Matilda said. We never are. We're always eating off our knees and watching the telly. What's wrong with watching the telly, may I ask? The father said. His voice had suddenly become soft and dangerous. Matilda didn't trust herself to answer him, so she kept quiet. She could feel that the anger boiling up inside her. She knew it was wrong to hate her parents like this, but she was finding it very hard not to do so. All the reading she had done had given her a view of life that they just hadn't seen. If only they would read a little Dickens or Austen, they would soon discover there was more to life than cheating people out of cars and watching TV. Another thing she resented being told constantly was that she was ignorant and stupid when she knew that she was not. The anger inside her went on boiling and boiling, and as she lay in her bed that night, she made the decision. She decided that every time her father or mother would be beastly to her, she would get her own back in some way or another. A small victory or two would help her to tolerate their nastiness and stop her from doing anything more drastic. You must remember that she was still hardly 5 years old, and it was not easy for somebody as small as that to score points against an all-powerful grown-up. Even so, she was determined to have a go. Her father, after what had happened in front of the telly that evening, he was on her list. Chapter 3. The Cat, the Hat, and the Superglue. The following morning, just before the father left for his beastly second-hand car garage, Matilda slipped into the cloakroom and get hold of her hat he wore each day to work. She had to stand on her toes and reach up high as she could with a walking stick in order to hook the hat off the peg. And even then, she only just made it. The hat itself was one of those flat-topped pork pie jobs, with the J's father stuck in the hat band, and Mr. Wormwood was very proud of it. He thought it gave him a rakish daring look, especially when he wore it at an angle. His loud checked jacket and green tie, Matilda holding the hat in one hand and a thin tube of superglue in the other, proceeded to squeeze a line of superglue very neatly around it in the rim, and then she carefully hooked the hat back on the peg. With the walking stick, she timed this operation very carefully. To glue just as her father was getting up from the breakfast table, Mr. Wormwood didn't notice anything when he put his hat on. So when he arrived at the garage and he couldn't get it off, superglue is powerful stuff. So powerful that it will take your skin right off if you pull too hard. Mr. Wormwood didn't want to be scalped, had to keep the hat on his head all day long, even when he was putting sawdust in gearboxes and fiddling the mileage on cars. With his electrical drill, in an effort to save face, he adopted a casual attitude, hoping that his staff would think that he just actually meant to keep his hat on all day long and for the heck of it, like gangsters do in the films. When he got home that evening, he still couldn't get the hat off. Don't be silly, his wife said. Come here, I'll take that hat off for you. She gave the hat a sharp yank. Mr. Wormwood let out a yell that would rattle the window panes. Ow! He screamed. Don't do that. Let go. You'll take half the skin off my bloody forehead. Matilda, nestling in her usual chair, was watching this performance over the rim of her book with some interest. What's the matter, Daddy? She said. Your head suddenly swollen or something? The father glared at his daughter with deep suspicion, but said nothing. How could she? Miss Wormwood said to him. It must be super glue. It couldn't be anything else. That'll teach you to go playing around with that nasty stuff like that. I expect you were trying to stick something. He was trying to stick a feather in your hat or something like that. I haven't touched the flaming stuff, Mr. Wormwood shouted. He turned and looked at Matilda, who looked back at him with large, innocent brown eyes. Mr. Wormwood said to him, You should read the label on that tube before you start messing around with dangerous product. Always follow the instructions on the label. What in heaven names are you talking about, you stupid woman? Mr. Wormwood shouted, clutching the brim of his hat to stop anyone trying to pull it off again. You think I'm so stupid I'd glue this thing to my head on purpose? Matilda, there's a boy down the road who got some super glue on his finger without knowing it, and then he put his finger up his nose. Mr. Wormwood jumped. What happened to him? He sputtered. Well, the finger got stuck inside his nose, Matilda said, and he had to go around like that for a week. People kept saying to him, Stop picking your nose. And he said he couldn't do anything about it. He looked like a fool. Serves him right, Mr. Wormwood. Shouldn't have put his finger up his nose in the first place. It's a nasty habit. If all children had super glue put on their fingers, they'd soon stop it too. Matilda said, Grown-ups do it too. I saw you do it yesterday in the kitchen. That's quite enough from you, Mr. Wormwood said, turning pink. Mr. Wormwood had to keep his hat on all through the supper in front of the television. He looked ridiculous, and he stayed very silent. When he went up to his bed, he tried again to get the damn thing off, and so did his wife, but it wouldn't budge. How am I getting to have a shower? He demanded. He'll just have to do it without. Won't you? His wife told him, and later on, as she watched her skinny little husband skulking around with his bedroom in his purple striped pajamas and his pork pie hat on his head, she thought of how stupid he looked. Hardly the man of my dreams, she told herself. Mr. Wormwood had discovered that the worst thing about having a permanent hat on his head was having to sleep in it. It was impossible to lie comfortable on the pillow. Now do stop fussing around, his wife had said to him, after he had been tossing and turning and for about an hour. I expect it will be loose by the morning and then it'll slip off easily. But it wasn't loose by the morning and it wouldn't slip off easily. So Mrs. Wormwood took a pair of scissors and cut the thing off his head, bit by bit. But first, where the inner band had stuck to his hair all around the sides. Then she had to chop off the hair right to the skin, and when he finished up, he had a bald spot around his head, like some sort of monk. And in the front, where the band had stuck directly to the bare skin, there remained a whole lot of small patches, brown, leathery stuff that no amount of washing could get off. At breakfast, Matilda said to him, You must try to get those bits off your forehead, Daddy. Looks like you've got little brown insects crawling all over you. People will think you've got lice. Be quiet, the father snapped. You just keep your nasty mouth shut, will you? All in, it was the most satisfactory exercise, but it was surely too much to hope that she had taught her father a permanent lesson. Chapter 4, The Ghost. There was a comparative calm in the Wormwood household for about a week. After the superglue episode, the experience had clearly chastened Mr. Wormwood and seemed temporarily to have lost his taste for boasting and bullying. Then he struck again. Perhaps he had had a bad day at the garage, had not sold enough crummy second-hand cars. When Mr. Wormwood arrived back from the garage that evening, his face was dark as thunder clouds. He was clearly, and somebody was clearly for the high jump pretty soon. He then strode into the living room. Matilda happened to be curled up in an armchair on the corner, totally absorbed in a book. Mr. Wormwood switched on the television. The second it lit up, the program blared. Mr. Wormwood, she glared at Matilda. She hadn't moved. She hadn't somehow trained herself. By now had to block her ears to the ghastly sound of the dreaded box. She kept right on reading, and for some reason, this infuriated her father. Perhaps his anger was intensified because he saw her getting pleasure from something that was beyond his reach. Don't you ever stop reading? He snapped at her. Oh, hello, Daddy, she said, pleasantly. Did you have a good day? What is this trash, he said, snatching the book from her hands. It isn't trash, Daddy. It's lovely. It's called The Red Pony. It's by John Steinbeck, an American writer. Why don't you try it? I think you'll like it. Filth, Mr. Wormwood said. If it's by an American, it's certainly filth. That's all they write about. No, Dad, it's beautiful. Honestly, it's about it. I don't want to know what it's about, Mr. Wormwood barked. I'm fed up with you reading anyway. Go and find yourself something useful to do. Frightening suddenness. He now began ripping the pages out of the book in handfuls and throwing them all over the wastepaper. Matilda, frozen in horror, the father kept going. There seemed to be little doubt that the man felt some kind of jealousy. How dare she? He seemed to be saying with each rip of a page, how dare she enjoy reading books when he couldn't? How dare she? That's a library book, yelled Matilda. It doesn't belong to me. I have to return it to Mrs. Phelps. Then you'll have to buy her another one, won't you? The father said, still tearing out the pages. You'll have to save your pocket money. There's enough in the kitty to buy a new one for your precious Mrs. Phelps, won't you? Of the book into the basket. Marched out of the bedroom, loving the telly. Most children in Matilda's place would have burst into a flood of tears, but she didn't do this. She sat there, very still, neither crying nor sulking, never got anyone anywhere. The only sensible thing to do when you're attacked is, as Napoleon once said, a counterattack. Matilda's wonderfully subtle mind was already at work devising yet another suitable punishment for this poisoned parent. The plan was now beginning to hatch in her mind, depending, however, upon whether or not Fred's parrot was really good as talker as Fred had made it out to be. Fred was a friend of Matilda's. He was a small boy of 6 who lived just around the corner from her, and for days he had been going on about this great talking parrot his father had given him. So the following afternoon, as soon as Mrs. Wormwood had departed in her car for another session of bingo, Matilda had set out for Fred's house to investigate. She knocked on his door and asked if he would be kind enough to show her the famous bird. Fred was delighted and led her up to his bedroom, where a truly magnificent blue and yellow parrot sat in a tall cage. There it is, Fred. Its name's Chopper. Make it talk, Matilda said. You can't make it talk, Fred said. You have to be patient. I'll talk when it feels like it. They hung around, waiting and waiting. Suddenly the parrot said, hello, hello, hello. It was exactly like a human voice, Matilda said. That's amazing. What else can it say? That's about it, Fred said. But it's pretty marvelous, don't you think? It's fabulous, Matilda said. Will you lend him to me just for one night? No, Fred said. Certainly not. I'll give you all my next week's pocket money, Matilda said. That was different. Fred thought about it for a few seconds. All right. Then he said, if you promise to return him tomorrow. Matilda staggered back to her own empty house, carrying the tall cage in both hands. There was a large fireplace in the dining room, and she was now set about wedging the cage up the chimney and out of sight. This wasn't so easy, but she managed it in the end. Hello, 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 the bird called down to her. Hello, hello. Shh, not yet. Matilda said she wanted to wash the soot off of her hands. That evening, while the mother and the father, the brother and Matilda were having supper as usual in the living room in front of the television, a voice came down and clear from the dining room across the hall. Hello, 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 it said. Harry cried. The mother turned quite pale. There's someone in the house. I heard a voice. So did I, the brother said. Matilda jumped up and switched off the telly. Shh, she said, listen. They all stopped eating and sat there very silent. Hello, 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 came the voice again. There it is, cried the brother. It's burglars, hissed the mother. They're in the dining room. I think they are, her father said, sitting tight. And go and catch them, Harry, hissed the mother. Go out and collar them red-handed. The father didn't move. He seemed in no hurry to dash off and be a hero. His face turned grey. Get on with it, hissed the mother. They're probably after silver. The husband wiped his lips nervously with a napkin. Why don't we all go out and look? Come on then, the brother said. Come on. They're definitely in the dining room, Matilda whispered. I'm sure they are. The mother grabbed a poker from the fireplace. The father took a golf club that was standing in the corner. The brother seized the table lamp, ripping the plug from the socket. All four of them crept forward in the dining room, with the father keeping well behind the others. Hello, 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 came the voice again. Come on, Matilda cried as she burst into the room. Stick 'em up, she yelled. Caught you. The others followed her, waving their weapons. Then they stopped. They stared around the room. There was no one there. There was no one here, the father said, greatly relieved. I heard him, Harry. The mother shrieked, still cracking. I distinctly heard his voice. So did you. I'm certain I heard him, Matilda cried. He's in here somewhere. She began searching behind the sofa and behind the curtains. Then came the voice once again. Soft bones, spooky this time. Rattle my bones, he said. Rattle my bones. They all jumped, including Matilda, who was a pretty good actress. They stared around the room. There was still no one there. It's a ghost, Matilda said. Heaven help us, cried the mother, clutching her husband around the neck. I know it's a ghost, Matilda. I've heard it before. This room is haunted, I said. You knew that. Save us, the mother screamed, almost throttling her husband. I'm getting out of here, the father said, grayer than ever now. They all fled, slamming the door behind them. The next afternoon, Matilda managed to get a rather sooty and rather grumpy parrot down from the chimney and out from the house without being seen. She carried it through the back door and ran with it all the way to Fred's house. Did it behave itself, Fred asked? We had a lovely time with it, Matilda said. My parents absolutely adored it. Chapter 5. Arithmetic. Matilda longed for her parents to be good and loving and understanding, honourable and intelligent. The fact that they were none of these things was something she had to put up with. It was not easy to do so, but the new game she had invented of punishing one or both of them each time they were beastly to her made her life more or less bearable. Being very small and very young, the only power Matilda had over anyone in her family was brain power. For sheer cleverness, she could run rings around them all. But the fact that she remained any 5-year-old girl in any family was always obliged to do as she was told. Forever ascertain the orders might be. Thus, she was always forced to eat her evening meals out of the TV dinner trays in front of the dreaded box. She always had to stay home on weekends, afternoons, and whenever she got told to shut up. And her safety valve, the thing that saved her, was the fun of devising and dishing out these splendid punishments, and the lovely thing was that they seemed to work, at any rate, for short periods. The father, in particular, became less cocky and unbearable, and for several days after receiving a dose of Matilda's magic medicine, the parrot in the chimney affair definitely cooled both parents down a lot. And for over a week, they were comparatively civil to their small daughter. But alas, this couldn't last. The next flare-up came one evening in the sitting room. Mr. Wormwood had just returned from work. Matilda and her brother were sitting there quietly on the sofa, waiting for her mother to come in to bring in the TV dinners on the tray. The television had not yet been switched on. In came Mr. Wormwood, in a loud checkered suit and yellow tie. The appalling broad orange and green check of their jacket and trousers almost blinded the onlookers. He was already he was clearly very pleased with himself this evening. He sat down in his armchair and rubbed his hands together and addressed his son in a loud voice. Well, my boy, he said, your father had a very successful day. He's a lot richer tonight than he was this morning. He had sold no less than 5 cars, each one at a tidy profit. Sawdust in the gearbox, electric drill in the speedo cables, a splash of paint here and there, and a few other clever little tricks. And the idiots were falling over themselves to buy. He fished a bit of paper from his pocket and studied it. Listen, boy, he said, addressing the son and ignoring Matilda. Seeing as you'll be going in the family business with me one day, you've got to know how to add up the profits you make at the end of each day. Go and get yourself a pad and pencil, and let's see how clever you are. The son immediately left the room, returned with the writing materials. Write down these figures, the father said, reading from his bit of paper. Car number 1 was bought by me for £278 and sold for £1,427. Got that? The 10-year-old boy wrote down the 2 separate amounts. Slowly and carefully, car number 2. The father went on, cost me £118 and I sold it for $760. Got it? Yes, Dad. Car number 3 cost me £111 and sold for £999 and 60 pence. Say that again, the son said. How much did you sell for? £999 and 50 pence. The father said, and that's, by the way, is another of my nifty little tricks to diddle the customers. Never ask for a big round number. Always go just below. Never say £1,000. Always say $999.50. Sounds much less. Clever, isn't it? Oh, very, the son said. You're brilliant, Dad. Car number 4 cost £860. A real wreck that was. And sold it, £86 and sold it for $690. Not too fast, the son said, writing the numbers down. Right, I've got it. Car number 5 cost £637 and I sold it for $1,649.50. You got all those figures written down? Yes, Dad, the boy said, crouching over the pad very carefully. Very well, the father said. Now work out the profit I made on each of the 5 cars and add up the total. Then you'll be able to tell me how much money your brilliant father made today already. That's a lot of sums, the boy said. Of course it's a lot of sums, your father said. But when you're in big business like I am, you got to be hot stuff at arithmetic. I've practically got a computer inside my head. Took me less than 10 minutes to work out that whole thing. You mean you did it in your head, Dad? The son asked, goggling. Well, not exactly, the father said. Nobody could do that. But it didn't take me long. When you're finished, tell me what you think my profit is for the day. And I've got the final total written down here, and I'll tell you if you're right or not. Matilda sat there quietly. Dad, you made exactly £4,303.50 altogether. Don't butt in, the father said. Your brother and I are busy here with high finance. But Dad, shut up, the father said. Stop guessing and trying to be clever. Look at your answer, Dad, Matilda said gently. If you've done it right, it ought to be £4,303.50. Is that what you've got? The father glanced down at the paper in his hand. He seemed to stiffen. He became very quiet. There was silence. Then he said, say that again. £4,303.50, Matilda said. There was another silence. The father's face was going to tremble. I'm sure it's right, Matilda said. You little cheat, the father suddenly shouted and pointing at her with his finger. You looked at my bit of paper. You read it off what I've written down here. Daddy, I'm on the other side of the room, Matilda said. How could I possibly see it? Don't give me that rubbish, the father shouted. Of course you looked. You must have looked. No one in the world could have given me a right answer just like that, especially a girl. You're a little cheat, madame. That's what you are, a cheat and a liar. At that point, the mother came in, carrying a large tray on which we were the full suppers. This time it was fish and chips, and which Mrs. Wormwood had picked up in the fish and chip shop on her way home from Mingo. What are you looking at? So hot under the collar about Harry, she said, as she put the tray down on the coffee table. Your daughter's a cheat and a liar, the father said, talking his plate of fish and placing it on his knees. Turn the telly on and let's not have any more talk. The platinum blonde man. There was no doubt in Matilda's mind that this latest display of foulness by her father deserved a severe punishment, and as she sat eating her awful fried fish chips and ignoring the television, her brain went into work on various possibilities. By the time she went up to her bed, her mind was made up. The next morning, she got up early, went into the bathroom, and locked the door. As we already know, Mrs. Wormwood's hair was dyed a brilliant platinum blonde, very much the same glistening silvery colour as a tightrope walker. Tights in a circus, the big dyeing job was done. Twice a year the hairdressers, but every month or so in between, Mrs. Wormwood used to freshen it up by giving it a rinse in the wash basin with something called platinum blonde hair dye extra strong. This also served to dye the nasty brown hairs that she kept getting from her roots and her undergrowth. The bottle of platinum blonde hair dye extra strong was kept in the cupboard in the bathroom, and underneath the title on the label was written, "Caution, this is peroxide. Keep away from children." Matilda had read it many times before with fascination. Matilda's father had a fine crop of black hair, which he parted in the middle, and of which he was exceedingly proud of. Good, strong hair was a fond saying. Means there's nobody good. That means there's a good, strong brain underneath. Like Shakespeare, Matilda had once said. Like who? Shakespeare, Daddy. Was he brainy? Very, Daddy. He had masses of hair, did he? He was bald, Daddy. To which the father had snapped, "If you can't talk sense, then shut up." Anyway, Mrs. Wormwood kept his hair looking bright and strong, or so he thought, by rubbing it into every morning large quantities of a lotion called oil of violet Mr. Hair. A bottle of this smelly purple mixture had always stood on the top, on the shelf of the sink in the bathroom, alongside all the toothbrushes, and very vigorous scalp massage with oil of violets took place daily. After shaving, she was completed. This and scalp massage was always accompanied by loud masculine grunts, and every breathing and gasp of, that's better, that's the stuff, rub it right in there, which could be clearly heard by Matilda in her bedroom across the corridor. Now, in the early morning privacy of her bathroom, Matilda unscrewed the cap of her father's oil of violets and tipped 3/4 into the contents down the drain. Then she filled the bottle up with her mother's platinum extra strong hair dye, and she carefully left enough of her father's original hair tonic in the bottle so that when she gave it a good shake, the whole thing still looked reasonably purple. She then replaced the bottle on the shelf above the sink, taking care to put her mother's bottle back in the cupboard. So far, so good. At breakfast time, Matilda sat quietly at the dining room table, eating her cornflakes. Her brother sat opposite her with his back to the door, devouring hunks of bread, smothering with a mixture of peanuts, butter, and strawberry jam. The mother was just out of sight around the corner in the kitchen, making Mrs. Wormwood's breakfast, which allowed had to be 2 fried eggs on fried bread with 3 pork sausages and 3 strips of bacon. At this point, Mr. Wormwood said he was incapable of entering my room quietly, especially at breakfast time. Immediately, by creating a lot of noise, a clatter, one could almost hear him say, "It's me, here I come, the great man himself." the master of the house, the wage earner, the one who makes it possible for all the rest of you to go and live so well. Notice me and pay your respect. On this occasion, he strode in and slapped his son in the back and shouted, "Well, my boy, your father feels he's in for another great money-making day. Today at the garage, I've got a few little beauties I'm going to flog to the idiots this morning. Where's my breakfast?" "It's coming, Treasure," Mrs. Wormwood called from the kitchen. Matilda kept her face bent down low over her cornflakes. She didn't dare look up. In the first place, she wasn't at all sure what she was going to see. And secondly, she didn't want, if she did see what she thought she was going to see, she didn't trust herself to keep a straight face. The sun was looking directly ahead out of the window and stuffing himself with bread and peanut butter and strawberry jam. The father was just moving around to sit at the head of the table when the mother came sweeping out from the kitchen, carrying a huge plate piled high of sausage and bacon and tomatoes. She looked up. She caught sight of her husband as she stopped dead. Then she let out a scream that seemed to lift her right up into the air, and she dropped the plate with a crash and a splash onto the floor. Everyone jumped, including Mr. Wormwood. "What the heck is the matter with you, woman?" he shouted. "Look at the mess you've made on the carpet. Your hair," the mother said, shrieking, pointing and quivering a finger at her husband. "Look at what you've done to your hair. What's wrong with my hair, for heaven's sake?" "Oh my God, Dad, what have you done to your hair?" the son said. A splendid, noisy scene was building up nicely in the breakfast room. Matilda said nothing. She simply sat there, admiring the wonderful effect of her own handiwork. Mrs. Wormwood's fine crop of black hair was now a dirty silver, and the colour of this time of a tightrope walker's tights that had not yet been washed for the entire circus. You've died," shrieked her mother. "Why did you do it, you fool? It looks absolutely frightful. It looks horrendous. You look like a freak." "What the blazes are you all talking about?" the father yelled, putting up both hands to his hair. He most certainly had not dyed it. "What do you mean I've dyed it? What's happening? Or is this some sort of stupid joke?" His face was turning pale green, the colour of sour apples. "You must have dyed it, Dad," the son said. "It's the same colour as Mum's, only much dirtier looking." "Of course he's dyed it," the mother cried. "It can't change colour all by itself. What on earth were you trying to do? Make yourself look handsome or something? You look like someone's grandmother's gone wrong." "Give me a mirror," the father yelled. "Don't just stand there shrieking at me. Give me a mirror." The mother's handbag lay on the chair at the other end of the table. She opened the bag, got out her powder compact that had a small round mirror in it on the inside of the lid. She opened the compact and handed it to her husband. He grabbed it, held it before his face, and in doing so, spilled most of the powder all over the front of his fancy tweed jacket. "Be careful," the mother shrieked. "Now look what you've done. That's my best Elizabeth Arden face powder." "Oh my God," yelled the father, staring into the little mirror. "What has happened to me? I look terrible. I look just like you. Gone wrong. I can't go down to the garage and sell cars looking like this. How did this happen?" He stared around the room, first at his mother, then at his son, then at Matilda. "How could it have happened?" he yelled. "I imagine, Daddy," Matilda said quietly, "that you weren't looking very hard and you simply took Mummy's bottle of hair stuff off the shelf instead of yours." "Of course that's what's happened," the mother cried. "Well, really, Harry? How stupid can you get? Why didn't you read the label before you started splashing that stuff all over you? Mine's terribly strong. I'm only meant to use 1 tablespoon of it in a whole basin of water. You've gone and put the whole thing over your head. It'll probably take all of your hair off in the end. Is your scalp beginning to burn, dear? You mean I'm going to lose all my hair? The husband yelled. I think you will, the mother said. Peroxide's a very powerful chemical. It's what they put down the lavatory to disinfect the pain. Only they give it another name. What are you saying? The husband cried. I'm not lavatory pan. I don't want to be disinfected, even diluted like I use it, the mother told him. It makes a good deal of my hair fall out. So goodness knows what it's going to happen to you. I'm surprised it didn't take the whole top of your head off. What should I do? Wailed the father. Tell me quick. What do I do before it starts falling out? Matilda said, I'll give it a good wash, Dad. If I were you, I'd put some soap water in there, but you'll have to hurry. Will that change the colour back? The father said. Of course it won't, you twit, the mother said. Then what do I do? I can't go around looking like this forever. You'll have to dye it black, the mother said. But wash it first. There won't be any there to dye. Right, the father shouted, springing into action. Give me an appointment with your hairdresser this instant for a hair dyeing job. Tell them it's an emergency. They've got to boot someone else off the list. I'm going upstairs to wash it now. With that, the man dashed out of the room, and Mrs. Wormwood sighed deeply, went to the telephone to call the beauty parlour. He does do some pretty silly things now and then again, doesn't he, Mummy? Matilda said. The mother dialing the number on the phone said, I'm afraid men aren't always quite as clever as they think they are. You'll learn that one day when you get older, my dear girl. Chapter 7, Miss Honey. Matilda was a little late in starting school. Most children begin primary school at 5 or 7, just before Matilda parents who weren't very concerned, one way or the other, about their daughter's education had forgotten to make the proper arrangements. She was 5 and a half when she entered school for the first time. The village school for younger children was a bleak brick building called Trunchbull Primary School. It had about 250 pupils aged from about 5 to just under 12. The head teacher, the boss, the supreme commander of this establishment was a formidable middle-aged lady whose name was Miss Trunchbull. Naturally, Matilda was put in the bottom of the class, where there would be 18 other small boys and girls about the same age as her. Their teacher was called Miss Honey. And she could not have been more than a 23 or 24. She had a lovely oval face with blue eyes, and her hair was light brown. Her body was so slender and fragile, one got the feeling that if she fell over, she would smash into 1,000 pieces like a porcelain doll. Miss Jennifer Honey was a mild and quiet person, never raised her voice, and seldom seemed to smile, but there is no doubt she possessed that rare gift for being adored by every small child under her care. She seemed to understand totally the bewilderment of far that so often overwhelm young children who, for the first time in their lives, are herded into a classroom and told to obey orders. Some curious warmth that was almost tangible shone out of Miss Honey's face when she spoke to a confused and homesick newcomer to the class. Miss Trunchbull, the headmistress, was something else together. She was a gigantic holy terror, a fierce, tyrannical monster who frightened the life out of the pupils and teachers alike. There was an aura of menace about her, even at a distance, and when she came up close, you could almost feel the dangerous heat radiating from her and from her red-hot rod of metal. When she marched, Miss Turnbull never walked. She always marched like a stormtrooper with long strides and arms swinging. When she marched along a corridor, you could actually hear her snorting as she went, and if a group of children happened to be in her path, she plowed right on through them like a tank, with small people bouncing off her left and right. Thank goodness we don't meet many people like her in this world, although they do exist. And all of us are likely to come across at least one of them in our lifetime. If you ever do, you should behave as if you met an enraged rhinoceros in the bush. Climb up the nearest tree, stay there until it's gone. This woman, in all her eccentricities and in her appearance, is almost impossible to describe, but I shall make my attempt to do so a little later on. Let us leave Earth for the moment and go back to Matilda and her first day in Miss Honey's class. After the usual business of going through all the names of the children, Miss Honey handed out a brand new exercise book to each pupil. You have all brought your own pencils, I hope, she said. Yes, Miss Honey, they chanted. Good. Now this is your first day of school. For each one of you, it is the beginning of the last. 11 long years of schooling you're going to have to go through, and 6 of those will be spent right here at Trunchbull, where, as you know, your headmistress, Miss Trunchbull, let me for your own good tell you something about Miss Trunchbull, she said, upon strict discipline throughout the school, and if you take my advice, you will do your very best to behave yourselves in her presence. Never argue with her, never answer back, always do as she does. If you get on the wrong side of Miss Trunchbull, she can liquidize you like a carrot in a kitchen blender. It's nothing to laugh about, Lavender. Take that grin off your face. All of you will be wise to remember that Miss Trunchbull deals very, very severely with anyone who gets out of line in the school. Have you got the message? Yes, Miss Honey, chirped the 19 eager little voices. I myself, Miss Honey, went on, I want to help you learn as much as possible while you're in this class. That is because I know it will make things easier for you later on. For example, by the end of the week, I shall expect every one of you to know the 2 times table off by heart, and in a year's time, I hope you will know all of the multiplication tables up to 12. It will help you enormously if you do. Now then, do any of you happen to have learned the 2 times table already? Matilda put up her hand. She was the only one. Miss Honey looked carefully at the tiny girl with dark hair and a round, serious face sitting in the second row. Wonderful, she said. Please stand up and recite as much as you know. Matilda stood up and began to say the 2 times table. When she got to twice 12 is 24, she didn't stop. She went right on to twice 13 is 26, to 28, to 30, to 36. Stop, Miss Honey said. She had been listening slightly spellbound to this smooth recital, and now she said, how far can you go? How far, Matilda said. Well, I don't really know, Miss Honey. For quite a long way, I would imagine. Miss Honey took a few moments to let this curious statement sink in. You mean, she said, that you could tell me what 2 times 28 is? Yes, Miss Honey. 56. What about something much harder, like 2 times 400 or 2 times 87? Could you tell me that? I think so. Why, yes, I'm fairly sure. All right, what's 2 times 400? And it's 487. 974, Matilda said immediately. She spoke quietly and politely, without any sign of showing off. Miss Honey gazed at Matilda with absolute amazement. But when next she spoke, she kept her voice level. That is really splendid, she said. But, of course, multiplying by 2 is a lot easier than doing some of the bigger numbers. What about the other multiplication tables? Do you know any of those? I think so, Miss Honey. I think so. Which ones, Matilda? How far have you got to? I don't quite know, Matilda said. I don't know what you mean. What I mean is, do you, for instance, know the 3 times table? Yes. And the 4? Yes. Well, how many do you know? I know it all the way up to 12. Yes, Miss Honey. What is 12 times 7? 84, Matilda. Miss Honey paused and leaned back in her chair. The plain table that stood in the middle of the floor is in front of the class. She was considerably shaken by this exchange, but took care not to show it. She had never come across a 5-year-old before, or indeed a 10-year-old who could multiply with such facility. I hope the rest of you are listening to this, she said. Matilda is a very lucky girl. She has a wonderful family who have already taught her to multiply lots of numbers. Was it your mother, Matilda, who taught you? No, Miss Honey, it wasn't. Oh, you must have a great father then. He must be a brilliant teacher. No, Miss Honey, Matilda said quietly. My father did not teach me. Ah, you mean you taught yourself? Well, I don't quite know how, Matilda said truthfully. It's just that I don't find it very difficult to multiply one number by another. Miss Honey took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She looked again at the small girl with bright eyes standing beside her desk. So sensible, so solemn. You say you don't find it difficult to multiply one number by another, Miss Honey said. Could you try to explain that a little bit? Oh dear, Matilda said. I'm not really sure. Miss Honey waited. The class was silent, listening. For instance, if I asked you to multiply 14 by 19, no, that's not too difficult. It's 266, Matilda said softly. Miss Honey stared at her, and then she picked up a pencil and quickly worked out the sum. A piece of paper. What did you say it was? 266. Matilda said. Miss Honey put down her pencil and removed her spectacles and began to polish the lenses with a piece of tissue. The class remained quiet, watching her and waiting for her what was coming next. Matilda was still standing beside her desk. Now tell me, Matilda, Miss Honey said, still polishing, trying to tell me exactly what goes on inside your mind when you do a multiplication like that. You obviously have to work it out in some way. Take the one you've just done. 14 multiplied by 19. I simply put the 14 down in my head and multiplied by 19. Matilda said, I'm afraid I don't know how else to explain it. I've just always said to myself that if a little pocket calculator can do it, why shouldn't I be able to? Why not indeed, Miss Honey said. The human brain is an amazing thing. I think it's a lot better than a lump of metal, Matilda said. That's all a calculator is. Oh, how right you are, Miss Honey said. Pocket calculators are not allowed in this school anyway, Miss Honey said. I was feeling quite quivery. There was no doubt in her mind that she had just met a truly extraordinary mathematical prodigy, and words like child genius and prodigy went fitting inside of her head, and she knew that these sorts of wonders do pop up in the world from time to time, but only once or twice in 100 years. After all, Mozart was only 5 when he started composing with the piano, and look what happened to him. It's not fair, Lavender said. How can she do that and we can't? Don't worry, Lavender, you'll soon catch up, Miss Honey said, lying through her teeth. At this point, Miss Honey could not resist the temptation of exploring still further the mind of this astonishing child. She knew that she ought to be paying some attention to the rest of the class, but she was altogether too excited to let the matter rest. Well, she said, pretending to address the whole class, let us leave sums for you in the moment and see if any of you have begun to learn to spell. Hands up, anyone who can spell. 3 hands went up. They belonged to Lavender, a small boy called Nigel, and Matilda. Spell cat, Nigel. Nigel spelt it. Miss Honey now decided to ask a question that normally she would have never dreamt of asking a class on its first day. I wonder whether any of you 3 know how to spell cat, have learned how to read a whole group of words when they are strung together in a sentence. I have, Nigel said. So have I, Lavender said. Miss Honey went to the blackboard and wrote with her white chalk the sentence, I have already begun to learn how to read long sentences. She had purposely made it difficult, and she knew that there was a precious few 5-year-olds around who could be able to manage it. Can you tell me what that says, Nigel? That's too hard, Nigel said. Lavender, the first word is I, Lavender said. Can any of you read the whole sentence? Miss Honey looked around, waiting for the yes that she felt certain was about to come from Matilda. Yes, Matilda said. Go ahead, Miss Honey said. Matilda read the sentence without any hesitation at all. That really is a very good indeed, Miss Honey said, making the understatement of her life. How much can you read? Well, I think I can read most things, Miss Honey, Matilda said, although I'm afraid I can't always understand the meaning. Miss Honey got to her feet and walked smartly out of the room, but was back in 30 seconds, carrying a thick book. She opened it at random and placed it on Matilda's desk. "This is a book of humorous poetry," she said. "See if you can read that one aloud." Smoothly, without pausing, and at a nice speed, Matilda began to read. "An epicure dining at Crewe found a rather large mouse in his stew. Cried the waiter, 'Don't shout and wave it about. All the rest will be wanting it too.' Several children saw the funny side of the rhyme and laughed. Miss Honey said, 'Do you know what an epicure is, Matilda?' 'It is someone who is dainty with their eating,' Matilda said. 'That is correct,' Miss Honey said. 'And do you happen to know what the particular type of poetry is called?' 'It's called the limerick, Matilda. That's a lovely one. It's so funny.' 'It's a famous one,' Miss Honey said, picking up the book and returning it to her table in front of the class. 'A witty limerick is very hard to write,' she said. 'They look easy, but they most certainly are not.' 'I know,' Matilda said. 'I've tried quite a few times, but I've never written any that are good.' 'You have you?' Miss Honey said, more startled than ever. 'Well, Matilda, I would very much like to hear one of these limericks you have written. Could you try to remember one for us?' 'Well, Matilda,' said hesitatingly, 'I've actually been trying to make up one about you, Miss Honey, while we've been sitting here.' 'About me?' Miss Honey cried. 'Well, I've certainly got to hear that one, haven't I?' 'I don't think I want to say it, Miss Honey.' 'Please tell it, Miss Honey,' I said. 'I promise I won't mind.' 'I think you will, Miss Honey, because I have to use your first name to make things rhyme, and that's why I don't want to say it.' 'How do you know my first name, Miss Honey?' 'I heard another teacher calling you by it just the other day, before we had met. She called you Jenny.' 'I insist upon hearing this limerick,' Miss Honey said, smiling one of her rare smiles. 'Stand up and recite it.' Reluctantly, Matilda stood up, and very slowly, very nervously, she recited her limerick. 'The thing is, we all ask about Jenny. It's surely there cannot be many teachers in this place with such a lovely face. The answer to that is not any.' The whole of Miss Honey's face blushed a bright, brilliant scarlet, and then once again she smiled. It was a much broader smile this time, a smile of pure pleasure. "Why, thank you, Matilda," she said, still smiling, "although it is not true. It is a really very good limerick. Oh dear, I must try to remember that one." From the third row of desks, Lavender said, "It's good, I like it." "It's true as well," a small boy called Rupert said. "Of course it's true, Nigel." Already the whole class had begun to warm towards Miss Honey, although as yet she had hardly taken any notice of any of them except for Matilda. "Who taught you to read?" Miss Honey asked. "I just sort of taught myself, Miss Honey." "And have you read any books all by yourself? Any children's books, I mean?" "I've read all the ones that are in the public library in the High Street, Miss Honey." "And did you like them?" "I liked some of them." "Very much indeed," Matilda said. "But I thought the others were fairly dull." "Well, tell me which ones you liked." "Well, I liked The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe," Matilda said, by Mr. C.S. Lewis. "He's a very good writer, but he has one failing. There's no funny bits in his book." "You were right there, Miss Honey. There aren't many funny bits in his book." "And then there aren't many funny bits in Mr. Tolkien's either," Matilda said. "Do you think that all the children's books ought to have funny bits in them?" Miss Honey asked. "I do," Matilda said. "Children are not so serious as grown-ups are, and they love to laugh." Miss Honey was astounded by the wisdom of this tiny girl. She said, "And what are you going to do now that you've read all these children's books?" "Well, I'm reading other books," Matilda said. "I borrow them from the library, Mrs. Phelps, and are very kind to me. She helps me choose them." Miss Honey was leaning so far forward over her work table and gazing in wonder at the child, she had completely forgotten now about the rest of the class. "What are the books?" she murmured. "Oh, I'm very fond of Charles Dickens," Matilda said. "He makes me laugh a lot, especially Mr. Pickwick." At that moment, the bell in the corridor sounded for the end of class. Chapter 8. The Trunchbull. In the interval, Miss Honey left the class and headed straight for the headmistress's study. She felt wildly excited that she had just met a small girl who possessed, or so it seemed to her, quite extraordinary qualities of brilliance. There had not been time yet to find out exactly just how brilliant this child was, but Miss Honey had learnt enough to realize that something had to be done about it as soon as possible. It would be ridiculous to leave this child like that, stuck in the bottom form. Normally, Miss Honey was terrified of the headmistress and kept well away from her, but in this moment she felt ready to take on anybody. She knocked on the door of the dreaded private study. "Enter," boomed the deep, dangerous voice of Miss Trunchbull. Miss Honey went in. Now, most head teachers are chosen because they possess a number of fine qualities. They understand children, and they have the children's best interests at heart. They are sympathetic, they're fair, and they have deeply interested in education. Now, Miss Trunchbull possessed none of these qualities, and how she ever got her present job was a mystery to everybody. She was above all a most formidable woman. She had once been a famous athlete, and even now the muscles were still clearly in evidence. You could see them in the bull neck, in the big shoulders, in the thick arms, and in the sinewy wrists, and in the powerful legs. Look at her. You got the feeling that she was someone who could bend iron bars, tear telephone directories in half, and her face was definitely not a thing of beauty. She had an obstinate chin, a cruel mouth, a small, arrogant eyes, and as for her clothes, well, to say the least, extremely odd. She always had a one brown cotton smock, which was pinched in around the waist with a wide leather belt. The belt was fastened in front with an enormous silver buckle. The massive thighs, which emerged from out of the smock, were encased in a pair of extraordinary breeches, bottle green in colour and made of a coarse twill. These breeches reached to just below the knee, and from there on down she sported green stockings with turn-up tops which displayed her calf muscles to perfection. Her feet she wore flat-heeled brown brogues with leather flaps. She looked, in short, more like a rather eccentric and bloodthirsty follower of the staghounds than the headmistress of a nice school for children. When Miss Honey entered the study, Miss Trunchbull was standing beside her huge desk with a look of scowling impatience on her face. "Yes, Miss Honey," she said. "What is it that you want? You're looking very flushed and flustered this morning. What's the matter with you? Have those little stinkers been flicking spitballs at you?" "No, headmistress, nothing like that." "Or what is it then? Get on with it. I'm a busy woman." As she spoke, she reached out and poured herself a glass of water from a jug that was always on her desk. "There is a little girl in my class, called Matilda Wormwood," Miss Honey began. "Ah, that's the daughter of the man who owns the Wormwood Motors in the village," Mrs. Trunchbull barked. She hardly ever spoke in a normal voice. She either barked or shouted. "An excellent person, Wormwood," she went on. "I was in there only yesterday. Saw me a car, almost brand new. Had only done 10,000 miles. Previous owner was an old lady, and he took it out once a year at most. Terrific bargain. I like Wormwood. He's a real pillar of our society. He told me the daughter was a bad lot, though. He said to watch her. He said if anything ever happened in the school, it was certain to be his daughter who did it. I haven't met the little brat yet, but she'll know about it when I do. Her father said she's a real wart." "Oh no, headmistress, that can't be right, Miss Honey." "Oh yes, Miss Honey, it's darn well is right. In fact, now I come to think of it, I'll bet it was her who put that stink bomb under my desk here first thing this morning. The place stank like a sewer. Of course it wasn't her. I shall have her for that, you see if I don't. What's she look like? Nasty little worm, I'll be bound. I have discovered, Miss Honey, during my long career as a teacher, that a bad girl is far more dangerous creature than a bad boy. What's more, they're much harder to squash. Squashing a bad girl is like trying to squash a bluebottle. You can't bang down on it, and the darn thing isn't there. Nasty, dirty things young girls are. Glad I was never one. Oh, but you must have been a child at one point, headmistress, surely. Not for long. Anyway, Miss Trunchbull barked, grinning. I became a woman very quickly. She completely off her rocker, Miss Honey told herself. She's balmy as a bed bug. Miss Honey stood there resolutely before headmistress for once was not going to be browbeaten. I must tell you something, Miss Headmistress. She said that you are completely mistaken about Matilda putting a stink bomb under your desk. I am never mistaken, Miss Honey, but headmistress, this child only arrived in school this morning, and she came straight into my classroom. Don't argue with me, for heaven's sake, woman. This little brute Matilda, or whatever her name is, a stink bomb my study. There's no doubt about it, and thank you for suggesting it. But I didn't suggest it. Of course you did. Now what is it that you want, Miss Honey? Why are you wasting my time? I came to talk to you about Matilda, headmistress. I have extraordinary things to report about the child. May I please tell you what just happened in class right now? I suppose you set fire to your skirt, scorched your knickers, Miss Trunchbull snorted. No, Miss Honey cried out. Matilda is a genius. As at the mention of the word, Miss Trunchbull's face turned purple. Her whole body seemed to swell up like a bullfrog. A genius, she shouted. What pipe is this you were talking about, madam? You must be out of your mind. I have her father's word for it that this child is a gangster. Her father is wrong, headmistress. Don't be a twerp, Miss Honey. You have met the little beast for only half an hour, and her father has known her whole life. But Miss Honey was determined to have her say, and she now began to describe some of the amazing things that Matilda had done with arithmetic. So she's learnt a few tables off by heart, has she? Miss Trunchbull barked. My dear woman, it doesn't make her a genius. It makes her a parrot. But headmistress, she can read. So can I, Miss Trunchbull snapped. It is my opinion, Miss Honey, that Matilda should be taken out of my form and placed immediately in the top form with the 11-year-olds. Ha! Snorted Miss Trunchbull. So you want to get rid of her, do you? You can't handle her. So now you want to unload her onto my wretched Miss Plimsolls in the top form where she will cause even more chaos. No, cried Miss Honey. That is not my reason at all. Oh, yes, it is, shouted Miss Trunchbull. I can see right through your little plot, madam. My answer is no. Matilda stays where she is, and it is up to you to see that she behaves herself. But Miss Headmistress, please, not another word, shouted Miss Trunchbull. And in any case, I have a rule in this school that all children remain in their own age group, regardless of ability. Great Scott! I'm not having a little 5-year-old brigand sitting with other senior girls and boys in top form. Who's ever heard of such thing? Miss Honey stood there helpless. Before this great giant, there was a lot more she would like to say, but she knew it was useless. She said softly, oh, very well then. It's up to you, headmistress. You're darn right, it's up to me, Miss Trunchbull bellowed. And don't forget, madam, that we are dealing here with a little viper. Put a stink bomb under my desk, she did. She did not do that, headmistress. Of course she didn't, Miss Trunchbull boomed. And I'll tell you what, I wish to heavens I was still allowed to use that birch and belts as I did in the good old days, she roasted. Matilda's bottom for her, she couldn't sit down for a month. Miss Honey turned and walked out of the study, feeling depressed, but by no means defeated. I'm going to do something about this child, she told herself. I don't know what it is, but I shall find a way to help her. Chapter 9. The Parent. When Miss Honey emerged from the headmistress's study, most of the children were outside in the playground. Her first move was to go round to the various teachers who taught the senior class and borrow from them a number of textbooks on algebra, geometry, French, English literature, and the like. And she thought about Matilda and called her into the classroom. There is no point, she said, in your sitting in class and doing nothing while I'm reaching the rest of the room for 2 times tables and how to spell cat and rat and mouse. So during each lesson, I shall give you one of these textbooks to study. At the end of the lesson, you can come up to me with your questions, and if you have any, I shall try my best to answer them. How does that sound? I'm sure, Miss Honey said, that we'll be able to get you moved into a much higher form later on. But for the moment, the headmistress wishes you to stay here. Very well, Miss Honey. Thank you so much for getting these books for me. Oh, what a nice child she is, Miss Honey thought. I don't care what her father said about her. She seems very quiet and gentle, and not a bit stuck up at all, in spite of her brilliance. In fact, she hardly seems aware of it. So, when the class reassembled, Matilda went to her desk and began to study the textbook on geometry, which Miss Honey had given her. The teacher kept half an eye on her all the time, and noticed that the child very soon became deeply absorbed in the book. She never glanced up once during the entire class. Miss Honey, meanwhile, was making another decision. She was deciding that she would go herself and have a secret talk to Matilda's mother and father as soon as possible. She simply refused to let this matter rest where it was. The whole thing was ridiculous. She couldn't believe that the parents were totally unaware of their daughter's remarkable talent. After all, Mr. Wormwood was a successful motor car dealer, so she presumed that he was a fairly intelligent man himself. In any event, parents never underestimated the abilities of their children, quite the reverse. Sometimes, well, nigh impossible for a teacher to convince the proud father or mother of their beloved offspring what a complete nitwit they are. Miss Honey felt confident that she would have no difficulty in convincing them both that Matilda was something very special indeed. The trouble was going to be to stop them from getting over enthusiastic. And now Miss Honey hopes began to expand even further. She started wondering whether permission might not be sought from the parents for her to give private tuition to Matilda after school. The prospect of coaching a child as bright as this appealed enormously to her professional instinct as a teacher, and suddenly she decided that she would go and call Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood that very evening. She would go fairly late, between 9 and 10 o'clock, when Matilda was in bed. And that is precisely what she did. Having got the address from their school records, Miss Honey set out to walk from her own home to the Wormwood's house shortly after 9. She found the house in a pleasant street where each smallish building was separated from its neighbours by a bit of a garden. It was a modern brick house that could not have been cheap to buy, and that the name gate said Gozy Nook. Nosy Cook might have been better. Miss Honey thought she was given no playing with the words in that way. She walked up the path and rang the bell. And while she stood waiting, she could hear that the television blaring inside. The door was opened by a small, ruddy man with a thin, ruddy mustache who was wearing a sporty coat that had an orange and red stripe in the material. "Yes," he said, peering out at Miss Honey. "If you're selling raffle tickets, I don't want any." "I'm not," Miss Honey said, "and please forgive me for butting in on you like this, but I am Matilda's teacher at school, and it is important that I have a word with you and your wife." Got into trouble already, has she?" Miss Wormwood said, blocking the doorway. "Well, she's your responsibility from now on. You'll have to deal with her." "She's in no trouble at all, Miss Honey," said I. I have come with good news about your quite startling news, Mr. Wormwood. Do you think I might come in for a few minutes and talk to you about Matilda?" "We're right in the middle of watching one of our favourite programs," Mr. Wormwood said. "This is most inconvenient. Why don't you come back here another time?" Miss Honey began to lose her patience. "Mr. Wormwood," she said, If you think some rotten TV program is more important than your daughter's future, then you ought not to parent. Why don't you switch the dancing off and listen to me? That shook Mr. Wormwood. He was not used to being spoken to in that way. He peered carefully at the slim, frail woman who stood so resolutely out on the porch. Oh, very well, then, he snapped. Come on, and let's get it over with. Miss Honey stepped briskly inside. Mrs. Wormwood isn't going to thank you for this, the man said as he led her into the sitting room where a large platinum blonde woman was gazing rapturously at the TV. Who is it? The woman said, not looking around. Some school teacher, Mr. Wormwood said. She says she's got to talk to us about something about Matilda. He crossed to the TV set and turned down the volume, but left the picture on the screen. Oh, don't do that, Harry, Miss Wormwood said. Well, it's just about to propose to Angelica. You can still watch it while we're talking, Miss Wormwood said. This is Matilda's teacher. Said she's got some sort of news to give us. My name is Jennifer Honey. Miss Honey said. How do you do, Mrs. Wormwood? Mrs. Wormwood glared at her and then said, What's the trouble then? Nobody invited Miss Honey to sit down, so she chose a chair and sat down anyway. This, she said, was your daughter's first day at school. We know that, Miss Wormwood said, ratty about missing a program. Is that all you came to tell us? Miss Honey stared hard into the other woman's wet grey eyes, and she allowed the silence to hang in the air. Mrs. Wormwood became uncomfortable. Do you wish me to explain why I came? She said. Get on with it then, Mrs. Wormwood said. Well, I'm sure you know, Miss Honey said, that children in the bottom class at school are expected to not be able to read or spell or juggle with numbers when they first arrive. 5-year-olds cannot do that, but Matilda can do it all. And if I'm to believe her, I wouldn't, Mrs. Wormwood said. She was still ratty at losing the sound of the TV. Was she lying then? Said Miss Honey. When she told me that that nobody taught her to multiply or to read? Did either of you teach her that? Teach her what? To read? Read books, Miss Honey said. Perhaps you did teach her. Perhaps she was lying. Perhaps you have shelves of books all over the house. I wouldn't know. Perhaps you were both great readers. Of course we read, Mr. Wormwood said. Don't be so daft. I read the order car and the motor car from cover to cover every week. This child has already read an astonishing number of books, Miss Honey. I was simply trying to find out if she came from a family that loved good literature. We don't hold with book reading, Mr. Wormwood said. You can't make a living from sitting on your backside and reading books. That's funny. We don't keep them in the house. That's so funny. I see, Honey said. Well, all I came to tell you was that Matilda has a brilliant mind, but I expect you knew that already. Of course I knew that. She could read, the mother said. She spends a whole life up in that room, buried in that some book. But does it not intrigue you, Miss Honey, that's a little 5-year-old child reading long adult novels by Dickens and Hemingway? Doesn't that make you jump up and down with excitement? Not particularly, the mother said. I'm not in favor of blue stocking girls. A girl should think about making herself look good so she can get a good husband later on. Looks is way more important than books, Miss Hunky. Then hey, Miss Honey, Miss Honey said. Now look at me, Mrs. Wormwood. Then look at you. You chose books. I chose looks. Miss Honey looked at the plain person, the smug pudding face who was sitting across from her. What did you say? She asked. I said, you chose books. I chose looks, Mrs. Wormwood said. And who's finishing up better off? Me, of course. I'm sitting pretty in this nice house with this successful businessman, and you're left slaving away. You're teaching a lot of nasty little children the ABC. Quite right, Sugar Plum, Miss Wormwood said, casting a look of such simpering sloppiness at his wife, it would have made a cat sick. Miss Honey decided that if she was going to get anywhere, with these people, she must not lose her temper. I haven't told you all of it yet, she said. Matilda, so far as I can gather, at this early stage, is also some kind of mathematical genius. She can multiply complicated figures in her head like lightning. What's the point of that when you can just buy a calculator? Mr. Wormwood said. A girl doesn't get a man by being brainy, Mrs. Wormwood said. Look at that film star, for instance, she added, pointing to the TV screen, where a bottomy female was being embraced by a craggy actor in the moonlight. You don't think she got him to do that by multiplying figures, do you? Not likely. And now he's going to marry her, you see? If he doesn't, and she's going to live in a mansion with a butler and lots of maids. Miss Honey could hardly believe what she was hearing. She had heard that these sorts of parents existed all over the place, but it was still a shock to meet a pair of them in real life. Matilda's trouble, she said, trying once again, is that she is so far ahead of everyone else that it might be worth thinking about some extra kind of private tuition. I seriously believe that she could be brought up to any university standard in 2 or 3 years with the proper coaching. University? Mr. Wormwood shouted, bouncing up in his chair. Who wants to go to university, for heaven's sake? All they learn is bad habits. That is not true, Miss Honey said. If you had a heart attack this very minute and had to call a doctor, that doctor would be a university graduate. And if you got sued for selling someone a rotten second-hand car, you'd have to get a lawyer, and they'd be a university graduate too. Do not despise clever people, Miss Wormwood, but I can see we're not going to agree, so I'm sorry for bursting in on you like this. Miss Honey rose from her chair and walked out of the room. Mr. Wormwood followed her to the front door and said, "It's good of you to come here, Miss Hawkes. Miss Harris." It's neither, Miss Honey said. But let it go. And anyway, she went away. And chapter 10, Throwing the Hammer. The nice thing about Matilda was that if you had met her casually and talked to her, you would have thought she was a perfectly average 5-year-old child. She displayed almost no outward signs of brilliance. She never showed off, and this was a very sensible and quiet little girl. You have said to yourself, and unless for some reason you had started a discussion with her about literature or math, you would never have known the extent of her brain power. It was therefore easy for Matilda to make friends with the other children. All of those in her class liked her. They knew, of course, that she was clever because they had her being questioned by Miss Honey. And on the first day of term, and they knew also that she was allowed to sit quietly with a book during a lesson and not pay attention to the teacher, but children of their age do not search deeply for reasons. They are far too wrapped up in their own small struggles to worry much about what others are doing and why. Among Matilda's newfound friends was a girl called Lavender. Right from the first day of term, the two of them started wandering around together during the morning break and in the lunch hour. Lavender was exceptionally small for her age, skinny little nymph with deep brown eyes and dark hair that was cut in a fringe across her forehead. Matilda liked her because she was gutsy and adventurous. She liked Matilda for exactly the same reason. Before the first week of term, she was up awesome tales about headmistress Miss Trunchbull began to filter through to the newcomers. Matilda and Lavender would sit there in the corner of the playground during morning break on the third day, and they were approached by a rugged 10-year-old with a boil on her nose called Hortensia. "New scum, I suppose," Hortensia said to them, looking down from her great height. She was eating from an extra-large bag of potato chips and digging the stuff out in handfuls. "Welcome to Borstal," she added, spraying a bit of crisp out of her mouth as she spoke. The two tiny ones confronted this giant, kept a watchful eye, Have you met the Trunchbull yet? Hortensia said. Oh, we've seen her at prayers, Lavender said. We haven't met her. You've got a treat coming for you, Hortensia said. She hates very small children. She therefore loathes the bottom classes and everyone in it. She thinks 5-year-olds are grubs that haven't even hatched, and in went another fistful of chips, and when she spoke again, out sprayed the crumbs. If you have survived your first year, you may just manage to live through the rest of your time. But many don't survive. They got carried out of here on stretchers. I've seen them. It's often. Hortensia paused to observe the effect these remarks were having on these two titchy ones. Not very much. They seemed pretty cool. So the large one decided to regale them with further information. I suppose you know the Trunchbull has a lock-up cupboard in her private quarters called the Chokey. Have you heard about the Chokey? Oops. Matilda and Lavender shook their head and continued to gaze up at the giant. Being small, they were inclined to mistrust any creature that was larger than they were, especially senior girls. The Chokey, Hortensia went on, is a very tall but very narrow cupboard. The floor is only 10 inches square, so you can sit down or squat in it. You have to stand, and 3 of the walls are made out of cement and with bits of it broken, glass sticking out all over. So you can't lean against them. You have to stand more or less at attention the whole time. When you get locked up in there, it's terrible. Can't you lean against the door? Matilda said. Don't be daft, Hortensia, that said. The door's got thousands of sharp, spiky nails sticking out of it. They've been hammered through there from the outside. Probably a Trunchbull herself. Have you ever been in it? Lavender said. My first term, I was in there 6 times, twice for a whole day, and then other times for 2 hours each. But 2 hours is quite bad. It's pitch dark, and you have to stand up dead straight. And if you wobble, well, that's how you get spiked, either by the glass, the walls, or the nails. Why were you put in it? Matilda asked. What did you do? The first time, Hortensia said, I poured half a tin of golden syrup onto the seat of the chair. The Trunchbull was going to sit on it at prayers. It was wonderful. When she lowered herself onto the chair, there was a loud squelching noise similar to that made by a hippopotamus, lowering its foot into the mud onto the banks of the Limpopo River. But you're too small and too stupid to have read that just so stories, aren't you? I've read them, Matilda said. You're a liar, Hortensia said. You can't even read yet. But no matter. So when the Trunchbull sat down on the golden syrup, Squelch was beautiful. And when she jumped up again, the chair sort of stuck to the back of those awful green breeches she wears and came up with her for a few seconds until the chick syrup slowly came unstuck. Then she clasped her hands to the seat of the back of her breeches, and both hands got covered in the muck. You should have heard her below. But how did she know it was you? Lavender asked. A little squirt called old Bog Whistle Sneakin' on me, Hortensia. I knocked his front teeth out, and then Trunchbull put you in the chokey for a whole day, Matilda asked, gasping. All day long, Hortensia said. I was babbling wreck when she let me out. What were the other things you did to get put in the chokey? Oh, I can't remember them all now, Hortensia said. She spoke with the air of an old warrior who had been in many battles. That bravery had become commonplace. It's all long ago, she added, stuffing more crisp into her mouth. Yes, I can remember one. Here's what happened. I chose a time when I knew that the Trunchbull was out of the way teaching the sixth formers. And I put up my hand and I asked to go to the box. But instead of going there, I sneaked into Trunchbull's room, and after a speedy search, I found the drawer where she kept all of her gym knickers. Go on, Matilda said, spellbound about what happened next. I had sent away my post, you see, for this very possible powerful itching powder, Hortensia said. It cost 50 pence and a packet, and it was called the Skin Scorcher. The label said it was made from the powdered teeth of deadly snakes, and it guaranteed to raise welts the size of walnuts on your skin. So I sprinkled some of this stuff inside of her knickers in the drawer, and then folded them all up again, Hortensia said. Cram more crisps into her, as she crammed more crisps into her mouth. Jesus. Did it work? Lavender asked. Well, Hortensia said, a few days later, during prayers, the Trunchbull started scratching herself like mad down there. Ha! I said to myself, here we go. She's changed for Jim already. Oh, it was pretty wonderful to be sitting there watching it all, knowing that I was the only person in the whole school who realized exactly what was going on inside the Trunchbull's pants. And I felt safe too. I knew I couldn't be caught. Then scratching got worse, and she couldn't stop. She must have thought she had like a wasp nest down there. And then right in the middle of the Lord's Prayer, she leapt up and grabbed her bottom and rushed out of the room. Both Matilda and Lavender were enthralled. It was quite clear to them that they were at this moment standing in the presence of a master. Here was someone who had brought the art of skullduggery into the highest point of perfection, somebody, moreover, who was willing to risk life and limb in pursuit of her calling. They gazed in wonder at this goddess, and suddenly, even the boil of her nose looked like a blemish, but a badge of colour. But how did she catch you? Lavender asked, breathless with wonder. She didn't, Hortensia said, but I got a day in the chokey just the same. Why? Well, the Trunchbull Hortensia has a nasty habit of guessing. When she doesn't know who the culprit is, she makes a guess at it. And the trouble is, she's often right. I was a prime suspect at the time because of the golden syrup job, and although I knew she didn't have any proof, nothing I said made a difference. I kept shouting, how could I have done it, Miss Trunchbull? I didn't even know where you keep your spare knickers. I didn't even know about what itching powder is. I'd never heard of anything. But the lying didn't help me in spite of the great performance. I put on the Trunchbull, simply grabbed me by one ear and rushed me up to the chokey at the double and threw me inside and locked the door. And she was my second all day. It was absolutely torture. I was spiked and cut all over when I came out. It's like a war, Matilda said, overawed. You're darn right it's like a war, Hortensia cried, and the casualties are terrific. We are the Crusades, the gallant army, fighting for our lives, hardly any weapons at all, and the Trunchbull is the Prince of Darkness, the foul serpent, the fiery dragon, with all of the weapons at her command. It's a tough life. We all try to support each other. You can't rely on us, Lavender said, making her height of the 3 feet 2 inches stretch as tall as possible. No, I can't, Hortensia said. You're only trimps, but we may find a use for you one day in some undercover. Tell us just a little bit more about yourself. Please do. I mustn't frighten you before you've been here a week, Hortensia said. You won't, Lavender said. We may be small, but we're quite tough. Listen to this then, Hortensia said. Only yesterday, the Trunchbull caught a boy called Julius Rotwink eating a licorice all sorts during the scripture lesson, and she simply picked him up by one ear and flung him clear out of the open classroom window. Our classroom is 1 floor up, and we saw Julius Rotwink sailing out over that garden window like a frisbee, landing with a thump in the middle of the lettuces. Then Mrs. Trunchbull turned to us and said, from now on, anybody caught eating in class is straight out the window. Did this Julius Rotwinkle break any bones? Only a few, Hortensia said.
You've got to remember that Trunchbull once threw a hammer for Britain in the Olympics. She's very proud of her right arm. What's stopping a hammer? A hammer, Hortensia said. It's a ruddy great cannonball on the one of those long wires, and it whisks it around your head, and it gets faster and faster, and you've got to be terrifically strong. And Miss Trunchbull will throw anything around just to keep her arm in good, especially children's condition. Lavender said, once I heard her say, Hortensia, that alarmed boy is about the same weight as an Olympic hammer, and therefore he's very useful for practicing with. At that point, something strange happened. The playground, which up to then had been filled with shrieks and shouting of laughter, all at once became very silent. Watch out, Hortensia said, whispered. Matilda and Lavender glanced around and saw the gigantic figure of Miss Trunchbull advancing through the crowd of children with a menacing stride. The children drew back hastily to let her through, and her progress across the asphalt was like the Moses going through the Red Sea when the water parted. A formidable figure. She was too in her belted smock and green breeches. Below the knees, her calf muscles stood out like grapefruits inside her stocking. Amanda Thripp, she was shouting. You, Amanda Tripp, come here. Hold on to your hat, Hortensia whispered. What's going on? What's going to happen? Lavender whispered. That idiot, Amanda, Hortensia said. She's let her hair grow even longer during the holidays, and her mother's plaited it into pigtails. Silly thing to do. Why is it silly? Well, if there's one thing that Trunchbull can't stand, it's pigtails, Hortensia said. Matilda and Lavender saw the giant in the green breeches advancing upon the small girl of about 10, who had a pair of plaited golden pigtails hanging over her shoulders. Each pigtail had blue satin bow at the end of it, and it all looked perfectly well. Wearing the pigtails, Amanda Thripp stood quite still, watching advancing giant, and the expression on her face was one that you might find on the face of a person who was trapped in a small field with an enraged bull which is charging flat out towards them. The girl was glued to the spot, terror-struck, pop-eyed, quivering. For certain, that day of judgment had come for her at last. Trunchbull had now reached the victim and stood towering over her. I want those filthy pigtails off before you come back to school tomorrow, she barked. Chop them off now and throw them in the dustbin, you understand? Amanda, paralyzed with fright, managed to start up. My mum likes them. She plates them for me every morning. Your mum is a twit, the Trunchbull bellowed. She pointed at a finger with the size of a salami at the child's head and shouted, you look like a rat with the tail coming out of its head. But mum thinks I look lovely, Miss Trunchbull. Her man started shaking like a blankmand. I don't give a flip what your mummy thinks, the Trunchbull yelled, and with that, she lunged forward and grabbed a hold of Amanda's pigtails in her right fist and lifted the girl clear off the ground, and she started swinging her faster and faster, and Amanda was screaming, blue murder, and the Trunchbull was yelling, I'll give you pigtails, you little rats, shades of Olympics, Hortensia murmured. She's getting up to speed now. It looks like she's going to go with the hammer, 10-1. She's going to throw her. And now the Trunchbull was leaning back against the weight of the whirling girl, pivoting, especially her toes, spinning around and around. And soon, Thripp was traveling through the air like a blur. And suddenly, with a mighty grunt, the Trunchbull let her go of the pigtails, and Amanda went sailing like a rocket right over the wire fence and into the playground and into the sky.
Well thrown, miss, someone shouted from the playground, and Matilda, who was mesmerized by this entire affair, saw Amanda Thripp descending in a long, graceful parabola onto the playing field beyond. She landed on the grass, bounced 3 times, and finally came to rest. Then, amazingly, she stood up. She looked a trifle dazed. Who could blame her? But after a minute or so, she was on her feet again, tottering around the playground. Trunchbull stood in the playground, dusting off her hands. Not bad, she said, considering I'm not strict in training right now. Not bad at all. Then she strode away. Why don't the parents complain? Matilda asked. Would yours? Hortensia asked. Well, I know mine wouldn't. She treats the parents just the same. My children and they're all scared to death of her. I'll be seeing you sometime, you two. And with that, she sauntered away. Bruce Bogtrotter and the cake. How can she get away with it? Lavender said to Matilda. Surely there's children go home, tell their parents. I know my father would raise a terrific stink if I told him the headmistress grabbed me by the hair and slung me over the playground fence. No, he wouldn't, Matilda said, and I'll tell you why. He simply wouldn't believe you. Of course he would. He wouldn't, Matilda said, and the reason is obvious. Your story would sound too absolutely ridiculous to be believed, and that is Trunchbull's great secret. What is, Lavender? Matilda said, never do anything by halves. If you want to get away with it, be outrageous. Go to the whole hog. Make sure everything you do is so completely unbelievable. No parent's going to believe this pigtail story. Not in a million years. Mine wouldn't. They'd call me a liar. In that case, Lavender said, Amanda's mother isn't going to cut off her pigtails then. No, she isn't, Matilda said. Amanda will do it to herself. You see if she doesn't. Do you think she's lost her mind? Lavender asked. Who? The Trunchbull. No, I don't think she's lost her mind, Matilda, but she's very dangerous. Being in this school, it's like being a cage cobbler. You have to be very fast on your feet. They got another example of how dangerous the headmistress was. Could be just the very next day. During lunch, an announcement was made that the whole school should go into the assembly area hall and be seated as soon as their meal was over. They're just about to change the stream in about a minute. And the reason for that is YouTube only downloads up to 12 hours, so it's just to get all the videos. Go the whole hog. Make sure everything you do is completely believable. In that case, do you think she's lost her mind? I would ask. Who? Miss Trunchbull. They got another example of how dangerous the headmistress could be on the very next day. During lunch announcement, she was made that whole school should go into the assembly area. Was made hall and will be seated as soon as the meal was over. When all of the 250 or so boys and girls were settled down in the assembly, the Trunchbull marched on to the platform. None of the other teachers came in with her. She was carrying a riding crop in her right hand. She stood up there on the center stage and in green breeches with legs apart and a riding crop in hand, glaring at the sea upturned faces before her. What's going to happen? Lavender whispered. I don't know, Matilda whispered back. The whole school waited for what was coming. Bruce Bogtrotter, the Trunchbull barked. Where is Bruce Trogbotter? A handshot come, seated up the back. Come up here, the Trunchbull shouted, and looked smart about it. An 11-year-old boy who was decidedly large and round stood up and waddled briskly. He climbed up onto the platform and stood there. The Trunchbull ordered, pointing. The boy stood to one side. He looked nervous. He knew very well he wasn't up there being presented with a prize. He was watching the headmistress with an exceedingly wary eye, and he kept edging further and further away from her with little shuffles of his feet, rather as a rat might edge away from a terrier that is watching it from across the room. His plump, flabby face had turned to grey with fearful apprehension. His stockings hung about like his ankles. This clot boomed! The headmistress pointed the riding crop at him like a like a rapier. This pimple, this foul carbuncle, this poisonous pustule, that what you see before you is none other than a disgusting criminal, a resident of the underworld, a member of the mafia. Who, me? Miss Bruce Bogtrotter said, looking genuinely puzzled. A thief, Trunchbull asked. A crook, a pirate, a brigand, a rustler. Steady on, Headmistress said. Do you deny it was a miserable little gumble? Did you plead or guilty? All right, guys, we're just going to change the stream. Thanks so much, everybody, for jumping on. I'm starting to feel it. It's been like 72 hours now without sleep.